narrative. If we change our mindset and become more courageous in changing the status quo. These projections are based on the current circumstances and the pace with which we have been addressing gender equality over the years. But if we change gear, we can drastically change this projection and realize full parity in less than 10 years. Many of you might be asking, where do I draw this optimism from? Because the difference between 131 years and 10 years is huge. I can tell you that I draw this optimism from my lived experience. During my tenure at the South African Civil Aviation Authority, where 10 years ago, there was only one female executive, and now we have 50% female executives. Where 10 years ago, the staff complement of the South African Civil Aviation Authority was less than 20% women, and now we have 50% women representation. So yes, my optimism is based on those facts. And therefore it is possible if each one of us as leaders take bold steps towards transforming each of our organizations to have the representation which is envisioned in the UN Sustainable Development Goals of a 50% representation of women across all sectors by 2030. As the Civil Aviation Authority, we have cause to be grateful for the progress that we have made, and as an organization, we've reached this milestone way before the 2030 mark. I want to reiterate today that the Civil Aviation Authority is fully committed to the drive for greater gender equality in aviation, and indeed we have made some strides since we hosted the first ever Global Gender Aviation Summit in 2018, which was co-organized by the Civil Aviation Authority in collaboration with the International Civil Aviation Organization, UNESCO, as well as some of our partners who heed to the call at the time. Granted, globally, we have not progressed as far as we would have wanted, as it has been mentioned by the Global Aviation Gender Summit, which recently took place in Spain on the 7th of July this year. At this global summit, it was acknowledged that around the world, the attainment of gender equality and the empowerment of women within the aviation sector continues to face significant challenges which persistently marginalize women. And we've got to confront this with all we have. As a country, we have noticed an increasing willingness towards women empowerment in aviation, with the support from the ministry and the enthusiastic support from the captains of industry. We need to put further action to our words with even greater urgency, and hence our theme today is Rise to the Challenge, Make Gender Equality in Aviation a Reality. Our purpose with this summit today is to discuss matters that will make a difference to gender equality in aviation, such as the discussion by the panel of aviation leaders in conversation on topics addressing fundamental, concrete issues such as policies, partnerships, and procurement initiatives. Another panel will then expand on these concepts by exploring the situations of women at work within aviation, such as getting a fair income, equal opportunities, and other aspects of an enabling environment and workplace culture for gender equality. We furthermore aim to reveal the experiences of women in aviation within the wider technical and support services, and how these women have, beaten the odds in their environments. We will also have another hard-hitting topic in our masterclass, which will explore practical factors of success in our careers, such as unlearning self-limiting behaviors. It is a fact that when we grow up, especially as women in a society that continues or perpetually reminds us daily that we have little to offer as women, You grow up with that mindset, which automatically set limits in your mind, putting you in a disadvantaged position. We must demolish that mindset and unlearn those behaviors by being empowered and reminded that we are good enough and that we can be anything we set for ourselves to be. Our aim today is therefore to make a real difference to the gender equation in aviation, a change that we will be able to see and practically experience. At the end of the summit, we will have a concluding statement, setting a tone for the year ahead, and all discussion points will be shared with aviation captains of industry for their action, so that when we come back next year, we must be able to reflect on the progress that we have made to date. I would like to take this opportunity to appeal to the aviation industry to assist women in their endeavors within aviation. As women, we have it all. We are talented, we are unique, we are creative, we are smart, we make things happen, we get things done, and we are just phenomenal. Our gender cannot, therefore, be called to question only when we must take up positions of leadership or when we have to take up positions in technical fields. The question that I ask is, why is that when we raise great men, sometimes single-handedly, men who have become great presidents of great nations, men who have become CEOs of great multinational companies, men who have become secretary generals at international platforms, ministers, administrators, political heads, army generals, and the list is endless. But when we have to rise to the occasion, we are told sometimes that we are not good enough. There is definitely something wrong with that picture. As a country, we have come far over the last few years, and we are known in the global arena as a state that is striving to achieve gender equity in aviation. The aviation industry must build on that foundation that our government has set and achieve even more as we go forward. We have great leadership in our midst. I'm sure all of you will agree. Our Minister of Transport, who says to us repeatedly that we must forge ahead and occupy spaces, some which that remain male-dominated. The beauty about our minister is that not only does she say it, but she puts it in action. She demonstrates it. Let me share some examples of her great leadership in the call for gender equality and inclusivity. The 3 CEOs of aviation under her watch are women. Myself, first. The CEO of the Airports Company, South Africa, Ms. Mpumi Mpofu. The CEO of Air Traffic and Navigation Services, Ms. Nozipho Mdawe. But there is also another woman leader who is not here, who is the chairperson of the International Air Service Licensing Council, Advocate Nomveliso. And yeah, she is well represented. So you can already see that this is not lip service. We are led and properly led. The minister also equally does not stop there by appointing and leaving you to your own devices. She gives great support to each one of us, because her philosophy is that if we fail as women leaders, no other woman will make it. And therefore, she makes it her business to give support to all these women that she has appointed. And I do want us to acknowledge our Minister of Transport by standing up and giving her a huge round of applause. Thank you. Minister, we too, as women in aviation, we honor you and we salute you for your great leadership. I would also like to recognize and thank our board of directors, led by Mr. Ernest Kosa, for his admirable leadership in supporting women board of directors as well as women managers. Some of our executives have had one-on-one sessions with our chairman because he cares. He wants to know if there are things that are happening in our organization and they touch on women. He will ask personally to meet individually with those women. And yeah. Chairman, I say to you, continue to being a great person that you are. Your support is immeasurable. And I always say to you, if all organizations would have a piece of you, the future will indeed be brighter. Thank you. Minister, before I sit down, there is always a stereotype. I don't know whether it has been tested or not, which says that women don't support each other. At the Civil Aviation Authority, this narrative is to the contrary. And I want to take this opportunity to appreciate our women exco, women executives, and I do want them to stand. Our women exco. Minister, these are great, phenomenal, and competent women who have been my pillar of strength, sometimes when the going gets really tough. And I refer to Pindiwe Kwebu, who is our Executive Corporate Services. Where's Pindi? To Nivashni Naraindath, our Company Secretary, Tobile Masua, our Executive HR, and Babalwan Dandani, our Executive Legal and Aviation Compliance. What a formidable team we are together with our male counterparts. So today, in this Women's Month, I want to say I have not witnessed a pull-head-down syndrome, but great cooperation, mutual respect, and support from these SACA women executives. But equally, I want to acknowledge our women board members. Ms. Koyana, Ms. Chichipewa, and Advocate Mpati Lebakeng. We stand on the shoulders of giants. Such courageous women leaders who give us direction on an ongoing basis, and we are ably led. So thank you so much for being the voice of reason when things sometimes don't make sense. We appreciate you as SACA women. To all women aviators and aspiring women aviators, I just want to say to you, stand tall and be courageous. You have it in you to be anything you want to be. Don't let stereotypes and limiting mindset to hinder your growth and development. Push harder and never look back. When they tell you that you are not good enough, just look at them in the eye and say, watch me do it. Just watch me do it. And I encourage all of us to enjoy the summit and to please participate and make a contribution and your voice is heard. Thank you very much, Program Director.
May we please give another warm round of applause to Ms. Khoza. Wow. I listened to a woman who lifts as she rises. I just heard from a woman who champions for women actively, proactively, publicly as well. So thank you so much. So encouraging to know that oftentimes when you hear about negativity around pull her down syndrome, or whether women are indeed supporting women, you're an example, ma'am, that it is important to lift as you rise. It is important to publicly champion for the women that are part of the village that make your success and the success of your organization to propel. Thank you so much for sharing with us those statements. But also we'll continue to delve into more themes, ladies and gentlemen, particularly around gender equality, the significance of diversity, equality, and inclusion in all organizations, to reflect on what Ms. Khoza had to say regarding those concerning numbers and how long it will take, or perhaps how long it may not take for us to get there. 100+ years, I heard Ms. Khoza say, in terms of reaching maximum potential in as far as female representation, women representation is concerned. There is still lots more that needs to be done in aviation, and we need our help. We need to all galvanize as a community, as stakeholders and companies, to ensure that we put our money where our mouth is. When it comes to procurement, when it comes to resources, investment, human capital, when it comes to diversity, inclusion, a sense of belonging, it's all up to us to ensure that it's not all talk, but action. I'd just like to make a quick correction, just in terms of participation, Ms. Khoza, reminding us to please participate, equally important. I made mention of a QR code, my team reminding me that the QR code actually, in fact, reflects the program for the day. You can equally find the program and speaker profiles for today's summit on that QR code and on the website www.caa.co.za/NAGS, N-A-G-S, but the Menti code that you need to make sure that you apply to express your answers and comments, you will see on your screen as soon as we have the next Menti session. The next one will have to do with regards to company policy. There's an interesting question that we'll be asking all of you to just participate in and answer when it comes to company policy. Do your organization's company policy really reflect on gender equality? So this is a moment of truth to really see and gauge where exactly we are in terms of progressing gender equality in our organization. But without any further ado, please help me to welcome onto the stage, to also welcome the Minister of Transport. Important to hear first, though, his remarks, the chairperson of the board at the South African Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Ernest Khoza.
Program Director, our Honorable Minister, I will be failing in my duty as the chair of SACA if I don't start off by acknowledging the mood in this summit. And if I were asked to indicate what my mood is, with the bouquet of words that were displayed earlier on, I will say glamorous. And Program Director, you're leading in this regard with your colorful array of apparel. Had I known people are going to look the way they do, I would have put on my green suit. Now I look at the DCA, red, black, white, green, all colors of the rainbow. I look at the CEO of ATNS, bold green, and there she is. And I think taking the cup are my colleagues from the board, Advocate Mpati and Ms. Koyana. If you just look at them, if they can rock up in Limpopo, everyone will really appreciate them. I don't think the minister is to be outdone also. A lime green dress, a polite brown that she has, and a beautiful, beautiful scarf that converge all the colors. So, great mood here today, if we're to judge the mood in terms of how all of us look here. And Mr. Peche, let's live up to the occasion next year. My colleagues from the board, the DCA, chief executives from the sector here present, distinguished moderators, speakers and panelists, executives and aviation professionals, Mr. David Pekoske from US TSA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and a singular honor for me to introduce our one and only Minister of Transport in the Republic of South Africa. And if I were to say this at the outset, if the nation needed a pilot program to determine how the country would look like under women leadership, I will say that that pilot has just been completed. It's done and dusted. And that pilot would have been how the aviation sector looks like today. The DCA has already indicated the CEO of ATNS is a woman, SACA a woman, AXA a woman, our Minister of Transport a woman. What better pilot will we need? It's therefore my singular privilege to have this opportunity to introduce our Honorable Minister, Ms. Lindiwe Chikunga, who is at the spearhead of all the successes that I've spoken about. She's our keynote speaker at this National Aviation Gender Summit. Honorable Minister, I speak on behalf of our board, and I've got no doubt on behalf of many other stakeholders when I say that your presence adds value to today's summit. Your continued support of this initiative also adds impetus to our drive towards gender equality in the aviation sector. Many of us will be aware that the minister has already had a long and illustrious career as a member of parliament, assigned to various responsibilities, which included her involvement in the portfolio committee. She was appointed to the portfolios of the Deputy Minister of Transport from June 2012 to May 2019, and returned to this position again from August 2021 to March 2023. Her position as Minister of Transport since March 2023 was welcome news to all of us who have experienced her enthusiastic participation in aviation matters, including the role that she played in South Africa's re-election to the ICAO Governing Council at the 41st General Assembly in Toronto, Canada, last year, and towards the state's preliminary results, achievements with the ICAO safety audit that took place earlier this year. Through her efforts, South Africa continues to be part of the global aviation discussions on various aspects of this exciting industry. We have also benefited from a passion for gender equality that she has demonstrated through the years. In fact, she is known to be an advocate for holistic socio-economic development and the emancipation of women and the rural poor. With her support and guidance, South Africa has become one of the global leaders in striving for gender equality in aviation around the globe. Minister, despite the many challenges such as the global pandemic that we are only really starting to shake off this year and the current geopolitical upheavals, we have not wavered in keeping the momentum with this drive to see women take their place in the aviation industry. We thank you so much for your support and leadership. We are looking forward to your guidance as we start to take concrete steps forward in a quest for sustainable gender equality. If I may say this in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the minister can be a thorn in the flesh for some of us who are always late at meetings, and she is never late. She always arrives moments before she was expected. That is leadership. I think we should put our hands together for him. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you none other than our one and only minister, Minister Chikunga.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson of the Board of SACA, Mr. Ernest Kosa. Thank you for the introduction. Program Director, members of SACA Board, the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Kosa, CEO of HNS, Ms. Nozipho Mdawe, Ms. Duji Pewa from the Department of Transport Civil Aviation Branch, Chief Executives from the sector who are present here this morning, Mr. David Pikeske from US TSA and your team. You're most welcome to South Africa, and we're happy to have you here today. Distinguished moderators, speakers, and panelists, executives and aviation professionals, captains of aviation industry, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, women who are here in the house today. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak before you today at this 4th National Aviation Gender Summit of SACA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is evident that the focus of today's discussion centers around the imperative of proactive measures to actualize gender equality within the realm of aviation, particularly in relation to the experiences of girl children and young women. The chairperson, Mr. Ernest Kosa, emphasized the imperative of effecting tangible change in relation to this matter, a sentiment which I wholeheartedly concur with. Gender equality is a multifaceted and intricate issue that necessitates the inclusion of all perspectives. Therefore, today presents a challenge. Today presents a challenge for all individuals to actively participate in order to achieve the goal of gender parity in the field of aviation. Program Director, the absence of a clear vision hinders our ability to establish specific objectives, hence impeding our ability to determine whether those objectives have been achieved. According to the United Nations 2030 Plan for Sustainable Development, Goal 5, it emphasizes that gender equality is not alone a basic human right, but also a crucial prerequisite for fostering a harmonious, prosperous, and sustainable global community. In order to effectively monitor Goal 5, it is imperative to emphasize commitment and decisive action while also recognizing the need of increased investment in gender statistics and gender equality. Presently, the availability of less than half of the necessary data underscores the urgent need for more attention in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, this leads us to the fundamental basis of our vision, which is the establishment of a complete and continuous monitored data set that is shared on a global scale. This is of significance as it will facilitate the identification of key areas that have the potential to significantly impact our pursuit of gender equity in the aviation industry, as well as determine appropriate courses of action. It is posited, actually, active participation. It is posited active participation in the ongoing international dialogue surrounding gender equity in the aviation industry, which will facilitate the exchange of data and enhance our collective understanding in effecting transformative change to the prevailing conditions. On International Women's Day this year, the General Secretary of the United Nations urged decision makers across many sectors to enhance the involvement and leadership of women in the field of science and technology, including considering the implementation of quotas if deemed appropriate. The General Secretary's statement suggested that decision makers should exhibit creativity by expanding their recruitment pipelines and prioritize the hiring of individuals based on their skill set. Furthermore, it is imperative that individuals demonstrate persistence. The achievement of gender equality is not an automatic outcome, but rather involves deliberate prioritization and active pursuit. At the 41st ICAO Assembly, the importance of data in assessing the effectiveness of member states' gender equality initiatives was reiterated. The Assembly concluded that ICAO's gender equality policy should be founded on extensive data and statistics, which should be systematically gathered and reported over multiple years, and should also include information on geographical distribution. So, Program Director, in South Africa, the Ministry of Women in the Presidency is spearheading the efforts to address gender issues through the implementation of the National Gender Policy Framework. The concept is founded upon the acknowledgement that women in South Africa have encountered many forms of subjugation and prejudice rooted in criteria such as race, socioeconomic status, cultural background, religious affiliation, physical impairment, sexual orientation, and other relevant variables. The primary objective is to establish a conducive atmosphere that facilitates the complete engagement of women in various domains of society, including politics, the economics, education, health, and social progress. Furthermore, the initiative aims to tackle the underlying factors contributing to gender inequality, including but not limited to patriarchal systems, instances of violence, socioeconomic disparities, and limited availability of resources and opportunities. The framework presented herein delineates a societal vision whereby gender equality is realized, ensuring equitable rights and opportunities for both women and men. It further clarifies the fundamental values that serve as a compass for attaining this vision, encompassing human rights, democracy, non-discrimination, diversity, empowerment, and accountability. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, in his message to the nation on the National Women's Day, President Cyril Ramaphosa urged influential stakeholders with control over resources and the ability to create opportunities to prioritize the empowerment of women. The President intimated that the corporate sector is in a favorable position to actively contribute to the advancement of women's well-being in South Africa. The promotion of gender equality within the labor market is of utmost importance in order to facilitate economic empowerment of women. The President further emphasized the importance of eradicating discriminatory practices and regulations, advocating for equitable compensation for comparable labor, and facilitating women's entry to higher paying roles and leadership positions. So, ladies and gentlemen, the South African Network for Women in Transport, which is SANWIT, was created in 2007 by the National Department of Transport with specific aim of uplifting and empowering women in the transport sector. The establishment of SANWIT serves as a strategic platform for fostering engagement between business and government entities regarding matters pertaining to the advancement of women in the transport sector, encompassing aspects such as entrepreneurship and, of course, business opportunities. Distinguished guests, according to the most recent global study conducted by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, there has been a slight increase in the representation of women in key aviation roles such as pilots, air traffic controllers, and maintenance technicians. The survey reveals that the percentage of women occupying these jobs has actually risen from 4.5% worldwide in 2016 to 4.9% in 2021. The global proportion of women pilots experienced a modest rise, increasing from 3.6% to just 4%. Notably, North America showed greatest percentage of women pilots worldwide with a figure of 4.6%. Following closely behind were Africa and Europe with respective proportion of 4.1% and 4%. The global representation of female aircraft maintenance engineers and technicians had an increase from 2.7% to just 3%. The global proportion of women in the field of air traffic control has exhibited a consistent stability with approximately 20.6% representation. Hence, it is evident that there has been a certain degree of advancement, but indeed, it is very minute. The current situation in South Africa shows positive developments, particularly with regards to the representation of women in the field of aviation as pilots. According to the latest data available in May 2023, the demographic breakdown of licensed individuals reveals that women constitute 17% of the whole population across various license categories. This encompassing pilots, aircraft maintenance, engineers, cabin crew, and air traffic services. Furthermore, within the pilot category specifically, women account for 13% of the total population. This is something I think we can celebrate a little bit. I say this because when I joined the department in 2012, I think we're talking about 4% or so. That we are at 13% is not good enough, but at least. Ladies and gentlemen, Global Aviation Gender Summit held in Madrid, Spain in July of this year served as a platform for the aviation community to assess the progress made since the inaugural Gender Summit in Cape Town, South Africa in 2018. The summit served as a platform to urge member states of the International Civil Aviation Organization to take action on many matters which are outlined just below. First, issues related to data collection, facts and statistics. The objectives of this study is to gather and evaluate data pertaining to gender statistics within the aviation industry. The purpose is to quantify gender disparities and enhance the understanding of women's involvement throughout all sectors of aviation. Additionally, we study aims to identify potential strategies and interventions that can be used to advance women's empowerment within the aviation field. This encompasses the cooperative efforts of various stakeholders, both within and outside the aviation industry, to share expertise, learn from past experiences, and exchange information on data collection and analysis. This collaboration involves not just aviation stakeholders, but also non-aviation entities, including private sector organizations. The aim is to optimize the alignment and cooperation between existing national, regional, and worldwide initiatives, thereby enhancing the overall effectiveness and efficiency of these efforts. Program Director, our policies and legislation, for instance, the United Nations 2030 Agenda also emphasizes the need to establish and enhance effective policies and enforceable legislation to advance gender equality and empower women and girls across all societal levels. The South African Constitution includes provisions for the inclusion of women in the legislative process, and the country has demonstrated its commitment to gender equality by ratifying international agreements such as the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women and the Platform of Action, which was established by the Beijing Conference on Women. The Global Aviation Gender Summit also emphasized the need for member states and stakeholders to effectively communicate, establish, and execute a comprehensive plan for achieving gender equality within the aviation industry. This includes integrating gender equality into national and regional aviation policies, plans, and frameworks, while allocating adequate resources to ensure the attainment of gender equality objectives. I'm pleased to see that the leaders of our aviation industry will be addressing the topic of formulating and executing gender-inclusive policies inside the workplace. Furthermore, the summit also urged decision-makers to not only enact the principles of decent work, which encompasses equitable income opportunities, a secure and healthy work environment, and equal treatment for individuals of all genders, but also to actively foster a conducive work atmosphere across all aviation stakeholders. This can be achieved by enhancing organizational culture, adopting flexible work arrangements that align with labor regulations, establishing family-friendly policies, providing childcare options, and promoting work-life balance through tangible measures and the exchange of successful strategies. Program Director, one of the resolutions adopted at the 41st Assembly of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, states that the formulation of ICAO policies and programs should be grounded in extensive dialogue amongst relevant stakeholders, including states, other international organizations, the aviation industry, universities, and civil society. Undoubtedly, collaboration plays a central role in the formulation of gender equality solutions. In light of this, I would like to extend my congratulations to the South African Civil Aviation Authority for their commendable efforts thus far and their ongoing commitment to organizing these summits, which facilitate the exchange of ideas and, of course, perspective. Program Director, the significance of leadership in the achievement of our self-defined goals and aspirations about gender equality should not be overlooked, esteemed audience. In a previous summit pertaining to the comprehensive transport sector, I issued a challenge to all aviation entities and companies to strive for a balanced distribution of employment, skills development, enterprise growth, and other initiatives within our respective organizations, whatever the participation of women has been disregarded, and wherever it has been disregarded. It is worth noting that the captains of the aviation industry entered into a promise in 2021 when they expressed their organization's commitment to the above-mentioned goals. In order to mitigate the risk of these summits developing into mere forums for discussions, it would be highly advantageous to ascertain the extent of progress achieved thus far by the participating panelists. Program Director, as I conclude, it is evident that there is an increasing momentum in discussions surrounding gender equality in the field of aviation within the context of South Africa. May we proceed with the current line of discussions. The process of engaging in dialogue enables us to assess our advancements, exchange ideas, and acquire knowledge from one another. With the collaboration of the regulator and the aviation industry stakeholders, the sector is actively progressing towards facilitating the inclusion of women in an industry that has historically been predominantly male. I would like to provide words of encouragement to support you on this endeavor. If an opportunity to engage in a worthwhile endeavor was to rise and to arise, this would be the ideal occasion. We say, "Wathinta bafazi, wathinta imbokodo," and this is a powerful phrase in South Africa and South African history that translates in English as, "You strike a woman, you strike a rock." I say here to you today, you are beautiful, you are intelligent, you are powerful, you are South African women in the aviation sector. And I decided to take off my jacket because I felt that, at least you must see my dress. I thank you very much.
And you look absolutely ravishing, Minister. You look absolutely ravishing. I think when Mr. Khosa hinted, we didn't understand how beautiful you look. So thank you so much for immersing us by taking off that jacket. And thank you so much, Minister, for those inspiring messages and statements that you shared, but also a call to action that you have shared, Minister. I was just listening to you also saying the significant role of our leaders cannot be overlooked. And I think it's why, one of our first panel discussions around aviation leaders in conversation is so important, Minister. Perhaps we can hear from them in terms of what policies have they implemented so far to ensure that gender equality is not just a summit topic or theme where we talk about it but don't do enough about it. We have Menti where we will be sharing our thoughts on company policies before that panel discussion commences. So our leaders will almost be put in the spot here because we'll almost get a sense with regards to our workplaces, where we are in terms of the type of leaders that we need and the leadership strategies that we need to move gender equality forward. So I absolutely agree with you there, Minister, and looking forward to my panelists joining me for our first discussion around aviation leaders in conversation. We'll be touching on, amongst others, as mentioned, policies in the workplace, targets that they have set for themselves, as well as for their teams to ensure that they do reach the numbers that are desirable and targeted when it comes to gender equality, but also how do they ensure that gender considerations are integrated in all areas of organizations. It's not just the chief DEI's responsibility or the human resource department's responsibility, but each and every one of us in the workplace, particularly in the aviation industry and sector. How can we ensure that we promote gender equality with the blessing and encouragement from our leaders? So once again, thank you so much. Another round of applause to Minister of Transport, Sindisiwe Chikunga. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon to the stage to give brief remarks the administrator of the Transport Security Administration from the United States of America. May you please help me welcome onto the stage Mr. David Pekoski. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. This has been an incredible morning, and first to the Minister of Transport, Minister Chikunga, thank you so much for your remarks, for your time this morning in our personal conversation. I'm greatly inspired by your leadership here and by the inspiration that you've provided to all of us in the audience today. I'd also like to thank the chairman, Ernest Koza, for his great remarks. And Ernest and I, we both know we need to step it up in terms of how we appear. I tried, and not even knowing it, to get a bright red tie and to be as close to Papi Koza's top as I possibly could, but thanks. And if I could, for a moment, just brag on my colleague, my international colleague, your Director of Civil Aviation, Papi Koza. Papi is an incredible leader on the international stage. As was mentioned in the video that we saw, she chaired, for the very first time, a woman chaired the General Assembly of ICAO. Yes. And that was an incredible event. Just before the pandemic, we got so much done. And I really appreciate Papi's leadership. Papi also chairs our AVSEC panel, and the Transportation Security Administration focuses on security, and she's been an incredible leader to make sure that all of us, as we use the global aviation system, are safe and secure, and that we can trust that our civil aviation authorities around the world are adhering to standards that make sure that we're well taken care of as we fly and as we connect with each other, which is so important for the improvements that we need to make, certainly with women's equality and many, many other issues on the global stage. I would just offer some reflections from listening to the speakers about our progress in the United States in the Transportation and Security Administration. And one of the things that I mentioned to the minister when we were talking this morning is that if you look at the Transportation and Security Administration, the top leadership of our organization, there are 7 top leaders. They are part of what we call our Leadership Council. Of the 7 top leaders, 5 are women. So we are doing well from a... But as Papi said, one of the things that I think is important for all leaders in aviation and any industry is to lift as you rise. As you rise, and this applies to both men and women, to lift others, to achieve and to see opportunity and to see potential that you have demonstrated as an individual. The other thing with respect to TSA is half of our screening workforce are women. And that has been part of TSA's composition since founding in 2001. We also have a chief DEIA. In the United States, we have an A on that for accessibility, so diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility officer. Our chief DEIA officer is a woman, and she reports directly to me. What I've asked her to help us with is to develop a culture within the agency where we value, promote, reflect diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And she's been doing just a great job. But as all of you know, in attending these summits and events of a similar nature, this is a journey. And this is a journey that we need to continue to be on, that we need to continue to assess, as the minister mentioned, objectively our progress. I mean, when you listen to some of the numbers, 2%, 3%, a high of 4.9%. Wow, there's a lot of progress we need to make, and we need to make it as quickly as we can. We can't wait 100 years. We really shouldn't even have to wait 10 years. We should be there as quickly as we possibly can. And so I would just close by saying, hey, thank you so much for the very warm hospitality that I've had in South Africa. I unfortunately will only be here for about 36 hours, but I will come back, and I've been greatly inspired. Thank you. I've been greatly inspired by the conversations that we've already had this morning. I wish you all the best as you continue through the day. And just one of the things that I always think about from a position of leadership in an organization, and it really doesn't matter where you are in an organization, what leadership position you have, and I would submit that everybody is a leader in an organization, and everybody should focus on knowing the people they work with and lending that helping hand, showing a way, observing potential and helping to develop that potential. And I know that you'll have great conversations about that over the course of today. And I wish you every success going forward. And Minister and Poppy, thanks so much for your great hospitality here today. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pakuski, for joining us and also sharing your remarks with us. Good to know that the partnership is quite strengthened. It's still strong when it comes to, civil aviation. It's not just a South African problem, an African problem. It's a global issue, and we could see the commitment when it comes to all countries around the world trying to ensure that we do reach the numbers that we need to get to in our lifetime. Because when you hear about 100 years, I'm trying to see these numbers in my lifetime. I don't know about you. I'm trying to be here when I see those numbers. And that's why it's important to ensure that we accelerate the efforts and we, of course, lift women as we continue to progress in civil aviation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to break for about 15 minutes for our tea break. Important for me to emphasize only for 15 minutes. Please make sure that you do enjoy your coffee and tea while you do so. Our social media is still active at official Sakar on Twitter and Instagram, of course, as you continue to share with the rest of the world how it's going here and how we're progressing when it comes to gender equality. But also remember, when we come back from our tea break, we'll be unpacking those gender numbers. Statistics South Africa has made time to join us this morning to give us a presentation right before we delve into those important numbers and conversations with our leaders in aviation. So we're about to break for tea break, but before we do, if I may just request a few moments so that we may request Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga to rise and allow her to perhaps be the first to make her way out of the room, and then we can, of course, follow through with our tea break. So I'm looking at the time right now as we're giving Minister time to rise 10:36. So we'll be back, I suppose, around 10:50, if we may, so that we may continue on with our next session. Just a quick reminder, Statistics South Africa will be making a quick presentation regarding numbers in gender, unpacking those numbers for us and how vast and wide they are and the amount of work that needs to be done just in terms of those numbers. So we'll be joined, of course, by Stats, and thereafter a panel discussion with our leaders in aviation when we come back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your break.
At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women, and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women, and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women, and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women, and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA.
Khomotso, which department are you in again? Which department are you in again? Pell. Sharp. The National Gender Summit brought to you by the South African Civil Aviation Authority. I'm joined by Khomotso, who is part of the PAL department, and she will definitely share her experiences as well as her thoughts of today's summit. Khomotso, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. And as we are here at the National Gender Summit, tell me, what are your expectations of today, and what are you really looking forward to hearing about today?
Well, I would like to pick up from where we left off last year. So I've seen that they've expanded the scope and there's a lot of more influential people available. So I'm really, really excited to learn more on the steps to take now to climb up the ladder as a female in aviation. And I'm also willing to learn from my counterparts and also other women in different areas in aviation.
Absolutely, that is absolutely wonderful. And as you've mentioned, like you're saying, you're willing to learn from other women in the aviation industry. If you would just tell me about more in terms of what are the most challenges that you think that as females we face in the aviation industry?
Most of the time is that when you appear, people will think you don't have experience until you start talking, you know, because you'll come up as a young individual like myself. They will ask themselves, when did you finish school? When did you start working? Do you actually know what is in the regulation or what is in the books? So then you have to work twice as hard now to prove yourself, to show that you are fully equipped to actually be where you are appointed to be at that time of your life.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's important for us to also note that as women in aviation, we are absolutely capable, just as our counterparts as males who are capable in the aviation industry. And just apart from that, tell me, what more do you think that how do we bridge the gap in the aviation industry between males and females and actually getting more female participation?
For now, I think we need to do more emotional intelligence training for women. Because I realized that most of the time when they get up in the ladder, because you're trying so much to prove yourself, you become aggressive. So just put the aggression down and try and remain calm the whole time. You know, your experience and your work will speak for yourself. Just put the emotions aside and put your work into play for yourself. And for those ones that actually want to join us where we are right now, you must just follow those steps and see what you can do better without actually pushing yourself too much and, you know, going overboard with what's required.
100%. And as you've heard, Khomotso has really emphasized the fact that as females in the aviation industry, it's not about being aggressive. It's not about trying all the way to prove yourself. And it's really all about being the same gentlewoman that you are, but taking up the space in the aviation industry, as you absolutely should. Thank you so much, Khomotso, and thank you so much for sharing your insights with us.
Thank you. See you later.
Thank you.
At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women, and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to
National Aviation Gender Summit conversation. I'm joined by Gracious, who is a pilot in aviation, and she is with Fly Fufa. Gracious, how are you today?
Hi, Kisia Mwena.
I'm very well, thank you. Just tell me a little bit more about yourself and what space you take up in the aviation industry.
Jaga ubile ke nna le Tlhogonolo Gracious, Sekanamolete from Flyover Aviation. I'm a student pilot there. I'm basically from Rustenburg, but now located at Pretoria. Ke ithutela bo pilot, and then today we are here again celebrating it's basically Women's Month, and then again we celebrate this gender summit today.
Now, yaka o buile gore you are celebrating the gender summit. A mpotse gore wena ho attendile gender summit e meanang mo wena.
Basically nkare gore e meana gore as a woman le batho ba bontate ya ruta gore gender equality ya exista, and it is important mo eleng gore le bereka mo teng as women and male.
And when as in the women in the aviation industry, what space are you taking up? What do you feel like you have enough opportunities? Do you think that there can be more opportunities created for you? And what are you doing to ensure that you take up your space?
Basically from 3 years I can say I can feel the space, I can feel whatever that's going on. But wabusadi, they are taking over basically. Like only male people they are in the leadership, yes, the pilot. So Lina, I'm very proud, especially happy as a black student, o e leng gore I'm a pilot, e le gore ne re tlwaetse gore batho tshwanetse o nne doctor, lawyer, something like that. But I decided to take a different route. So now I am really so kidding. I'm very happy hore ka be le hore ke in this event today. I'm in part of your aviation.
And absolutely, that is absolutely important. Like she has noted, she is a black woman in aviation, and she's absolutely proud to be that. And that there are spaces that she's able to take up in aviation. And I think that's the most important point that we are trying to drive today with the National Aviation Gender Summit is that female black pilots, whether you're a pilot, whether you're in the aviation space, it is important for us to take up our space. And Gracious, just before I let you go, what are the main challenges that you would say have affected you at this point, or do you see in the aviation industry?
Basically, nkare hore jaaka o le motho o montsho a kere ga o itse gore nako nngwe aviation e dila jang go etsagalang. So di-challenges tse e leng gore ke kopane le tsone ke gore o gatelelwa ke batho ba bontate e le gore ke bone ba batlang gore ba be over wena o le motho wa mosadi, and then hape just because you are young you cannot expose the way batho ba batona bone ba batlang ka teng. And then this new generation, I can say I'm very proud gore ke yone e leng gore e take over, especially for women. Yes.
Absolutely, that is so important. That she's mentioned that number one, being young and in the aviation space is so important, and it is absolutely important for us to take up that space. And as we continue with the conversation today, we'll continue having many conversations with people who are young in the aviation industry. And as we continue to say what are the best ways for us to go through the challenges, but yet celebrating our achievements as young professionals in the aviation industry. Thank you.
who we are. Status A has embraced the concept of data ecosystem. So our vision is to improve the lives through data ecosystem. And one of the things that we want to do is to transform the production and coordination of the use of statistics. I think that's the reason why we were requested to come here. The way we are seeing data ecosystem, it's about acquisition, processing, integration, application, and visualization. Also identifying new data sources, new stakeholders, and also embracing new technology. This is our nice building. We are a national government department. Our minister is the minister in the presidency, and we are governed by our Statistical Act of 1999. Colleagues, this is how we're seeing a statistical production in South Africa. On the left-hand side, this is where the Department of Transport, this is where you're getting your admin data sources. We're processing them, the output, the outcomes, that is our official statistics. This is where you see the census and the surveys that we're conducting. The reason why we're doing this, colleagues, is to do the issues around policy analysis and also get to understand what is the impact by working with our colleagues who are in the research space, because they are looking for statistics to also measure where we are. If you look at annually, we publish almost 300 publications covering different themes around South Africans, living condition in South Africa, the issue around economy, the GDP, the CPI, and also now we are looking at issues around environment. Let's get to the numbers, colleagues. Don't be shy. This is not a statistics course. I'm just going to make it easy. So looking at the numbers, our South African population 2022, we are estimating 60.6 million South Africans. The growth is 0.06%. Let's break it down in terms of gender. 51% it's females, 31 million, 49.9 males, and 29.6 million in terms of a number. So majority of South Africans are females. Okay, let me repeat again. Majority of South Africans are females. Let's look at our age structure. We are a very youthful population, colleagues. And especially if you look at the age between 25 and 39. Let's look at some of the indicators that we are collecting, because I'm here to provide context in terms of what is happening in the country, to also give you a sense of how we're doing in some of these indicators. So let's look at the percentage of children living arrangement. Nationally, 44.1% of children lived with their mothers only, with about 1/3 lived with both parents. Children in more provinces like us, in Gauteng and Western Cape, they're more likely to live with both parents. So if you look at provinces like Eastern Cape, Eastern Cape and KZN, you see that the children are living either with the mother or without the father. Looking at the reasons why individuals aged between 7 and 18 are not attending educational institutions. We're breaking down these numbers in terms of gender because we want to showcase some of the challenges that we're picking up. So if you look at the top reason for males not attending school was poor academic performance with larger gender disparity in family commitment as a reason for not attending school. So if you look at the number for females, the reason why they're not attending school, family commitment, for males is 0.2. For females is 12.1%. So some of our young girl, aged between 7 and 18, they are not attending school because of family commitment. Family commitment here, we're referring to, they have to look after an uncle or an auntie who's sick. Economic empowerment. I'm going to give you an overview of how we're doing. We just released the labor market, also estimates. So if overall, if you look at how we're doing in terms of our employment, comparing quarter one and quarter two of 2023, 16.2 million that were employed in quarter one. In quarter two, 16.3 million were employed. In terms of unemployment, we're sitting at 7.9 million. Discouraged work seekers is 3.2 million, and others, they're sitting at 13.3 million. If you look at our official unemployment rate, we're sitting at 32.6% in quarter two. Let's look at the labor force participation rate and also absorption rate. So these are the key indicators to see how we're doing in terms of employment and also how our economy is absorbing some of our the working age population. So we're sitting at, in terms of labor force participation, it increased by 0.2% point. Now we're sitting at 59.6%. I know I always being asked that we should look at unemployment, official and expanded one. So I've added the slide that actually give you a sense. If you increase the definition of unemployment, you're adding the discouraged. You see that we are sitting at 11.9 million unemployed South Africans, which is 42.1%. And you can see it over time. Again, colleagues, my aim is not to depress you. My aim is to share the numbers as raw as they are, so that you understand the task. I think the program director mentioned that one of the challenges is to rise to this challenge. So I'm here just to share the numbers. I'm going to break down these numbers looking at the gender lens. Let's look at the employment looking at male and female. there's 2 million less women employed in Q2 than men. Remember, I said South African, we've got 51% females in South Africa. There were more women unemployed than men, more discouraged women than men, and more women not economically active. This is a challenge, colleagues. Looking at the labor force participation by gender, only 54.3% of women of working age in South Africa participated in the labor force, either as employed or looking for work. Look at the males, 64.9%. And this is being a trend over time. Unemployment rate by race. Over the past 10 years, the unemployment rate for women has been higher than for men. The female unemployment rate increased from 27.5% in Q2 of 2003 to 35.7%. Let's break it down by population group. Black African women continue to be more vulnerable with an unemployment rate of 39.8% in Q2 of 2003. This is 4.1% points higher than the national average of women at 35.7%. If you expand it, you see that the gap now is even wider. If you look at the expanded unemployment rate. For males, black female, male is 43.1, for female is 50.6%. That means half of black African women. Let's look at those who are not in education, not employed, not education, or in training. 36% of young females aged between 15 to 24 years were not in employment, education, or training in Q2 of 2003. This is 1.2% points decrease compared to Q2 of 2002. Again, the trend line on the top is for female, and the blue is for males, which is above the average line. Let's look at industries by sex. These are employed by sex and industry. Women were more likely to be employed in the private household and community and social services than men. So you see which industries it's actually attracting women compared to males. This industry is under transport. So it's 0.2 million females compared to 0.8 million males. Employment by sex and occupation. Again, women are more likely to be employed in domestic work occupation than men. There are twice as many men in marginal occupation than women. So again, we are not hitting those numbers at the top layer of our organizations. Our managers for males is 0.8 million. For females, it's half, is 0.4 million. Let's look at education and the gender gap between male and female in terms of graduates. It remained relatively stable over the period of 5 years, but they still favor males. So our gender parity ratio, if it's 100%, it means all of us were equal. So if you look at the numbers, less than matric is 0.17, and as you go up to the graduates, it's still 0.92. There's still a gap. The share of females by occupation, just to look at the 5 trend to see how are we doing. Working for household as a domestic worker was more common among females than males. there was a 4.7% percentage point increase for women in a skilled agriculture. So when we look at the occupations, we see that skilled agriculture, we have actually moved from 14.4% to 19.1%. If you look at the professionals, it's 50.8 in 2017 for females. Now we're sitting at 48%. The median female earnings as percentage of median male earnings. So here we just want to understand how much are they earning females compared to males. In 2022, women monthly earnings were 17.8 of the men monthly earnings. So there's still a gap between how much a female is earning compared to males. Let's get to looking at the social empowerment. I think this part of the presentation is just to give you a sense in terms of the issues of safety and also some of the challenges that South Africans are facing. So these are the two indicators that are part of the SDG 16 that as a country we are tracking in terms of feeling safe to walking alone in the neighborhood during the day and during the night. What we have found over the past 4 years or 5 years, we've seen that walking during the day have decreased from 18.3% to 80.8%, and those who indicated that they feel safe to walk alone at night, it had increased from 36% to 37%. If you break it down by gender, the majority of individuals, regardless of sex, felt unsafe walking alone at night in their neighborhood. If you specifically zoom into very unsafe, you see that it's 42% for females compared to 37.3% for males. Another indicator that we are also tracking is just to get an understanding and a perception of whether gender-based violence have increased or decreased or remained the same in the area that South Africans are living. A large proportion of females are of opinion that gender-based violence has increased in their areas. Yesterday, we've released a report on victims of crime, and this is just after SAPS have also released their crime stats. So we are working very closely with SAPS in terms of making sure that the policymakers are aware of the two data sources that are coming from the survey that we are conducting and also the administration stats that are coming from SAPS. So this is one of the slides that we presented yesterday to say that almost 28% of households reported that relative or a household member was a perpetrator of an assault. So if you look at the relatives, is around 27.8%, the spouse is 16.4%, a friend is around 15.9%. So combined, it's 60.2%, meaning that the victims, they know they are perpetrators. Perceptions about who commits the gender-based violence: your spouse, your previous spouse, your relative. So you could see the list of the individuals that South Africans believe that these are the ones that they think they commit the most of this act, including also an employer. I see colleagues are agreeing with the stats. We also further asked them, what do they think it costs? Do you think there's the cost of violence against women? Substance abuse, financial stress, unemployment. The list goes on, colleagues, in terms of poverty and mental health issue. This is something that we're also tracking and we've picked up currently as one of the issues that South Africans are also mentioning. Who they confined to? More than 2/3 of persons aged 16 years and above said they confined in relative or a family member that is not part of the household. About 67.8%. Let's look at the national elections that we had, colleagues, in terms of the voter turnout. Again, I'm still repeating my story to say in South Africa we've got more women. It's more than 51%. Look who comes to vote at the end of the day. Nationally, 57.3% females. Municipalities, 58.4% females. But our unemployment is still high for females. Okay? Something is not making sense. Females are the ones who comes and vote at the end of the day. But you've seen the numbers. Let me finish with the last slide. I think the minister have already mentioned this. If you look at the SDGs, we are busy finalizing the report for the SDG. It's going to be tabled at the parliament, and the SDG summit is coming in the next few months. We are looking at the report that the minister have already have alluded to. This is just to track specifically SDG 5, achieving gender equality and employment and empower all women and girls. If you look at the indicators that are under that goal number 5, 15% of those indicators are on track. 61.5% are moderate distance. 23% are far off track. Again, if we continue with this rate, colleagues, it will take us more than 100 years to reach some of these indicators. We'll share with you the result of the census. We're finalizing the census. I know most colleagues want to know whether we're still sitting at 60.6%, and 60.6 million South Africans. The report is coming in due course. And again, even the SDG report for the country, we are finalizing it. It will also be out soon. Thank you so much.
I see my honorable member here trying to run away from me. Not that quick, Soli. Thank you so much for that presentation. But, you know, from sitting behind listening to you share those numbers with us, I can almost sense in the room that these were some overwhelming numbers. These were some overwhelming statistics. I think sometimes we speak generally in our circles, in our workplaces, with our loved ones and family members, but we had absolutely no idea that this is how our numbers truly reflect. And oftentimes in news, we say there are numbers that are reported and there are unreported numbers. This is just from the data that Statistics SA credibly gathered. You imagine how many more are unreported, how many voices are suppressed and unreported and unrepresented when it comes to gender equality. So ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I'd like to open up the floor for an opportunity to ask questions. This is our Q&A session opportunity. If you have any question for Soli at this point, with regards to the numbers, with regards to the work that it takes for Stats SA to bring us these numbers when it comes to gender equality. I understand that the team has roving mics available on standby. All right, there they are. Please raise your hand and then we'll bring the mic to you. We've got about 5 minutes with Mr. Mulai just to, of course, take this opportunity to ask him any question that you may have regarding any of the numbers that he has shared with us, or at least on gender equality in the country. Any hand with regards to a question for Stats SA? All right, I see a question right in front on my left. Do we have a mic? This side? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Testing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is Mamora speaking. I don't know whether it's a question or it's a concern. If it's more women voting, why do we have so many men in positions? Are we oppressing ourselves?
I mean, you shared the number solely. You put it out there.
Yeah.
Do you want to perhaps add on to the comment?
I think this is one of the statistics that's, if SG was here, he was going to tell me, statisticians don't have emotions. You put the numbers out there. But this is one of the stats, because I was raised by a grandmother, and I know that one of the people that will wake up and go and cast the vote. And if you look at the numbers that I've presented in terms of unemployment rate, especially for black females, it's high. It's almost half. There's other slides that I didn't put, which colleagues will share, that also give you a sense in terms of how we're doing issues around health, especially for black females in terms of access to health. These are some of the challenges that are there. So if you're talking about gender equality, colleagues, you also need to be putting the numbers, because remember, these numbers, I'm presenting numbers, but these are people. These are South Africans. So these are our sisters, these are our mothers, these are our spouse, these are our loved ones. So as policymakers, as today, the panel that will be sitting here, talking about some of the challenges that, as a sector, you also need to think about that this is South Africans that's supposed to be saving these organizations. They're coming from areas where there's issues of crime, issues of safety, and also issues of gender-based violence.
Well, as we prepare for another question, perhaps let me ask you this, Mr. Malai, and my colleagues will let me know if there's another hand where we can take a question. But I remember the former Statistician General, Dr. Badilo Khotla, had presented in a separate event the priority list when it comes to education, where the government of this country prioritizes education. It was priority number 15 on the priority list. Now, this, of course, superseded by access to basic water, to housing, healthcare. There were a whole list, obviously leading to number 15. My question to you is, as Stats SA, do you know what priority numbers, gender equality, in terms of our government, where do they place it in terms of a priority list?
Thank you so much for that question. So from our side, we collected numbers from the household so that we can inform the government in terms of what they're supposed to do. So government, they do have the program of the day, obviously backing by the finance itself. So all of us, we are aware that the biggest, in terms of the chunk of the budget, goes to education and health. But from the statistics that we are collecting, especially post-COVID, we're still seeing the young ones, they're not attending to school. As you remember, early development centers during COVID, they were closed. Most of the schools, especially when you look at your rural areas and also in the townships, they couldn't afford to do online, remotely learning. When we look at the numbers, we haven't reached the pre-COVID numbers in terms of attendance. We're still having few little ones who are still at home. So we're hoping that we're working close with the Department of Education to see what could be one of the reasons why we are not seeing the little ones that are still at home, not necessarily attending schooling.
All right, perhaps we'll get to share that in the room, even when we have our mentee interaction with everyone in the room with regards to some of the issues we're discussing. I see a hand on my right. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Angie Masego. Sure, it's a pain, it's frustration. We are all frustrated. These numbers, it's not the first time that we're getting. What do we do as a country? What do we do? Do you take these numbers and discuss them with government? How are we going to sort this problem that we are sitting with as a country? It is a serious concern. Um, what I've noticed, South Africa, we're a good country. We've got good policies, we've got whatever, but countries from outside, they will come and take our policies and implement. But Tina, we keep on talking. We sit in boardrooms. It's time to stop talking, guys. We need to get into a format of that changing these things. Our girl child, they didn't get boys. Boys as well, they're frustrated, they're nyaupes. They do things because kids are frustrated. What do we do? The next generation is gonna ask us, you had the BE, what did you do for us, as parents? It's a concern. I'm just saying these things that let's stop talking. Let's action and do something and change. COO has said that women are empowered. We handle a lot of things. Can things be changed and let's stop talking? Next year when we come here, COO, can we come with action plan as to where we're going from here? I am very concerned and I'm worried. The reason why I'm saying that, I'm in the Drone Council. When 2020, when you was COVID, when we were launching the Drone Council and that, when we had a webinar with Kenya, Zipline, they took our policy, they told us that they implemented, they delivered medication through South African policy. But till now we sit in boardrooms, we fight, we talk, we do this. Can we change? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that question. And I can sense the frustration in your voice. I'll take one last question, and then we'll have to hand over to you, Mr. Mulai, just to wrap up for us before we move on to our next session. Yes? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to ask the room as to why are we having Status A in this platform, but we do not have the Department of Women and Persons with Disabilities so that they can take this information and do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that question.
I will answer.
So, you want to
Yeah.
answer a couple of questions?
Okay. Thank you so much, colleagues. Again, my apologies. My aim was not to depress anyone. It was just to provide statistics as it is. To my colleague, we are working close with the Department of Women and Persons with Disabilities. They are our close stakeholder. When we present the data, we share it with all South Africans, but we do have stakeholder engagement with different departments. Next week, we are hosting a global forum on gender statistics. We're bringing all the experts in terms of gender statistics, because as I said, there's a SDG summit that we are preparing. We are going to share some of the lessons that we, and also the colleagues from different countries, are also going to share. But before I go, Chair, I think for me, the challenge will be when we leave the room today, to your point, we need to make sure that we come up with 2 or 3 big things. Again, to avoid to have a talk and have action, let's come up with something that is actionable and measurable. Because I think sometimes we come here, we come up with things that are not measurable, and again, next year, we sit here, we're saying things are not moving. Let's come up with things that are able to measure, and you know that you can able to track them over time. By the time you come here, you provide a progress report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Placed you on the spot there, but you did well. Thank you so much. I know your superiors say do not attach emotions. You did not. You did your absolute best, and thank you so much for providing us with some needed answers. And I know these were just a few questions. There are many more. Hopefully this could begin conversations towards implementation, as one of our guests said, and not just always having talk shops, but also implementing on rather these policies, but also translating the data that is right before us and the numbers that are right before us and making sure that we have organizational change. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to go to our menti.com app. Once again, a reminder to please take out your phones and go to the online app. I'd like to check in with you. And speaking of implementation, company policies comes right on top. And this is the next question we're asking you on the menti.com app. It's also online, so please head over there. My team and my colleagues will, of course, bring the app for us. A reminder, it's www.menti.com. Here is your code 23384834. That's the secret code that you need to get inside into the app and answer a question around a company policy. And we'll see a couple of those options that you can select from in just a moment. But I'm sure if you're already in the app, you would already see what the question is and what the options that you will be, well, at least voting for are. So I'll allow my colleagues just to bring up, of course, that list of questions. But in the meantime, that code is 23384834 that you can punch into the menti.com app or online. And let's see what you have to say when it comes to company policies and whether or not they are efficient and effective when it comes to gender equality. If we're seeing improvement and progress in our companies, because oftentimes we hear about we will do, but we don't hear much of we have done, this is how far we've come, and this is the progress, and is of satisfaction to those in their organization. So please, my colleagues, if you may, move on to the next slide. Does your organization promote gender equality? Let me see the last word there. Does your organization have policies that promote gender equality? So we've got yes or no, and we also have policies exist, but they are not necessarily implemented. We also have I don't know. Aibo, who said I don't know? The I don't know faction, you are not permitted to participate. We need an opinion, either yes, no, or policies exist, but they are not implemented. So we see yes, organizations have policies that promote gender equality, receiving 35%. Policies exist, but they are not necessarily implemented, picking up there on 25%, 8% voting no, and still that 1% that says they don't know. So I'm hoping you will withdraw, as I'm, of course, buying you time. But as you can see, that overwhelming response from the 41% so far saying absolutely yes, they do see their organizations having policies that promote gender equality. You still have more time, of course, to continue voting on the menti.com app, and I suppose this would be one of our leading questions to our next panel with our aviation leaders as we get into conversation about what they're doing and what they've done to ensure that their policies already in their organizations continue to give us our desired result. All right, let me introduce our panelists to take me through this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, quite an important one. And of course, I'd like to please call upon your name and please come onto the stage as I do so. Mr. Aaron Munetsi, please come on to the front. Mr. Aaron Munetsi is the AASA Chief Executive Officer, also known as the Airlines Association of Southern Africa. Now, he's actively been involved in the selection and appointment, as well as development of team members of various airline operations across the entire Africa and Middle East regions. So looking forward to having this conversation with you. Thank you so much, Mr. Munetsi. A warm round of applause to him. All right, next up, joining me is the Chief Executive Officer from Swissport, Ms. Khanyi Khoza. Please come to the fore, Ms. Khanyi Khoza. Now, she's the CEO of Swissport South Africa Pty Ltd, appointed as of June 2021, where she's responsible for the operations and growth of the company, but currently also focused on taking Swissport South Africa to the next level and positioning the company as the first choice partner in aviation. A warm round of applause. Thank you for your time. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next, I'd like to call on the Chief Executive Officer for Air Traffic Navigation Services, Ms. Nozipho Ndawe, joining us right here at the summit. Thank you so much. Ms. Ndawe was appointed as a permanent CE of ATNS as from the 1st of April 2022. She's the second Black African woman to be appointed in this role within the company, marking quite a significant and historic milestone in South African aviation history. Thank you so much, Ms. Ndawe, for your time. Thank you. Please also allow me to welcome Ms. Khatile Nkala, the Executive Corporate Services at Transport Education Training Authority, joining us for this important conversation. And Ms. Nkala is the Executive Manager Corporate Service and has experience at board participation level in matters of policy formulation, in transformation, inclusion, learning, as well as development. A round of applause. Thank you for your time. Last but definitely not least, please allow me to call on the Chief Executive Officer of the Lanseria International Airport, Mr. Ramparam Mopo. And in the 24 years that he's occupied senior positions in corporates, now he attributes working with incredible business women, who in large part also credits for his successful business career. Now he says with these ethos, he's able to carry them through to the management at Lanseria International Airport. So please give my panelists a warm round of applause. And I think just before I take my seat, just a note to my colleagues, hopefully you can see me. I'll be seated right next to the podium. I'm not sure if my cameraman, you will be able to see me, but if not, colleagues, just a note that I will be seated right in front of the podium. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see me here. Hopefully you will. If not, please let me know so I can push in the chair in heels. Can push in this chair in heels. Are you happy? All right. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. A warm good morning to you. It's a pleasure having you, all delegates joining me on the panel. And I think let's start with the scene that's been set here by the numbers. The numbers telling us more about gender equality, particularly in our organizations that you operate. We've been given a broad perspective of how the country is looking. But when we look at these numbers, if I may start with you, Mr. Munetsi, what do they tell us about where we are right now as a country? What do they tell us about where we come from, but also the prospects of where we're going?
Once again, thank you very much for having me, and good morning to everybody. So I think when I heard Solly speak, I was not amazed or even surprised, because I'm aware of these numbers. I deal with these numbers on a daily basis. And what it says to us as a country, our colleagues, is that we are far from where we need to be. We cannot rest on our laurels. Yes, we give accolades and we acknowledge the DCE of Civil Aviation Authority for what they've been able to do in 10 years. That's very good progress. But from a national point of view, we are far from where we need to be. That's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, we have exceptional policies and processes that have already been enacted by the Constitution. But when we dig down, deep down, and we actually go beyond the numbers that we have been shared with today by SAS SAA, when we dig deep down and go to the communities where we all come from, we can see that even this 4% that they're talking about is nowhere near where the people that we live with every single day, who go home from looking for a job to a home where there is no electricity, there's no water, and there's no food. Then you realize that these numbers are cold numbers. As a nation, we actually need to go deep down and start talking about the warm blood of the people that are looking at each and every one of us in whatever position we are in, and saying, what can you do to help me? That's where we need to be. That's what these numbers are saying to me.
Absolutely. Ms. Khoza, then when we look at these numbers, and obviously the scene has been set that the numbers are depressing. They're depressing. I think Ms. Popikoza also mentioned that ideally it looks like it will take about over approximately 100 years to also attain some of the ideals that we have and the goals we've set ourselves for gender equality. But the consensus is we don't want to get to 100 years. We need to see to it with a sense of emergency. What are you doing right now as a chief executive officer, as a leader, as a woman, to ensure that you prioritize DEI, you prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion? And we can see that 100-year number or mark that we've been told about at least decreasing and declining.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Tumelo. And can I just say, what a voice. When I hear your voice in the morning on the news, I know it's time to go to work and that there's work to be done. So wonderful to meet you in person. And thank you to Ms. Poppy Koza and her team and to the minister as well for this wonderful invite. I think you're correct. The numbers are depressing, but I think a lot of work has been done. What the numbers tell me, though, is that the visuals are also very important. So, I mean, for me, just sitting in the audience, watching our Minister of Transport be female, you know, Ms. Poppy Koza, her leadership, my colleagues around me, and the support we receive as female leaders in this industry, I think we can all appreciate that there's a lot of work already happening. I think for myself at Swissport, I must say I do have the privilege of running an organization locally, but being a part of an organization at a global level that really does support female leadership and females in the industry. I mean, at a global level, I'll just give you some of our numbers. Swissport is a signatory of the IATA initiative, which is 25 by 2025, which means 25% of females in an organization by 2025. It's a voluntary initiative, but for us at a global level, a third of the management is female. Even globally, our workforce, a third of it is female. Interestingly, even within Swissport South Africa, a third of our female workforce is, a third of our workforce is female. I know this because we just bought chocolates on Women's Day on the 9th of August, and it was almost exactly 30%. But I think, you know, if I look at the statistics that were just presented, or even the survey you just did, there's a 50-50 split around the responses of, does your organization have policies that promote gender equality, and are they implemented? And I think we have to get interested in the granular level of detail as to why they're not being implemented. I'll give you a good example. So for us at Swissport, I mean, we've got female leadership at board level. The CEO is female, the CFO is female. I'm an acting chair of the board. I'm the first CEO who's a member of the board. I've got my female leaders here, Yvette, Zelda, Nikki. The lady who asked the tough question is from our HR team, Faith, as well. So we've got that right. But what we've also come to notice in terms of being inclusive as a company and bringing in females into the organization, even at an operational level, there was work to be done. For me, it's seeing what the pay split is amongst our male and female counterparts, but also in terms of things like employee well-being. So we introduced staff transport as of the 1st of August. And the sole reason we came up with this idea was I learned that when our females in particular leave the cargo operation at night, they walk to a bridge. Now, I can talk all I want about how wonderful our policies are and how much work we put into bringing in females, but if they don't feel safe leaving the operation late at night, working the late shift, we're not even trying. So for me, I think the granular detail around why those policies are not implementable is where the work is, even for us as corporates.
Quite an interesting perspective when it comes to policy. Yeah. Very interesting. I mean, also when I had my briefing with the team ahead of the summit, conversations around, you know, when we think about, you know, air traffic, navigation services, for instance, and Ms. Dow, perhaps you can speak to this as well, and we think about technicalities and, you know, instances where there's manpower in terms of lifting, etc. One wonders if, you know, policies do account or acknowledge the human body or the woman body for that instance. If a woman is pregnant, would she be expected, for instance, to carry, you know, heavy duty? If a woman's body or biology is not that similar to that of a man, what policies, are there policies rather to accommodate, you know, the woman's biology? And I suppose speaking to that, Ms. Mtawa, you can speak to your current gender equality policy within ATNS and its key objectives, and you know, following through with whether or not some policies do you plainly ignore because they fit for men and not for women, or do you work around ensuring that they do you know, accommodate women?
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. Beautiful ladies, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm so glad that we are together to talk about how do we improve the way we are able to empower women, and there's also mobility for women in the aviation sector. Let me start by saying that our policies, in fact, the policies that we have, particularly if you look at the procurement, preferential procurement policy, you look at the transformation policy, implement equity policy, those policies are geared to ensure that they are executed. And we are measured and monitored by the team, the executive team, which is led by females. I mean, one of them is here, Ms. Tandegam Tebuga seated there. She's our legal counsel responsible for compliance, as well as she's one of the assurance providers. We also have our chief audit, she is, in fact, also making sure that we are held accountable. So first of all, we've got policies. Secondly, we get measured on those policies, including our board. They hold us accountable for that. And as I said, we've got two ladies that are leading that process. So, and I also want to say that taking into account the importance of the human, we work in the airspace environment. So our airspace environment requires people that are really sane, that are able to operate soberly, but the environment must be conducive as well. So we've got employees that are provided with solutions, that are provided with opportunities to be able to take care of the human factor, the economy of the environment, as well as the psychology of the employees. So we put so much effort and investment in ensuring that our human capital is safe, but also they operate with a mind that ensures that we're able to keep the airspace safely, because that's what we need to do. When you talk about our engineers, let me also say that if you look at the total number of our operational staff, we're sitting at more than 60%. And when I say 60%, I include engineers, I include the admin teams that are supporting the operations team. We also note that in our environment, it's not easy to find women that we're able to enter into the space, but we're pushing the boundaries. We're making sure that we're, from the early stages with our bursary system, with our learnerships, 50% of the learnerships are females. Looking at the senior management team, we're sitting at 62% as well. If you look at the board level, we're sitting at 50%. So we are pushing boundaries to ensure that we've got female. But in operations, let me go back to operations, where we have engineers, where we have ATCs, air traffic controllers, and aeronautical information management teams. They are really ensuring that they are keeping our skies safe, but we are ensuring that they are also having all the resources, all the tools that require them to ensure that they deliver on the mandate that we have, which is to have safe operations in the airspace and efficiency. So we do really put effort and resources in ensuring that.
Yeah. And also when it comes to policy and informing policy, data is important. Insights are important to inform those policy. You mentioned earlier on that what the requirements and criteria are. You require someone that is sane. You require, X amount of things to be adhered to or complied with so that your work can be of success. And that leads me to you, Ms. Nkaila, just in terms of the role that you play as a training authority in ensuring that there is training and development within workforces, but also training and development around gender equality, particularly in aviation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director, and I just want to say thank you very much to Mayor Poppy for having us. Training authority, we're in the transport, so transport is vast as it is. This is one subsector, aviation, but it spans about 8 subsectors. Now, we work in collaboration with our employers, and they are sitting here. And I'm very happy when I hear stories and narratives that talk about progress, that talk about the numbers and changing the face in the boardrooms. That's the support and collaboration that we do with these employers that are sitting here. So we do what we do through levies that we get from the employers, and we support through funding all the programs that are there in the workplaces. So in aviation, in all the employers in aviation, all the training that is required. In aviation, for you to handle any equipment, most of the equipment in aviation, we did aircraft, or the work that Ms. talking about, aircraft navigation, you need to be qualified, well-trained, have qualification and certificates. So that's the work that we do through the levies that we grant to the employers. Now, it gives us joy when we hear that one of our policies is that we fund, and that's where we make inroads in terms of the gender equality. We fund 54% of all the training that is required that should be for females. So that's where we drive, really, the change that you see and you hear about from our employers that are sitting here. When they shine and they say, it is because we managed to train females, these numbers over and above the males. That's because of the collaboration that we do. So we do that. Training is one of them. But the women that Bomme are talking about here that have stepped forward, that are leaders in employers, we fund through what we call leadership development. And Bomme would know about it because most of the leaders that have stepped forward, that they have been able to choose, are eligible. It's because of the type of collaboration and support that we have gotten to them. But remember, the levy pot is very minimal. The transport sector comes from a long time of nearly being decimated, and Mepopi spoke about it earlier. It just means that when transport companies, go down, we've seen that over the 5 years, that impacts on the amount of levies that we receive from these employers. Now, that limits the amount of training, the type of training that we're talking about, and support that we can offer to the employers. But we have found innovative ways, with partners sitting around the room, to still continue to fund. And that's why we see the faces changing in the boardrooms. So we employ what we call co-funding models. And we do have our employer association sitting here, where we have co-funded with them training in drones. And through our key strategy, we have said, when you do choose your beneficiaries for the training for drones, make them females. And those are the numbers that you see when we talk about the transformation in the transport sector.
Yeah. I can definitely attest to the training authorities' level of strictness when it comes to empowering particularly black women, young black women, even when it comes to absorbing them in either internships or learnership, mentorship, skills programs. Oftentimes you would see the criteria loud and proud. It's black women, African women from previously disadvantaged communities, which is quite important, at least from what we've seen from Stats SA's representation and presentation from Solumulai had to say and tell us this morning. But Ndata Ramopo, I mean, when I read your profile, and I was chuckling a bit, I have to admit, I read your profile and, the rest of my speakers, no shade to them. I mean, they were, sharing qualifications. This is what I've done, how many years. You were like, listen, now I was built by women. I'm for women. Forget what I studied in university. Just know I'm here because of women. And that came out. I don't know if it was for the purpose of this event, but you were very intentional. Please give him a round of applause. He was so intentional in making sure that program director understands that all credit goes to the businesswomen that you have worked with and the women that have built up the executive that you are today. But with that being said and with that background, has Lanseria International Airport set targets and goals to ensure that there continues to be an increase in women representation? We're talking here when it comes to procurement, resources out to women in aviation.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Tumi. And good morning, everyone. I think when I look back, in fact, when I look at the stats by Soli, they are just depressing, and trying to look at the things that we have done as the industry. There's a lot that still needs to be done. When I took over the management of Lanseria back in 2015, the company was dominated by male individuals, white male, in fact, for that matter. So, and when I got in, it was a matter of managing expectations from our black employees, because they see this black person come in to take over the management of the company, and things are just going to start happening, And then you had to allay the fears of the white counterparts, because the thinking there, or the perception was, I'm coming here to actually bullet everyone, and replace them with black individuals. And that was not really my strategy. For me, I observed and I accepted that this is a journey that we have to work with everyone. But intentionally, I said to myself that for us to actually make a difference, we can set ourselves the targets, we can come up with policies and so forth and so on. But for as long as we're not implementing that, we're not going to actually succeed. And in fact, what I'm picking up from these stats is that, and the numbers that are coming out of the survey as well, and I'm one of those who said the policies are there but are not being implemented. And that's actually the elephant in the room. And the other thing that I've observed also is that, are we actually having the right people in the room to formulate those policies? I was having a conversation with my son about a year ago when they had an issue with some racial aspect of at the school. And he said to me, Daddy, I just don't understand when people are talking about policy on, for example, appearance of students. Then you have all this old white male that coming up with a policy on hair. I mean, I don't understand, or I don't even know the difference between a plaited hair or a cornrow or something like that. And you put men to come up with a policy to actually regulate that. It doesn't really work.
It doesn't work.
You know?
Yeah.
So we have to have the right people in the room to actually formulate that policy. You know, as I said, when I took over, so we had 100% male. I was the first black executive. In fact, I remember there was a protest at Lanseria, people wanting to know why is Lanseria not transforming, and so forth and so on. And we were supposed to address the protesters from the local community. You know, and they were shouting and saying, we want the CEO of this company to come and address us. And I was there. You know, and as I took the mic, everybody was shocked. Oh, the CEO of Lanseria is actually black, you know. So we've moved mountains as well. So I have an executive team today since I took over. By the way, and I don't like talking about stats or targets, you know, because I hate this thing of ticking the box. You know, for me, it's actually doing the right things. So we were level 8 BEE. You know, it didn't really mean anything to me other than to set the targets for myself. So 5 years later, we got to level 2. You know, and what did we do? Firstly, look at the profile of our organization in terms of gender representation. Secondly, procurement, as well skills development, as well as enterprise development. So today I sit with an executive team. It's about 6 of us, 50% of that is female. You know, I sit with a board, about 10 board members, 50% of that is female as well, black female.
Wow.
At the procurement level, we state categorically and without even being apologetic about it, that you have to have 30% of your structure black women owned.
Yeah.
You know, so unfortunately for us, COVID actually redressed some of the gains that we made during the course. I think when we started with our empowerment and transformation profile or agenda, we also looked at enterprise development. So, and I'm proud today to say that one of the first women that actually started a rental business, you know, is a woman that started at Lanseria. You know, so we empowered them, we provided them with soft loans to make sure that they actually succeed. And for me, that transformation is mostly, it's important that it is sustainable over a long term. You know, I don't like the fact that people will come to me and say, open up opportunities for myself to actually supply services or sell goods and services. And then this person is in this area, and the next thing he comes to me and say, I would like to have an opportunity in that and all of that. I say the cake is actually big for everyone to participate, you know. So for me, it's give me coffee, as the late Derek was will say, you know, to accept the things that I cannot change, you know, and that's very important. But otherwise, give me whiskey or wine to change the things that I can. And everything will fall in place.
Holy waters.
Absolutely, you know. So we've walked the journey. I'm very disappointed with the stats that I'm seeing today. I think my observation is that there is something wrong with the system, you know, and we need to do something about it. You know, as industry, we need to come together. As government entities, we need to come together to change the discourse and make a difference.
Right. And on that note, because, you know, I really agree with the point that you mentioned on ticking boxes, because sometimes we do a qualitative, you know, test run and not necessarily a qualitative one. Even if the boxes were to be ticked, is there enrichment in ensuring that, you know, gender equality is really gender empowerment? You know, are women placed there, but yet we still see gender pay parity and gaps, women not being compensated for equal work, when it comes to their male counterparts. So it comes to my next question to you, Mr. Monetsi, in terms of the work that you do. And I will open the floor in just a moment to also, engage with my panelists. But to you, Mr. Monetsi, I mean, with the work that you have done and continue to do in the Southern Africa region, what actually informs policy not being implemented? But also, is it enriched policy? Is it just a tick boxing, exercise, a box ticking exercise rather, instead of making sure that we enrich these policies and we empower women in these organizations, we compensate them for equal work with their male counterparts, and we really do see a qualitative and quantitative progress in this regard?
So, Program Director, I think there are three levels that probably I need to share with the room. So the first one is that across the width and breadth of the SADC region, 18 countries, you will see that the countries or the organizations that are more progressive actually focus more on the enrichment of women as opposed to empowerment and equity. They actually enrich them in terms of just acknowledging who they are. I can give you examples across the width and breadth. In Mauritius, for example, in Zambia, for example, in Namibia recently. The format was very simple. Just acknowledge the women for who they are and give them the space that they need, first and foremost. The second level, which I think is even more important after the enrichment, is the acknowledgement of their role in terms of just acknowledging that women can do what men can do. But over and above that, also acknowledging that women can do better than women, than men. And that I have seen in organizations, for lack of plugging, for want of plugging, one entity about the other. In Mauritius, a specific organization that actually said, yes, you've been the CEO for 3 years, but the person below you, who has been the COO, and she's a woman, has been doing better than you, so we are downgrading you, and we're putting this person in this position. That, to me, is where we need to be. Ticking boxes doesn't get us anywhere. We need to be able to see the action, and then not only acknowledging this person, but empowering her to say, you are now the CEO. You set targets for yourself in terms of bringing other women on board with you. And in a very short space, 11 months, she was able to completely convert her entire organizational structure to have 80% women, and this is where I need the audience to applaud. And in those 11 months, take that organization from loss-making to the best performing organization in Mauritius.
Wow. Because it's often said that it's easier said than done. We may speak ideally, but when we go back to our organizations, there are challenges, it seems, still to be maneuvered. And Ms. Khoza, did you experience any challenges whatsoever at Swissport when it comes to promoting DEI, when it comes to promoting gender equality? How did you maneuver some of those challenges? Policy implementation being one of them, strong in the room, in as far as other facets of society, but in aviation, in your industry, in your organization, did you perhaps encounter challenges? How did you maneuver them so that when we leave here today, we may practically know where to start in addressing some of these challenges?
Sure, thanks, Dumela. Look, challenges, where do I begin? In this industry, I think you get discriminated against for being female, you get discriminated against for being black, you get discriminated against for being put together, you get discriminated against for having the same surname as, the head of the CIA. I don't know. I have lots of stories to tell, but I have to say, for me, it's always important to also recognize the role that our male counterparts play in helping us as female leaders and just female colleagues navigate these corporate spaces. I always say that I was recommended for my job by a male, because it was a male who had the job to recommend me for, right? So it's important that our male counterparts, I think, play a very strong role. And I'm very grateful for the support that I've gotten from them and from other female leaders in the industry as well, who, when you are a newcomer, who reach out to you and create a community of other female leaders around you and say, if you ever need anything, just give me a call. And I think for me, that also gives me the task of paying it forward. For other female leaders, I mean, one of the themes of today is that we should lift as we rise. And I think if there's one gap I do identify is the lack of collaboration. So we all have great programs, policies, initiatives, etc. But I think, as Rampa referred to earlier, the pie is so big, there's enough room for everybody. But I think if we were to collaborate more proactively with some of these initiatives, I think we would shift the needle significantly on some of these numbers that we spoke of earlier. So, yes, I faced many challenges, but I'm also grateful because I also think you never find your voice as a leader until you overcome certain challenges. So, without them, I probably wouldn't be here. But yeah, I think we all face challenges in our respective roles, whether you're a regulator, whether you're in the private sector. But I also think it doesn't stop the work from being done.
Absolutely. And it's some of those systematic challenges that I think, you know, we're trying to address here when it comes to moving that needle, when it comes to gender equality in the workplace. And Ms. Mdawe, I just wonder, in your experience, if any, if you could share with me, unconscious bias that, you know, women, particularly black women, go through in aviation. What are some of those examples that you can share with me, and how perhaps you have not only maneuvered them, but also how you've, you know, orchestrated a culture in the workplace that addresses unconscious bias? Oftentimes, even in the media, you know, we would see an organization that is going through bad publicity. We would then see that male CEO either resigning or being dismissed, and then a black woman comes. And there's almost that unconscious bias that says in the newsrooms that, is the black woman there to save? Will she save? Is she only good enough to save an organization? You know, is a woman even able? Does she have capacity? It's almost as if it's bias that we can't escape. It's systematic. In your experience, though, when it comes to that, how have you addressed it, not only for yourself, but for your organization?
I've experienced it for quite some time in my journey of my career, from being in the mining sector up until now, where you enter this industry of aviation in particular. The question is, what does she know about aviation? Can she tell us about airspace management? Can she tell us about the operations technologies that are used? So you have to prove yourself all the time. I've just appointed a few females, and I said to them, you know what? You might not have the experience in the aviation sector, but what I appreciate you have is your leadership capabilities, which I need for you to transform this organization. And I just want to say, to our male counterparts, because it's mostly from them, because I don't think they've embraced the fact that women are in this aviation sector. They expect us to be like them. And I dare you, I will never be like a man. I will be as a female as I am. And I am confident in bringing in the knowledge and experience that I have. That is very vast. It cuts across the continent. And I'm bold to say, I know what I know, and I'll make sure that I do what I do and achieve what is meant for me to achieve. So that's what I do. I just get there and be bold. It's not easy, particularly for the young females that are entering the space, because they have to prove, particularly in operational areas. You know, she works for Swissport. I worked for Apron Services. I was a shift controller. One of the things that was around 1996, and transformation was just being introduced, employment equity was just introduced. And one of the things that we needed to do was to bring in females in operations. And then you think about it, a 737, loading cargo on a 737 on a conveyor, how do you bring a woman into that hole of a conveyor? With men, it's easy, they would lift themselves up. With a female, how do you do that? It was a challenge. So those challenges that I've experienced in the past, they are still experienced by our females in operational environment, particularly engineering and as well as in our core operations, but they're also experienced at any other management level. So all I want to say is, female colleagues, let's support each other.
Absolutely.
Let's support each other. As I enter the environment that I'm not familiar to, I need you to educate me about the do's and the don'ts, about the pros and the cons, because I know nothing. But at times, as female, we also say, I want to see, they've appointed the CEO, let me see whether she can do it. Let me tell you, I will do it. But what I will do, I will help you to do it as well, because I won't hold it against you.
Yeah.
So yeah. But we will get there.
Absolutely.
And I am happy that there's more women that are appointed in the aviation sector, as you can see. And we are holding each other by hand, and we're pushing. We are pushing, and we'll forever push.
Oh, that's
Thank you.
amazing. Yeah. And Ms. Mdawa, I'll tell you why that support is so significant and important, because as you mentioned, it seems women have to constantly prove themselves over and above their male counterparts. I always give the example that it's similar to wearing heels, riding a bicycle, juggling balls, and belting your best Celine Dion voice, just to show that you are worthy, or you're capable. It's almost as if that's what we have to constantly do, because some of the research that we have seen, even with interviews alone, when recruitment processes take place, women often doubt themselves. If they meet 3 out of 10 points in terms of a criteria list from a position that they saw either on LinkedIn or wherever, they're bound to say, you know what, maybe let me not, because I missed out on the other 7. When men qualify for 3 out of 10, they're like, so bona pambili, we'll see when we get there, let me just get then belted. So my point is that we need that support. We need to see more women, coming forth, but also that support within the organization being equally important. But Ms. Ngala, I mean, we're talking here about women. We're talking about, women that are already in executive leadership, going through these challenges, unconscious bias being one of them. One can only imagine what young girls are going through, what youth, what young women, what young teenage girls, for instance. Ms. Mulai is sharing those numbers that we have barely reached even COVID levels because COVID set us back when it comes to access to education, access to training, mentorship, learning programs and initiatives. What are you doing to ensure that you do partner up with the relevant stakeholders, with government, with key role players, so that you groom this and you nurture education and training in aviation from a very young age, and empower these young women, young girls with information to make informed decision about aviation?
Absolutely. And, we subscribe, for lack of a better word, to the National Skills Development Program. So it drives the work that we do in terms of our strategy, is underpinned by that. Now, one of the programs say that we need to cultivate the love and the passion for aviation. Now I'm talking about transport anyway. For aviation, the education about aviation, and that we can do when we go to schools, first through advocacy. Remember I said the work that we do through collaborations with our employer partners. Yesterday I was just at Gibela, and we took young girl children to walk the plant and see how the trains are manufactured. And we're responding to just that part that says 7 out of 10 people, the population in the transport sector is men, and the balance is female. So what do we do about it? So we cultivate that from earlier in the pipeline, through the schools, through advocacy, through career exhibitions, where many of our stakeholders sitting here do it. But we also then partner with funders, where we fund bursaries for education in the STEM path. So science, your maths, your technology, where we spot that talent and we cultivate that talent and the hard work that comes with it for maths and for science, because those are the prerequisites that makes any child eligible to be able to enter the path in the education, to be able to get to these programs or careers that we're talking about. The collaboration that I'm talking about, the funding for these girl children, that's where we say to to the stakeholders in our policies. When you choose, make sure that the percentage is higher for the girl children so that we are able to nurture them through the pipeline, but change the narrative that we see and that we're talking about. Not only through the school system, but through the higher education system. One of the programs actually talk about that we need to support and make sure that through the higher education system, we either place young students in workplaces to get them exposed, so that when they are eligible and come out of the schooling system and they say, I'm eligible, and I'm here, I'm looking for work, I have got the right qualifications. You don't say here, we are looking for this number of years experience. So we support that kind of experience by exposing them through the workplaces, but we don't do it alone. We just support the program and the policy, and we say, employers sitting here are the numbers of eligible school, higher education learners that you can expose to your workplaces, so that, because we also know the numbers have showed us that the aviation workforce is aging. Now, that's the type of programs that we support, to say, start through the pipeline, here they are, expose them in your workplaces so that they get ready and eligible, so that as through the pipeline, your others go out onto the other end, these ones come in, but you've played a role by exposing them. So that's the type of work that we do. So we support through the pipeline from the learner schooling system, right through into the workplace, right out of the workplace, where some of them become SMMEs, and we support that type of advocacy through women empowerment summits. And let me say this. We always say that, and May has said it, I raise my hand, I'm appointed as a CEO, as a leader, and you all then say, yeah, we'll see if this person will cut it. Men also go through the same thing, but the system supports them. They've got counterparts that support them. Now, through our Women Empower Summit, we say, let's take the golf mentality and all the things that happen at the golf, bring it into the boardroom, because we cannot get to the golf. We need to raise children. We need to get home and cook. There are a lot of things that we need to do. We may not get to the golf course, but let's bring the golf course here. So that's the kind of support that we've always supported and spearheaded together with our partners sitting here for women to say, come to the golf course, and we support them by bringing in opportunities from people that are available, like Buntate, who will say, at Lanseria, I need this and this and this and this, and here's how you can find me. The golf course is here, and the women can see those kind of opportunities. So that's the kind of work that we have done in collaboration with our partners.
And that work is so important, Ms. Ngala, absolutely so important, because I mean, I have spoken to young women. The top two things they usually complain about, or at least young girls, when it comes to aviation and opportunities in aviation, is number one, the cost to go to school. It's expensive. And if Stats says anything to go by in the numbers, we're seeing where Black African women, but also where Black African young women are in terms of how disadvantaged they are, in terms of socioeconomic standards. So how exactly do we expect them to afford these exorbitant fees to get into aviation school? But also, number two, not enough exposure. Oftentimes it's the law, it's the medicine, administrative opportunities, but where is aviation? Where is transport, in making sure that you go to deep rural South Africa and you tell that child KwaNongoma or KwaLebagomo about the opportunities that lie in aviation. So that collaboration, very important and significant to ensure that there's more representation. Just my last question to Mr. Ramapo before I open up to the floor, and we'll take brief comments before I have to wrap up due to time. Speaking under the same banner of collaboration, when it comes to airports, the aviation industry associations, what is the conversation in the room about gender equality? I'm sure you've often perhaps even heard about, the boys club, or, women trying to penetrate this boys club, but what is the conversation like with industry, peers and leaders in terms of gender equality?
Well, Tumela, I think the conversation is taking place, but the frustration that I have as an individual is that it just ends up as just a conversation. I think people are very conscious about what the industry is doing and what we're lacking in terms of gender equality. And there is a commitment out there, in fact, to make sure that as industry we support transformation agenda, especially women empowerment. But there's a lot that we have to do that it still has to be done as the industry. I mean, and I suppose for me is that when I got into the industry as well, I was saying to my team, you know, what I know about aviation is dangerous, you know, but I needed to go in there and understand and learn about the industry. And that's those prejudices that our women are also facing as well. You know, when they get into the room, you know, people are saying to them that they actually know nothing about this industry or about this environment. And they don't give them the opportunity to explore, to understand. So I said to my team when I first stepped into the boardroom and they talk about DVOR and so forth and so on, and I said, whoa, I actually don't understand what you guys are talking about. If I start talking my language, then we're not going to be understanding each other.
Yeah.
So let's get to the level where I understand what's going on so that I can be able to know what are the challenges that we're experiencing. And that's the attitude that I think we should be adopting as well in terms of this policy. It's very important to have these partnerships with a whole lot of industry associations. I suppose for me, what is important is about awareness as well. You know, it's the way in which we've done this is to redress or address the structural impediments or disparities. But we need to also make sure that we reshape the cultural paradigm within organizations. We need to have an awareness campaign to educate our employees as well about gender equality, about gender equity and so forth and so on. Because when I was a little boy, you know, there are certain things that I had understood that they actually have to be done by men and some by women. You know, I was frustrated when my grandmother was saying to me that I can see you as a medical doctor, you know, and for me it's just like, but surely there's something else that one can do because I hate the sight of blood, you know. So, and as I went by and met people and got to understand other disciplines as well,
Right.
you know, I went there and wanted to find out. So the training is very important as well. So I think as industry, we need to collaborate with educational institutions, with government as well in terms of policy formulation, but also with the local communities in terms of grassroots impact on our agenda. So it's not just about crafting the policy to address the imbalances of the past, but also to make sure that we change the mindset. You know, we make sure that people embrace this gender equality so that the industry becomes all-inclusive, you know, all-encompassing. You know, it's actually when I listened to the stats by the minister when she spoke about 4% is in worldwide industry in terms of female representation. We have a long way to go. You know, South Africa is doing well at 13%, but we can do more. You know, as men, me and Tade Aaron, you know, we cannot do it ourselves only. You know, we need, you know, to have that the conversation has to involve everyone else, you know, so that we can shape the policy and make sure that we make a difference.
And also going back to your earlier point about, you know, the example you shared with your son around conversation regarding racism at school, representation is important. Absolutely. Even with that collaboration, even with those partnerships, there needs to be representation.
100%.
So that nobody asks, you know, was there no one in the room, you know, to advise this group that they are off-ramping via Colette Drive. They are not on the N1. But I'll open up to you onto the floor. I'll take just a maximum 3 questions. Please keep them as brief as possible so that we can maintain time. And then I'll, of course, share them with our panelists. Any questions that we have? Roving mics available. Please help me, colleagues, just to locate some of the hands. Thank you. As brief as possible, please. We'll take them at a go, and then we'll just answer as we close. Thank you.
1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Thank you, Tomelo, and thank you to the family that all attended, and also for this event. Thank you very much. My name is Marshall from Cape Town, an organization called Youth Media Movement. I'm also the only black person in Western Cape that holds an ROC, so I play with a lot of white boys who can understand what I'm facing in Western Cape. Currently, I just wanted to address some of what we were saying, and I want to thank Civil Aviation Authority for also standing strong in terms of transformation. What's currently happening now, and I want to thank Mr. Temba also for pushing, because as we can see what's happening in communities, as you can already, I'm the only black person in the Western Cape. So it's very difficult for me when it comes to. We're currently training also young people, and most of our young people that's been trained is from townships. Let it be Kailicha, Mitchell's Plain, the furthest one is Swellendam and Malmesbury. They all come and been trained in Mitchell's Plain. What we have done is most of them are women. What we find the difficult part, and what my previous speaker was saying earlier, is that because all of our young people comes from backgrounds that is poor, it's very difficult for them to keep on the stipends when they know there's no money at home, there's nothing at home. So they must take the stipends and spend it in the house, and then they don't have transport to come to the training. Those are some of the challenges that we find, that the reason the dropout rate is also high is because the lack of support within the homes. Now, I just want to quickly touch on something which is very important. Where I come from, my mother told me, this industry is not for you, my son. You can see who's working there. You must get you another job, sweep the streets, keep you there. That's for white people. And I think what I was facing with my training, and please, if I'm wrong, I will prove it also that I'm right, that many of my young people were saying, their parents was asking them, what kind of job are you going to get in that industry? When I leave this studying, you must go and get you a job there by the factory. Because that was the only thing that was imprinted in our parents' mind. I want to end off by saying, there's lots of work for us to do. The work starts actually on, not the school, but at the homes.
Right.
The homes, when I say that, I want to promote ANC. Ooh, look how everyone is looking now. I promote ANC because you need to have aviation, navigation, and communication to stir a direction in your house. Thank you very much for SACWA, and thank you for 18S, and thank you for you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for that comment. Yeah, no, it got a bit awkward there. But you saved the day. No, we bambil makaban. Do we have another hand? A brief question, please. Very brief, I may ask, please.
Thank you. My name is Angel Hukulu. I'm from the company called Royal Impression Academy. We are the first company that we are accredited on aviation cyber security, and women-owned, black women-owned company. Currently, we are still... Currently, we are struggling to enter into the market. As you know, that there are barriers to the entry. And what I would like to call here is we are trying to knock to the doors. Please open for us. And because we keep on sending messages, emails, no one is responding. Even Lanseria, we've been trying to make an appointment with you. Please, we're going to come answer our emails, yes. And I also want to call everyone here to support us, because it's a regulated training. We are accredited with CAA, and please, because soon all the companies, you will be required to get this training, like AFSEC. It's part of Part 109. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lanseria, we don't want another protest. You heard the request. All right, the last question, please. And then I'll allow my panelists to close briefly.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Tabile, I'm from AXA. I just wanted, it's actually a comment on my side, because earlier on, somebody from there asked are there many women voters, but we don't see the representation accordingly. And I was sitting here reflecting, it's because we don't fix our crowns. I want to go back to, we don't fix each other's crowns. I want to go back to the comment that Nozi, the CEO of 18S, made, because she was very, very clear about her conscious fixing other people's crowns, which I just want to acknowledge on my side because I've also experienced her also fixing my crown. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that testimonial, but also giving your questions. And I suppose as we close briefly, please, my panelists, your closing comments, but not just dwelling on the problem. How do we move forward? How can we hold our leadership accountable next year when we meet again, when it comes to policy implementation, gender equality, equal pay for women, investment in women, answering calls of women-owned businesses? Mr. Munetsi, perhaps you can start this one for us.
Okay, I think first and foremost, my closing remark is everybody must have a pen and paper and record this. To be is to do. And to do is to do now. Because tomorrow might never come.
Yes, that's true.
So, when we meet next year, we are going to request that all of us should be here to answer the one question: what have we done? To do what? What have we done to make sure that the fairer gender equality that we're talking about is a reality to each and every one of the females in this room and in this industry? But you must tell us, what is it that you want us to do? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Khoza?
Thanks, Tumelo. I mean, I think, all credit to the audience for not being very tough on us. And I just want to echo what Aaron just said, that I think it's important that you hold particularly leaders accountable. And I hope next year when we do come back, your questions will be tougher and that you'll even remind us of some of the things we said this year about what we endeavor to do in the coming days and months. But maybe my closing remark is just to lift the mood around the numbers. Innovation is not just about technology. Innovation is about, thinking out the box and creative decision making. We need diversity and inclusion to do that as organizations. That is why female representation and the representation of, marginalized groups is so important in our environments. And lastly, I think someone made a comment around, you did actually, when a woman looks at a profile around a job. I've noticed that very few women put up their hand even when they're qualified for a particular role. I find that by the time a woman is ready for a role, she's most likely overqualified for it. But I think it's incumbent upon us leaders to identify and build the self-esteem of the young professionals around us and take them on a journey. And even if they don't think they can do their job, but I think it's important that we help them close the gap between where they are and where they could be. I think we are all living proof that anyone sitting in this audience can sit in this job. I think I'm also living proof that you don't have to have aviation experience to run an aviation business and to make a success of it. It's not an easy task, but I think if it's something that's upon you, it's not an impossible task. So I look forward to next year, and I hope our audience will also hold us much more accountable than they have today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Mdawe?
Thank you so much. My parting shot is as follows. The stats that were shared by Stats South Africa are really overwhelming. And the information that has been shared as well is really saying the journey starts at home. You'd know that, as Marshall has said, it starts at home. You would know that when you get to high school, you need to have certain subjects for you to qualify to be in a certain sector. I don't think we're doing justice as mothers that are sitting here and sisters and cousins. We need maths, we need science, we need engineering. Those are the basics that we require. I am not saying that's all that we need, but I'm saying for us to be able to operate in the core business in this aviation sector, you really need that. So please nurture this talent while it's young by ensuring that they love those subjects of math, science, engineering, and whatever it is, and technology. Let's think about it. In a few years' time, AI, artificial intelligence, will be very dominant. Right?
Yeah.
Data analytics will be very dominant. Those require skills that you are able to analyze, skills that you're applying to ensure that you develop something that is going to help the aviation sector. We are moving into space. We're moving into environments that have never been thought of in the aviation sector, but we need talent.
Yeah.
We need talent that can develop those robots. We need talents that can develop those solutions. But we require all of us to make an effort at an early stage, at an early stage to nurture that talent. That's my parting shot. And also as women, let us not stop to vote. 57% and 58% respectively for national and municipality levels. One day our voice will be heard. It might not be heard today, but it will be heard. Let's continue to do the right thing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ms. Nkala?
You know, I just want to add to what may be the butter between what has been said so far. We are different from men. And we are who we are. Let us not forget that. Women leaders, when you look at them, they bring something different in the boardroom. You look at them at home, how they lead at home. They make our fathers believe that they are the head, but they lead at home. That's also a skill. To calm the home and make the man believe that they're leading. And when we do not forget who we are, and we do not believe that what we have is not enough, but we believe in ourselves and bring all those to the boardroom, and never forget those who are not females, but who support us, who sponsor us to be who we are, and who believe in us that we can lead, we can do the same when we rise. We can lift others. And women are very better equipped at lifting others. So let's do it. Most of us are here because a woman believed in us. Some men have sponsored us, but a woman believed in us. And there's an African proverb that says, ask the road from those who have traveled it. We always use it when we talk about mentorship. Find a mentor for yourself. And that's what the story has been. Find that one that can lead you, that can help you and share with you what the road looks like. Men do it. They are supported by others in the boardroom and outside the boardroom. They know the house number of their bosses. Why can't we? Let's support one another. Let's lift others when we rise.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Ramopo?
Wow. So I think for me what's disappointing is that, 24 years into our democracy, we sit here and we talk, and there are no results, tangible results. For me, I would have preferred for us to sit here and talk about the wins, the gains that we have made so far. So we have a tendency of wanting to talk and talk and talk, and we're not implementing, and that's what's frustrating me as well. So the challenge that I want to put to everyone in here, government stakeholders, policy, people who make policies and so forth and so on, let's just not talk about this, let's walk the talk. I mean, I always say to people, I was born without my permission, but I'm being told to map out a future for myself, and the sky is the limit, but there must be action behind that as well. I mean, successful people actually don't talk about adversity as something that holds them back. It's a stepping stone to success. So we must stop talking, but implementing as well. Let's just set ourselves achievable targets, measurable targets, and make sure that when we come back here next year, we're not talking about what we should actually be doing, like Ndate Munetsi is saying, but what is it that we have done to make a difference? Not only to a girl child, but to, I suppose for me, South Africa as a whole, because unemployment rate of 35% that's actually, it's disgraceful, to be quite honest with you. There's a lot that we have to do.
Right.
But we have to start from somewhere, and I'm glad this is the road that we are taking.
And I appreciate you, of course, taking that step today to be in conversation with us.
Indeed.
Please give our panelists a warm round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. You may take to your seats. Dignitaries, thank you so much for joining us. And as I give my panelists an opportunity just to go back to their seats and we prepare our next set of panels, I suppose some reflections from this conversation is that feedback survey that we'll be conducting via Menti will be quite important in making sure that it's almost the benchmark for next year to say, this is where we were last year. These were the conversations. Where are we now? How are we moving forward to continue taking a step in the right direction? All right, I'm just trying to get a hint from my colleagues if they're all systems go in identifying our next sets of panelists and panel moderator. Perhaps they can just gather themselves so they can be mic'd and prepare themselves for our next panel. And while they do that, let's see our next question on menti.com. Remember, you can still engage with me on menti.com. Let's see how you're feeling in the room, just in terms of conversations that are ongoing. But this time around, we'll be talking about an ideal workplace. What does an ideal workplace look like? We know what company policies look like in terms of implementation, whether they even exist in our organizations. But let's look at ideal workplaces. Remember, once again, www.menti.com is where, of course, you can go. There's the special unique code that you need to enter to participate, 2939-2760. The number again is 2939-2760. So I'll ask just my colleagues to hint at me at the question so I can just reflect on it, especially for those who may be at the back and not quite visible on the screen in front there. So the next question that I would like to hear from you, ladies and gentlemen, asks, what makes a great workplace for you? Besides the food at the canteen, we could do less with pap and more with stampa. We'll get to that in just a moment. But besides that, what makes a great workplace for you? The first, is it flexi hours enabling a good work-life balance? Is it growth opportunities? Is that what you look for when you go to an organization? Perhaps it's a new job, or where you are right now, you'd like to see more growth. Is it a safe environment? Do you want to be safe when you are at work? Or perhaps trust, high-performance culture? Is it perhaps approachable and empathetic environment? Is that what you're looking for? Or perhaps high earnings? Who doesn't like a good high earning? It seems growth opportunities so far, in terms of those who are engaging on Menti, believe that's what makes an ideal workplace for you. Fairness and credibility and respect as well, coming in second, wanting to be treated with fairness, with credibility and respect, irrespective of your gender. You would like to see that reflected. Flexible hours, enabling good work-life balance. One would say that even post-COVID, we've seen the debate around flexible hours, around remote working and being micromanaged or not. High earnings coming in fourth. This seems to be moving in fifth. And fourth again, high trust and high performance culture. But we can see there at the bottom too, approachable and empathetic work environment is what some of us in this audience are looking for. And number 7, I'm quite surprised by this, a safe environment. That coming only last. You only consider safety last in aviation? Do something. You have time to go to menti.com and do something, because I might take these numbers to ENCA tomorrow morning when I go back to work to say the aviation industry says safety comes last. But these are just some of the sentiments being shared. Please feel free to continue going on to menti.com and sharing your views with us. All right, I just want to check with my colleagues if our next panelists and our moderator are ready, perhaps by show of hand. If I need to give them just a few more seconds to get mic'd up. Our panelists and panels ready, just by show of hand, or do we need more time? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting a thumbs up, so it seems like we are good to go for our next panel. Perhaps let me introduce our moderator driving this ship and this next conversation. And we'll also have a Q&A, I understand, for this panel. But please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Nivashni Narayandath, Company Secretary at SACA, who will be the moderator for this next panel. A round of applause.
you. Thank you, Program Director. Am I audible? Where are we going?
Good, thank you, Sis. How are you? Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Yes. It's all right, no problem.
Looks like I'm audible. Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to my board members, the SACA board members, Chairperson of the board, the Director of Civil Aviation, my colleagues, fellow executives, esteemed delegates, esteemed panelists, CEOs, delegates from industry, delegates from the department. I think it is with great honor and profound respect that I welcome you to this vital panel discussion on a topic that transcends both cultural and industrial boundaries, creating an enabling environment and workplace culture for gender equality. I think our focus today is not just on the rhetoric of equality, but on actionable policies, procedures, and tangible case studies. And I'm hoping that this panel is going to share with you some more operational examples. The panel that we've put together is quite knowledgeable. They have a wealth of expertise, experience, and introducing my panel, I'm going to be a little bit different. Their profiles are available on the website, and if you want to know about their qualifications, they have exceptional qualifications, degrees, MBAs, so you will read that from the website. But let me start to introduce my panel. I will start with my colleague, Ms. Tobile Masua. She's the executive HR at SACA. Tobile hails from Pietermaritzburg, from a family of 9, and she's from a family of 7 girls. So you can see women empowerment in that home already. Her mother and her father, both educators, were her key mentors, and she was later mentored by many women and men. She's a wife, she's a mother of 4 beautiful girls, and a grandmother to 1 beautiful granddaughter, you wouldn't say. She enjoys traveling, outdoor activities, running, and at a young age, she was an athlete, won a few 100-meter and 100 hurdles, gold medals at regional level. So for Tobile. My next panelist is Ms. Zakia Parker. She's the executive HR at Airbus Helicopters. She was born and raised in the beautiful city of Cape Town on the Cape Flats, very humble beginnings. She has a black belt in karate, my. To de-stress, she races supercars, yeah, not only for men, for women as well. She's a wife and a mother of 3 adults. She can no longer refer to them as children. She's lived in Australia for 9 years, where all her children were born. Please welcome Zakia on stage. Panelist number 3 is Ms. Kerry Enselin. She's the Manager Training Resources at Celenta. She claims that she was a boring working class person. She was a game ranger. She worked at Shamwari, the Kruger Park, and in Botswana. She did safari vehicle trips in private reserves, as well as the Big 5 walking tours. Kerry took care of a lot of A-class celebrities, Brad Pitt, John Travolta, Nicolas Cage. Now she is a working mom. She has 2 dogs, 6 cats, 2 lizards, 1 hedgehog, and a ton of fish. Welcome, Kerry. Last but not least is Ms. Mpho Emily Letlape. Mpho is an HR guru. And before she got into HR, interestingly enough, she was a systems engineer. She has a wealth of experience in the roles she has served as advisor, executive, deputy vice chancellor. Her passion for women empowerment is commendable. Please welcome Mpho on stage as well. I think we're going to kick off our conversation today with culture. They say culture eats strategy. Culture is the personality of an organization. It's an innate part of the work environment. And I'm going to start with Mpho and ask her, so what does culture do to gender equality? Can you elaborate on some of the challenges or concerns and how it relates to creating an enabling environment?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. And I'm especially in awe of the men that were brave enough to come here today and to join the people here. I just want to kick off by a quote from Dr. Heather Wilson, who is the chairperson of the Women in Aviation Advisory Board. And this was created in the US a few years ago, and it was created to take a deep look at the industry, to identify barriers to recruiting and retaining women, and to make recommendations for change. And she says that the biggest barrier that discourages women from entering and staying in aviation careers is culture, and it is the hardest to change. Women don't feel like they belong. Changing culture requires consistent leadership commitment over time in thousands of large and small actions across government and across industry. And that is very true for everybody, and especially in this particular industry that we are in. I am new to this industry. I joined about a year and a bit ago, and when I got into the industry, I was absolutely shocked at the numbers of women in a lot of the critical and the key careers in there. At South African Airways, we have more women than men employed. But when we looked at the pilot corps, for instance, or at the engineering corps, or at the technician corps, the women were very few. Safe to say, though, that after we restructured the organization, we sit with 21%, 22% female pilots, which is a huge achievement from the less than 5% that was there before. So back to culture, though. Culture is an aggregate of an interaction between what we could call building blocks. You get building blocks, and what you choose to do with a pile of concrete blocks is what you choose to do. You can either build a cathedral or you can build a prison. And this I stole from Jack Cohen of Medium, which is a consultancy. So we have to decide what we want to build, and then we have to then build it. This means that we must be very deliberate about our culture if we want to change the status quo. We need to create an environment that is enabling for gender equality to happen. I liked what Aaron Manensi said when he spoke earlier, because he said we have to work at what we want to do. He talked about equity, but he did not he implied equality and he implied justice. And we really need to look at that. What is equity? What is equality? And what is justice? And those are the things that we need to introduce and we need to bring in. He talked about doing that which is necessary for women to be able to do what they need to do and to be able to achieve. It says that we cannot keep the status quo that was created when it was men that were predominant in the industry. We have to do things differently. And a lot of what the colleagues said earlier resonated with it. We know what culture is. Culture is who we are, how we communicate and interface with each other, how we reinforce that which we believe in, what we do as a group, and what we do as individuals, and how we do that which we do, which means that what we've done so far has not gotten us to where we need to get to, and we need to change gears in what we do. We need to talk about inclusivity, and I'm not going to talk about the building blocks of inclusivity right here. But it starts with leadership, and it starts with deliberate actions from leadership. It starts with making sure that employees work to the best of their abilities. One of the best days of my life at South African Airways was the 25th of October, 2022, where I spent the whole day on an aeroplane flying around South Africa because it was the first time that we had a Black African captain and a Black African management pilot who was operating as the first officer on that flight. And I said, on this flight that is being flown by 2 women, that's where I'm going to be. It happened for the first time in South Africa last year. That's where I'm going to be for the whole day. Because people sit and say, oops, is it safe? Of course it's safe. I mean, between them, they had more than 45 years of flying experience. It was very safe to be there, but we don't give them the chances that we need to do.
I'm just going to ask you. Mpo, I think I'm just going
Yes,
to ask
thank
you
you.
to...
Okay, I'll come back later.
Later.
Thank you very much. But yeah, it has to start with culture. It has to start with creating an enabling environment where we are, and it has to start with being deliberate and doing things differently for us to be able to achieve that which we need to achieve. Thanks, Navashni.
Thank you. I would like to now just go to Tobile. I think we heard in the first panel issues of the gender pay gap in South Africa, and particularly in the aviation industry. We know that it exists. Can you give us some insight into what are the underlying causes, and how have you, as the South African Civil Aviation Authority, dealt with this?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon once again to everyone. And I am very fortunate to be part of this panel of very knowledgeable women. Perhaps I think the start is, I just want to take on what Mpo said. At the heart of it is the culture and leadership. And I am very fortunate to be in an organization where these issues are deliberate. So you can't talk about pay or equity in pay if the culture is not correct. So very much what Mpo said is very crucial in ensuring that there's equity in pay. And at the heart of that culture, of course, is leadership. You know, I always borrow from Peter Drucker, who says, everything rises and falls on leadership. And I'm a strong believer of that. So I am fortunate, I think we are fortunate. We are led by women and the board that do not only see this as a tick box exercise, but it is part of our DNA. The issues of transformation are issues of strategy within the South African Civil Aviation Authority. We get measured on how we're transforming, and this is something that is not just a by the way. So I think the issues of culture and leadership are very paramount in ensuring that everything else that speaks to then an equitable environment is in place. So thank you very much to our leader, the director, who has shown the way, and of course the board who are actually supporting us in all our initiatives. So the issues of pay parity, firstly there's a myth, you know, out there that there is no salary gap. I mean, and you hear it, and in some instances it's actually quite unfortunate, because you'd find that certain groups, I'm not going to mention the groups, some of the female groups who actually want to advocate that it doesn't exist. So I think we need to dispel that. I think the stat speaks for itself. The issues of parity are there. There is a gap. In fact, last year, I think in one of the surveys, that gap, I think it is somewhere between 35 and, or rather between 25 and 35%, where women are actually earning almost 35% less than men. What is also important with regards to this particular issue is that there's a kind of double disparity in the sense that it's not just a disparity in the society where it doesn't matter where you are. So women get lower salaries, generally speaking, by virtue of them being predisposed to specific jobs because of course, a whole lot of societal issues and socialization. But then what is more frustrating is when you then see the disparity in people who are doing the same job. And then you begin to ask question why. And of course, again, there's a whole lot of perceptions and things that people would say as to what is the reason. But at the heart of it all, discrimination is what we are actually dealing with here. There's a lot of things that that are contributing from a socialization perspective, and the leaders were here, some of them spoke to that. But at the heart of it, you can see that it is just discrimination that we are dealing with, and we need to call it for what it is. So having said that, one of the things that are crucial in addressing the issues of pay parity is transparency. And that is one thing that we have advocated for from a CA perspective, ensuring that, firstly, from a policy perspective, your policy is visible. People are aware of what the policy says with regards to issues of remuneration and pay. So transparency is very key, is at the heart of eradicating or dealing with these issues of parity. And how we do this on an annual basis, for instance, of course, I think those who are in the HR space do appreciate that even the employment equity itself requires us to do this on an annual basis. But when you do it and submit that report, it becomes a tick box exercise, as it was mentioned earlier. What becomes important is what do you do with that information. So within our organization, we are deliberate. That's why we've had what we call salary normalization over many years to try and ensure that we are able to eliminate the issues of pay gap. So issues, ensuring that you do an equity analysis in terms of pay on an annual basis is very crucial, and that you act upon that when you've identified that there are people who are outside your pay parameters and your philosophy, that you actually then bring them in. Of course, the issues of, I've indicated the issues of policies. All policies are quite important. They form the foundation of everything that you do from a remuneration perspective. But also what is important is that when we recruit, we do an analysis as well. So we compare people, whoever we are appointing, to the people that are already within the organization, and say, where is everybody else and where is this person coming in? So that becomes important, because one of the key challenges that we see, especially as human capital professionals, we look at where a person is, and then you say, no, we can't give them 150% increase. And that happens, and it becomes a problem, because then you are not going to be able to make sure that they are within your parameters. So what is important is, what does your policy say, and where the person is, and you need to then take those into consideration. So issues of recruitment, therefore, are important. When we do salary benchmarking, there's what they call a compare ratio, which is basically an analysis again. So when we do our benchmarking, particularly on our pay scale, there's that exercise that we say, if we compare everybody with a median, where are they? And they give us that report as part of the benchmarking to ensure that then we are able to act upon that. So there's a whole lot of things that really needs to be in place, right from leadership to policies and implementation, and also then ensuring that you measure those interventions, because of course whatever you cannot measure, you are not going to be able to implement. Thank you.
Thanks Tobile for that. Part of enabling the environment is making sure that it is safe, healthy, and secure. Providing those equal opportunities and treatment, but also we have to prevent and combat violence, harassment, and discrimination. What role does leadership play in creating this culture of safety and inclusiveness? And I'm going to ask Zakia to come in here. How can our policies be better developed, be better implemented, be enforced, that women can come to the workplace, feel safe? If I'm harassed and my manager has harassed me, I know I can go in terms of the policy to HR or wherever and not be victimized, not feel threatened, not be afraid that I'm going to be rated down in my performance management. How can we make this environment safe?
Thank you, Navashni, and thank the mic. Okay. Thank you to Saka for having me here today. Yes, I'm a little bit of a sucker for punishment, so I've always been in a male-dominated environment and a sector. Coming from the mining sector, where I was the first black female heading up a mining organization in the yellow plant, and I was there for 12 years. And I had brought about great transformation there. And then now I'm in aviation. And my husband, actually being the aerospace engineer to me, said to me when I took this job about not even 2 years ago at Airbus, "Are you sure you want to go into this sector? You know what the sector's like." And I said to them, well, you know what? I transformed the company that I was in the mining industry, and I'm going to be damn sure that when I take this job, I'm going to do the same here. I do believe that women in leadership need to support other women. I think that's how you bring about the change. And in terms of ensuring and enabling culture from a health and safety perspective, the biggest thing in terms of harassment, sexual harassment, discrimination, I mean, we firstly have our judicial system that works for us. So we've got things like the Protection from Harassment Act. We've got our criminal law system that you can turn to. We've got our Labor Relations Act that needs to be enforced in organizations. And at the same time, we do have the Employment Equity Act. And so from a judicial side, that's there, and it needs to be enforced in your organization anyway. But then what do you do as an organization itself to ensure that women feel safe, that they can come to work and they don't have to constantly look over their shoulders and they don't feel like I'm going to be victimized? One of these is obviously having the right policies in place, so the anti-harassment policies. But just having things in black and white is not good enough, and I believe that. So how do you enforce this? At Airbus, for example, we've got strong harassment policies, but we've got an ethics and compliance department, and we've got our ethics and compliance officer here that runs workshops annually with our staff. It's not good enough just to do this at the induction stage with an employee. You've got to constantly talk about it. You've got to talk about the tough topics to actually make females then feel comfortable that if you're constantly talking about it, I'm not going to be afraid to speak up. And talking about speak up, we've got a very strong speak up culture in terms of if you see something, say something. And don't be afraid to kind of talk about it. And we've got anonymous lines, but at the same time, we encourage people to talk about it openly and try and deal with it. So those are the type of things in terms of creating the environment. Also from a safety perspective, it's not just about having things like lights to light up a car park for a woman to feel safe. What are we doing? As leaders, we should think about, and this just as an example, if we know we're going to be working late in the evening, or we're going to have a dinner, a business dinner, how many females do you have in your team, for example? You're expecting those females to drive home late at night. Change it. Where I came from previously, when I did have those type of business dinners, we had females escorted home to make sure that I feel safe. And that shows your female employees, I am valued. I'm taken care of. This company is concerned about me. And to be honest with you, when you do those type of things, you get even more out of them. And those are the type of things that I feel that you can do. It's also trying to, at our recruitment stages, conduct background checks on all employees so that you're not employing someone that might have had a previous history of sexual harassment in their previous work environment. So checking those type of things as well. And then it's just creating that supportive work environment for females. At Airbus, for example, there's numerous employee groups that we have specifically for females that they can belong to. We've got mentorship programs where we try and support them. But most importantly, I think it's up to every leader. Creating that environment isn't the health and safety department. It isn't the HR department. It starts with every single leader from all the departments across the board. And that's, what we advocate at the organization we're at the moment.
Thank you, Zakia. We have quite a big topic, so I'm doing it chunk by chunk, eating the elephant slowly. Career development, training, and lifelong learning. Kerry, you're a manager in charge of training, I think, at Solenta. How can organizations foster an environment that supports lifelong learning and career development? We've heard in the earlier panel about the barriers in terms of entry into the aviation space. There's a broad spectrum of careers, not just pilots and cabin crew, but there's a whole lot of other opportunities. Can you tell us a little bit about what is happening in this space? And I will encourage other panelists to also come in. I will come to you because I think training is quite a big topic. Empowerment is a big topic. And that's what we are here for. As women, we want to be empowered. We want to be respected. We want to be heard in the workplace. So tell us about some of the initiatives that Solenta and CASA are involved in.
Okay, thank you. Well, firstly, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to kick off my tracksuit pants and my slippers, get dressed up and come and have lunch with some wonderful ladies today. It's really an awesome experience. What I would like to talk about in the training sector is we all know aviation is by far one of the most trained sectors in the world. We train pilots, we train cabin crew, we train engineers. But we tend to forget that those are not the only jobs that we have in aviation. And there are so many, and many of the women sitting here today fulfill these roles that support putting those airplanes in the sky and making our skies safe for all of us. And I was very pleased to hear the previous panel touch on the development of the sciences and the math skills in the junior levels of learning, because we are greatly lacking in encouraging our young people to be able to understand that aviation is an industry you can go into, but you need to be able to stay in school. Marshall spoke to this. You need to be supported at home. You need to go to school, to feel safe, to do these subjects in order to excel, to be able to be eligible for these sorts of projects. It doesn't help us to start when the kids are 16, 17 years old. By then, we've missed the gap. So I really enjoy the projects that we are working towards bringing aviation into the school systems. I know there are a lot of high schools and a lot of junior schools that they take care of aviation subjects now. They encourage 4IR technology, development, robotics, all of these different things. It's hugely positive towards where we're going. But what I actually would like to address today is, in the aviation industry, we have a lot of training, a lot of skill sets, a lot of development, certificates, courses, and of course, everybody in aviation always talks towards experience. In order to be a quality manager or a safety manager, you have to have 20 years experience. But then you go for a job interview and they say, well, you're not really qualified enough because you don't have a certificate or you don't have a degree or a diploma. And I would like to see that aviation subjects start aligning themselves with the National Qualification Framework, because this is something that we in South Africa understand. We understand that you study, you get credits, and you get an NQF level. And if we were to implement a similar system into aviation training, it would make aviation people far more it would make the rest of the world far more understanding as to what we in aviation do. And it's also hugely positive to hear that there are so many ladies in higher powered positions that don't come from the aviation sector. So in order to translate those skills across into aviation, you don't have to know what an airplane looks like to manage a company correctly. But it is very difficult for somebody who has been in aviation for 20 years to then cross into a different sector of industry, to go across to mining or one of those sectors. Because people look at us and say, well, you know, you've only been looking after airplanes for the last 20 years. So to be able to look at some kind of blended approach where we use a system that we understand in South Africa, and we maybe align some of our courses with this system to allow subjects, quality, safety, these kinds of topics that are hugely important in aviation to ensure that we are safe, to migrate across into other industries. I think that would give people the want to move across to aviation, or possibly even to enter aviation, knowing that there's a pathway for them to get to a higher level of qualifications.
No, thank you for that. I know Thobile, SACA is doing quite a bit as well in the space. Maybe you can just, at a very high level, touch on some of the initiatives, and then I'll ask Mpho as well, maybe at a very high level, some of the things you are also doing in the space as SAA and Airbus as well.
No, thank you very much. I think what Kerry has touched on is quite crucial. The director, in fact, in the last recent industry forum, actually announced the launch of the very same program, where we are saying it is not enough to just train and spend so much money in the aviation skills without ensuring that these skills are transferable and that they are aligned to our national qualifications framework. So it's quite exciting because we already have partners who are already looking into similar program. So just in addition, from a training perspective, one of the key things, and I think it was mentioned earlier, the issues around accessibility, particularly from a financial perspective as well, and also just from a awareness perspective. So what SACA has done, we've got a kind of a three-part solution where we inspire and bring awareness to, you know, youngsters, mostly women. Our comms team, you know, goes into the rural areas. It goes everywhere to ensure that we reach as many young people as possible. And of course, there's many other forums that we use, whether it's radio and whether there's STEM support, you know, that we provide in various schools. So there's a lot of work that SACA is doing to ensure that there is awareness. So the second part of our solution from a skills development perspective is ensuring that we train. So it's not enough to excite the youth, but we need to ensure that we support. I think because it is, we need to make it accessible. So we train and fund and support, and that's where we then have our bursary programs, and we appoint we recruit quite a lot of women. In fact, in our recent recruitment, we've got 50% women. In fact, I think it's more than 50% of those. I think some are going to France, and 50% of those are women, 4 of them. So we were quite excited because this program is actually really yielding quite a lot of benefit in terms of ensuring that we are developing the youth. We do also have, in addition to bursaries, we've got trainee programs, we have internships and learnerships. And we believe that all of these really begin to assist and ensure that you know, these skills in aviation become accessible to the youth. But where I think we have a challenge is where we then partner with the industry. where we need to ensure that we do not just only train these young women, but we get them into the industry. CAA is a regulator, and we can only do so much in terms of training, but in terms of ensuring that they get the experience, especially with the, the accumulation of hours, that is where we have a challenge. But we're quite glad that some of our airlines have partnered with us to ensure that we actually begin to provide more hours for those who want to fly, and also for engineers, who need to have to be type rated and so forth and so on. So we can only just say that in this forum we require more and more and more partnership. But that's really what we're doing. But internally also, because that's really just the youth that is coming from high school, we then internally we do have programs. We've got a women mentorship program where there's one-on-one mentorship for our women. We've got a group mentorship where the director hosts these mentorship programs and discuss topical issues with women on an ongoing basis. And what is also then important from a development perspective, especially lifelong development, is ensuring that our talent management are supportive for women development. We can't say we want women in leadership positions, but our succession management speaks otherwise. So one of the things that we look at is when we've done our talent management assessment, we look at then, who is in our succession, because that is quite important. So those are some of the programs that we are implementing. Thank you.
Thanks, Tobile. Mpho, coming to you, collaboration. Tobile mentioned collaboration in terms of these initiatives. How is SAA dealing with this? I mean, if we are paying for pilots and we are training people, what is SAA's initiatives in terms of partnering to get these individuals the experience that they require to enter into the industry? Is there anything in the pipeline?
Yes, there is quite a bit in the pipeline that we're doing. As we know, SAA has just come out of business rescue 2 years ago, so we're not as sophisticated from a funding and affordability perspective as we would like to be. So partnering is very important for us to be able to do that. Just to talk about 3 programs that we've just kicked off now with funding from TITA. Thank you very much, TITA. We are bringing in young people with absolutely no experience, and we're giving them the training to be cabin crew and beginning to build pipelines for ourselves in doing that. We've got another set that we're training to be airport operation staff that we've just brought in, and then we've got about 10 that we're bringing in as well as interns, as graduate interns in the organization, and we're putting those in quality and safety, in legal, and in all those very specific, they're general professions, but very specific to the aviation industry as well. But what we're also doing, given that Ms. Poppy Koza makes sure that the regulation for the training for the aviation professions is so strict, so deliberate, so definitive. What we're finding is that we're creating a lot of professionals. We're not necessarily creating generalist type leaders that can then move into other companies and other industries. So we're focusing especially on our newly appointed and young managers on what does it take to be a leader. We take you from planning, from revenue management, from being a pilot, and we're making you into a manager. Usually we would just appoint you and say, you'll see to finish. But what we're doing is we're doing very deliberately management development. How do you engage? How do you manage change? using your IQ. This is what you have. How do you develop to make sure that you can be more sophisticated in that? We do a lot of assessments as well to say, this is the job that you're going into. You've got the functional expertise. What is it that you need for leadership and for general, for you to be a proper and thorough leader? So that's what we're focusing on. And partnering, especially with the Aviation Development Foundation, which Remanency will know about, partnering with them in just giving them general aviation skills across the board.
Great
Thank you.
stuff. No, thank you, Mpho. Sakya, we are in a very hybrid, technology-intense environment. We heard about 4IR. Do you think that flexible working arrangements and a hybrid working environment makes women feel safe? Do you believe that there's less discrimination, less sexual harassment because we work in a hybrid working environment?
Well, I think, actually, working from home, as many of us would like, you're obviously going to feel safer in your own environment. However, there's a downside on that. You're shifting that, accountability. Corporates and organizations need to take accountability for creating environments where women feel safe. So although, yes, if you have that hybrid situations, women would be able to work at home in an environment that they're comfortable with, but at the same time, the main focus should be that when I come into the office, when I come to work, I do feel safe. And my organization has created that for me. And like I said earlier, through the policies we have, through the, programs that they have and what's open and available to me as a female, just to be able to speak up. So as much as one would like to say, yes, it does create a safer environment to work from home, I do think the focus needs to be on what we're doing in the organization, because that's where it starts. At the end of the day, even if you're sitting at home, you're still an employee of a particular organization. And how safe are we making you feel when you come into our environment? Because I think that needs to be the focus.
True, very true. You need to want to come into the office as well, and not stay at home. I think we're going to take some questions from the room, but before we do that, we have used the Menti app, and we do want to take a poll on 2 questions. The first on salary disparity. So if you can, log on to the app and enter the code. I think I might be blocking the code. Let me move the side. It's 53541658. We are asking you a question about salary disparity. Very simple, a yes or a no, whether you've experienced it in your work environment. So if you can please answer on that. I see some thumbs up going on the side there. And I'm sure we're going to see the results. The second question we are asking you is if you believe the hybrid environment creates a safe working environment, and whether it decreases or reduces the risk of sexual harassment, the risk of discrimination, and it increases your safety by working in a hybrid environment and through a flexible working environment. So do you believe there is gender pay parity in your workplace? Yeah, you see, it exists. 88%, 12% saying no. So a lot of respondents saying that it does exist. 22%. So it is an important topic. Tobile, I hope you're taking note of it. It is a pain point for people. It is a source of discomfort. Equal pay for equal work, irrespective of gender, is critical, I think, in the environment. We just give it a few more minutes. And then we can run our second one. So pay parity is indeed real in our environment, and we are still struggling to overcome it, despite the long time past democracy. Whilst we are waiting for our next poll, maybe a question to our panelists, and any one of you can volunteer. You've seen a lot of women leaders, a lot of women CEOs. You've seen the Minister of Transport, you've seen our Ms. Khoza, CEO of SACA. There's a perception that female-led organizations are better and faster at grappling with issues of gender equality. Do any of you want to take a chance and comment?
Can I comment on that?
Go for it, Zakia.
Having led an organization myself, I think, if you understand, just understanding that as females, leadership, I always believe that some people are born leaders and some of them develop it. But as females, and we don't realize it, we are actually trained automatically to be leaders. And that's because a lot of us are raising children. You're a mother, you're a wife, you're a sister. But as a mother, you are trained to be a leader. You develop listening skills because you need to listen to your children. You develop empathy. You develop that emotional intelligence. And I think you also developed motivating and, trying to motivate people. So when you come into the workplace, you automatically bring that skill set, and without realizing it, you bring that skill set into the work environment. And it does make us good leaders. I'm not saying we're better leaders than men, but you definitely have an added advantage because of the training you automatically have in a different environment. You bring that into the workplace. And I do believe females that are heading organization, you definitely see an accelerated transformation in terms of women in the workplace. And that's because you drive it. You're driving it from the top down. So automatically, you automatically get more executives, on your reporting into you in your departments, and you kind of push that throughout the organization as well. So there definitely would be an accelerated transformation, and that's my view.
Thank you. I tend to agree as well. I think I live it and I experience it at SACA, that women leaders tend to be stronger at it. They tend to drive it. They're more passionate about it. A woman is a mother. She nurtures, she gives comfort, she gives love, and she looks after her people, first and foremost. On our second poll, I see, do you feel that the hybrid working environment reduces discrimination and harassment? 68% believe yes, and 32% no. So some food for thought, and some to say that we need to embrace this environment more as well, but we need to find balance, as Zakia said. So our execs in HR and training, please take that on board. Over to our audience, I think we can also take 3 questions. So by a show of hands, I see there's a question up front here.
Thank you. My question is related to the stats that we were shown earlier. On one of the slides that we went through showed the fact that women and children that are affected by gender violence, there's specific areas where they feel comfortable to go to in terms of talking to somebody about it. For me, the concern was that the workplace didn't seem to feature. And I just heard there's programs, and I can talk to our entity as well. There's wellness programs. There are programs that exist to deal with those issues. But then why is it that it's not featuring from a stats perspective? What is the discrepancy there? That there are these programs, but there doesn't seem to be information that is coming through to show that women do find a workplace as a place of safety for them to be able to articulate whatever they might be dealing with around the issues of violence.
Thank you. If we can take a second question.
Good afternoon. My name is Ingrid Kasana from Aviation Coordination Services. And my question is regarding the skills development. I think there's a disconnect there and a miscommunication in terms of One of my portfolios is looking after triple B in transformation, and I've been doing this for over 5 years for different companies. And you find that when we do look for students to put on the skills development programs, we do have a pool of students that are very qualified to go into certain industries. And you find that these students will go into these learnership programs very qualified, and we give them the necessary training, but you find that at the end of the year, the company will tell them that unfortunately you cannot be absorbed. And you find that it's been a norm. The students will go from one company to the next, still on learnership programs, but they never get fully employed by the organizations. So I'm not sure what the disconnection is. Is it between our recruitment process, or is it because we don't have the capabilities to absorb these learners into our spaces? Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's deal with the first two questions. From our panelists, Mpho, are you able to talk to the issue of pulling statistics or in terms of harassment in the workplace? Maybe it's a question for Stats SA.
I can just postulate on that, and I'm going to try and do that both from the employee perspective, but also from the employer perspective. It could be that the employee does not want to bring their problems into the workplace because they are afraid that they might then get judged, /discriminated against, /ostracized because they have a problem, and that they are not, that they could bring that problem, and that problem could impact on their performance at work. So it could be that, and we need to explore that more. A lot of organizations I know have got the employee assistance programs where employees can then go in a private space, a confidential space, and go and share their problems there. And that needs to be promoted, that needs to be driven, that needs to be brought into play, because then the employee has the protection that I'm talking to somebody not in my organization, but provided to me by my organization to provide me whatever support and whatever assistance that I might need. And that's something that as employers, we need to drive hard, and we need to communicate, and we need to encourage to make sure that that can be done. But it is something that we're going to need to look into and find out more on why it is like that. And then we then put in a solution for the real why, as opposed to what we think could be the problem.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Tobile, do you want to have a bite at the second question in terms of the disconnect?
No, certainly. In fact, perhaps maybe let me just add to what Mpho said. What becomes important with these wellness programs is the feedback. So, you know, you need to get some report from whoever is the wellness service provider, so that you can begin to appreciate what are the issues. And we do get that on a monthly basis, and that helps because it informs the interventions that we are going to implement going forward. So it is quite an important point. I can just imagine that, I think, because they were looking at this from a societal perspective. Of course, the issue of bosses did come up, but I think they were not. If you were to have a stat that is looking in the workplace, I think we can begin to perhaps have a much more greater detail. But I think what is important is, what do you do with the information that is coming out of these wellness programs where people have consulted. Just on the issue of the skills, in fact, I do to a certain extent agree, in fact to a large extent, with the statement made by the person who asked the question. And I think this is where the issues of partnership becomes important, because, take for instance, in our case, we do all of this training. In fact, we do as much as possible give preference when we have recruitment processes and when we have positions available. We do prioritize the students that we've trained. In fact, a lot of them actually are working for us on a permanent basis because the DCA has said we can't train people and then they leave. What we've also done is that we have also tracked those who have gone through our, either trainee program or that internship program, because the trainee program, when we train, we are training you so that we appoint you. So we already have identified a position to say that after 24 months, you are actually going to be appointed. So I think from a trainee perspective, that is what I think organizations need to do, because if you have trainees, you've identified a need. So from an internship perspective, we do have a lot of interns. We have attracted some where we have opportunities and we have given them opportunities. But I think what becomes important is these partnerships that we need to have as an industry, not to work in silos, so that if we have excess, people that we've trained, then we are able to say, Mpo at SAA, and whoever else, here are the people that are available. So I think the partnerships are quite key, but each organization as well, when you do train, it becomes a waste if you are not going to prioritize them as part of your recruitment processes.
Okay, Kerry, do you agree?
Just add to that. I think that the way that you were explaining it now is maybe we need to look at the internship before we do the training, so that we can bring the people on board and not just train for the sexy flying jobs, but to be able to bring people on board and identify skills that they have, HR, finance, all of these different jobs that are inside aviation. And once we've identified the people, we can then start to train internally, rather than training a whole lot of people and then hoping they get jobs.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we are running short on time, Mpo, so I wanted to just take one more question from the audience. I see the microphone at the back. You can go ahead.
Okay, good day all. I have a question. I have a son who is 20 years old. He's doing tourism, but he is epileptic. So what I would like to ask and to know from Umama with the pink scarf, I think from SAA, I heard she was like talking about they are going to have like trainings for cabin crew and everything. He is doing tourism and sometimes he gets discouraged, that he asked me that, Mommy, is it safe for me to go and work maybe at SAA? So what I would like to know is that, do you also cater for such disabilities? So that when I go back home, I will advise him more, because sometimes I try and encourage him to study hard so that he can one day work at SAA. So I would like to know that, do you also cater for such disabilities? Thank you.
Paul, over to you.
Yes, and I will go to Toby as well on that, and maybe to Ms. Koza as well on that, because when you talk about cabin crew, there's very, very definite, very specific medical requirements for cabin crew. In fact, I think you do it every 6 months or every year that you have to go and do that. So we would need to check, and I'm not exactly sure of whether it is. So Sean is somewhere here. I'll ask my colleague Sean to assist with that on the issue of epilepsy. So it depends on whether that is what the requirements are for the medical for a cabin crew attendant in respect of that particular condition, because it is very strict. So our manager of cabin crew is here, so because it is very specific to you, maybe instead of addressing it globally, we can do that. But do we cater for people with disabilities? Absolutely. And we would put them in a position and in a place where they will be accommodated given whatever disability that they have, to make sure that they're able to perform despite their disability, they're able to grow and they're able to shine in there. We won't put them in an environment where their disability will not allow them to perform greatly. So Sean, I don't know if you want to comment about the epilepsy vis-a-vis cabin crew.
Well, thank you, ma'am, and good afternoon, ladies, I think. From a cabin crew perspective specifically, and pilots for that matter, it's regulated in terms of medical requirements and limitations. The reason for that is that the effect that you have, firstly, in the aircraft, and secondly, you are a safety officer primarily. So those are the limitations that's regulated. We can't move from that, but those are always in talks, and it depends what the situation would be. So from a cabin crew perspective, yes, it's limited, and from a pilot perspective, in line with what Madam Letlape said just now, SAA does cater for disabilities and people with disabilities. We have, myself included, we have people with disabilities in the airline. So your son is welcome to contact me as well, or anyone from SAA, and willing to help him along the way to see where we can assist.
Thank you for that. I think now we've come to the end of our session. It's a very interesting topic, and I think we could have gone the whole day. So I'm just going to ask my panelists, starting with you, Tobile, just 2 lines to round up.
2 lines. So I think perhaps my parting short is, if we realize as leaders, especially it's good that we had leaders here, and there's so many leaders also in the room. We need to realize that the issues of gender equity and issues of pay, as we were discussing earlier, are fundamental issues that have an impact on our economics and society. If we are to be a sustainable economically, there's no way we can be sustainable if women are excluded. So I think for me, that is the point of departure. If we do not appreciate that, then it means, unfortunately, the whole society, the whole economy will suffer. Lastly, to the ladies, specifically women, I would like to challenge them as well to say that, as you pursue these opportunities, yes, the environment must be created, a conducive environment for you, but you need to create an environment for yourself. You have a huge role to play. You need to be able to build strong network. You must be visible as a woman. And when you are given opportunities, you must grab them. You must grab these challenges and be persistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobile. Zakia, over to you.
Okay, so for me, I just want us to remember that creating that safe and welcoming environment is not just the right thing to do, but at the end of the day, it can benefit the business. It can lead to improved employee morale, which leads to improved turnover and enhances productivity. At the same time, I want to leave you with just something to think about. So I come from an Arab background, so I'm going to share this with you as part of our religion in terms of women. We believe this is how important women are. So when a daughter is born into a family, she opens the door of heaven for her father. And when she gets married, and I share this with my daughter all the time, when she gets married, she completes half her husband's religion. And when she becomes a mother, heaven lies at her feet. And that's how important women are. And I want each and every one of you to know how important you are and how important you are as leaders. And so I ask you today to join, let us all join together to empower other women, encourage them, and let them all become great leaders that I know they can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Powerful, Zakia. Kerry?
I just want to say how encouraging it is to see all the women sitting here today and to listen to their stories and to understand that we are there for each other and that the door is open, that we have these discussions, open, frank, and honest, and that it changes around the corner.
Definitely. Thank you. Mpho, last but not least.
Well, I'll take a leaf from Ntate Eminence's book again and say, don't not do it, because it is very hard to do. So I'm saying don't not do it, but also don't just do it. Because if you just do it, it won't land. The issue of messaging is important. The issue is what it is that you can do that will put others off is important. So you have to make sure that you don't put anybody off, but you bring everybody else with you. You need to have differentiated employee propositions because you've got different constituencies and different individuals. You need to reach all of them. And we need to think about, is there really a business case for gender equity? I believe so, but topic for another day. Then the other thing is we have to make concessions. We have to make sure that we create an environment that brings in equity, that brings in equality, and that brings in the justice. So in not just doing it, do it in a way that it'll end, it'll stay, and it'll make the difference required. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you to the panelists. Your richness of perspectives, your depth of insight is very welcome. And I think let us carry the momentum forward that we've generated here, recognizing that the pursuit of gender equality is not a solitary endeavor, but a collective journey that benefits us all. May we continue to strive for a world where gender equality is experienced by all women who live in it. We thank you for the time. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you. You're welcome. Are you okay? Please give our panelists another warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Nivashni did an excellent job in extrapolating the key outcomes of that discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a time where we get to nourish our bodies. We need to nourish ourselves with some good lunch. So I'd like to give you, of course, the leeway to make your way outside and enjoy some lunch. And if you may please allow me to request that we come back at 2:30. I know I'm squeezing it, but if we can just try to make our way back at 2:30 due to time so that we can finish on time. I know it's a Friday and we are, we are empowered with information, so we want to go out there and spread it timelessly. So enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back at 2:30. Thank you.
At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, Gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in field assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization and tackle legal battles. Siyaphumelela, siyafinyelela, siyaphikelela. We invite you to be part of the gender transformation movement in aviation. Focus on your inner wisdom. Even when they insist that you are just not good enough, well, you know better. Just look them in the eye and say, I am gonna do it anyway. At SACA, gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management's humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our
Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a final call for everyone to make their way inside the venue, please, and take to your seats. We're about to begin with our next exciting panel discussion. And may you please make your way if you haven't done so as yet. We're about to begin in the next second. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making your way back into the venue. Hopefully you have enjoyed your lunch, your scrumptious lunch. It's now time for us to commence with the business of the day, but also continue on with our program. And it's been quite an insightful program, I have to say, so far, in terms of a lot that we have learned, a lot of insights that we have gathered, a lot of data that was shared with us, and we're about to get more into those conversations. So we'll get into our next panel in just a moment. I think, though, it's just befitting for me to check in with you via menti.com. That's what we always do, check in terms of some of, the statements or comments or options or opinions that you have to share with us. So let's head over to menti.com. Perhaps you can whip up your phone in the meantime and head over to the app menti.com. We'll have our code. There it is, 83868665. is the code that you can punch in for the next question that you will find on mentee.com, just to gauge what your thoughts are on the next question that we are about to share with you. But also a reminder to please go to our social media platforms at Official SACA. That's where you can find us on Twitter and on Instagram. On Facebook, we are the South African Civil Aviation Authority. And also on YouTube, where we've been live streaming, you can find SA Civil Aviation Authority, SACA. That's where, of course, we have been live since the beginning of the program. But in the meantime, team, perhaps we can just repeat that number again, 8386-8665. That's the code you can enter for the next code, or rather for the next question. That's the code you can enter on mentee.com. All right, team, we can take a look at that question now and see what options there are in terms of what the consensus in when it comes to gender equality in the country, but also organizational policies, workplace, workforce, culture that needs to change at quite an urgent rate. Team, when you're ready, please do change for us to head over to the next question. So as I give, of course, the team some time to take us to the next slide for our question. Don't forget that the code again is 8386-8665. That's the code that you can enter to answer this next question. All right, so the question that you can definitely expect there goes like this. Which of these barriers have you personally experienced? So which of these barriers have you personally experienced? The pro-male bias, male performing better, that bias perhaps, sexual harassment, inappropriate behavior by male colleagues, perhaps that's your experience. The motherhood penalty, being a mother, will affect your performance. Or perhaps a lack of confidence and courage, that's been your experience in the workplace. The think leader, think male bias, leaders can only be male. The good girl syndrome, not communicating your achievements enough to be noticed. Or perhaps inflexible work environment. That may be your experience. So we're just giving it a couple of moments to see how everyone is voting. And just from a quick survey from where I stand, it seems that inflexible work environment, getting 9%, 13%, the good girl syndrome, being too humble with your achievements, not wanting to come across as arrogant, they say. So you have to almost dumb yourself down or not talk enough about your achievements or not receiving compliments well. 15% so far saying lack of confidence and courage. It seems the motherhood penalty, being a mom, affecting your performance so far in the bottom, only at 6, now 7% now, but I can see that good girl syndrome gaining momentum at 27%. And it seems the pro-male bias, males performing better, and just speaking into some of the unconscious bias that we had been talking about since this morning. So do continue voting. If you haven't, head over to mentee.com and you can, of course, share which of these barriers have you personally experienced. And we could see there the numbers currently going up now. 26%, the pro-male bias, and just giving a peek into inflexible work hours, now at 22%, but 31% definitely gaining momentum at 31%. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you continue to cast your vote, which I do encourage you to do, and to also head over to our social media platforms with the hashtag NAGS, hashtag NAGS 2023. We're about to continue with our next panel discussion, and I'm particularly excited about this one because I see a table. It just tells you that now we're getting into the bottom of things now. When you see a table, it gives me boardroom energy. It gives me decision-making energy. It gives me, we're about to sign off, you know, something energy. So maybe I might just hand over my CV to you, panelists. You might have something for me just after this discussion. But of course, please help me welcome to the podium to, of course, facilitate this next panel, the Senior Manager, Communications and Stakeholder Relations. That is Ms. Ayanda Manunga, who will, of course, be joined alongside her panelists. Please give her a warm, resounding round of applause.
just a bit. Woo! No. Fire. Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. These girls are on fire. Okay. Thank you, Program Director, members of the CAA Board, the Director of Civil Aviation, captains of industry. I've seen the executives, I've seen aviation professionals, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are shifting things a bit. It is a Friday. We will try to slow things down, and I do have a panel of very distinguished guests that I'd like to introduce right now. I'm going to start on my far left. I've got Dr. Namhla Chetu, who is the Executive Manager of Corporate Services at Airlink. Everyone welcome Namhla. Okay, I'll come this side and then introduce Ms. Thandeka Mtebuka, who is from the ATNS, our sister company, and she provides legal counsel at the company. Okay, and then we've got ma'am. Ma'am here, Fumelani Mbulayeni. Welcome, ma'am. She is a founder and an MD of PM Aviation Consulting. Okay. All right, and on my left-hand side, we call her Lieutenant Colonel Khothatso Kunowo. She is a chief pilot at the SAPS. Welcome, ma'am. Last but not least, I've got Ms. Nomsa Mujele, who's my colleague at the Civil Aviation Authority. She is the manager in aerodromes within the Civil Aviation Authority. Welcome, ladies. Okay. Okay, so as I said, we are shifting things a bit. So you are welcome. The day is finally here. We've got a table, and in this table, we'll have heart-to-heart discussions. We're taking it a bit slow, and we really want to hear some of your encounters. Now, we're talking, ladies, around beating the odds. I think some people around this room would say, hey, what do you mean when you're talking beating the odds if the statistics have been so dire? But I can tell you that these ladies here have done their most to beat the odds. So for an example, I think as a starting point, and I will direct that to you, Dr. Namhla, we did agree that we will use the title Dr. Namhla because we are doing away with the girl syndrome where you don't want to acknowledge who you are. Dr. Namhla, when we look at the statistics, I think, ladies, the first thing that was shocking this morning is that they're talking around 131 years for us to reach gender equality in the world. And if we continue really at this pace, it is going to be a problem. It is going to be a problem for all of us. And here today, we are trying to discuss with ladies, and let's see how we can work around some of the issues that are here and also the hindrances that are there. And I'm talking now the hindrances that are there both externally as well as internally, because there are internal hindrances that cannot be addressed by policies. Dr. Namhla, we read reports that tells us that 6% of the airline CEOs are female, 6%. It further goes and it talks of between 11 and 12% of females being executives in the airline. So in my books, the fact that you are at your organization as an executive there tells me that you've had to do quite a lot just to maneuver in that. Would you like just to share with us on how you got to where you are?
Oh, certainly, Ayanda. I'm happy to share my journey, and thank you for inviting me here. I think as a starting point, for me, the only comfort I find with those stats is the fact that it's a global issue. It's not unique to South Africa. The only additional thing where South Africa is concerned becomes the race matter, which comes later. To such an extent that IATA is a program, and I believe the DCA actually won an award as a result of that, at their AGM this year, where they are hoping to get 25% female in positions of power within the aviation industry by 2025. So if we, as the aviation industry within South Africa, can also work towards that, we'll at least be on par with our global colleagues. I know that this is not about the airline that I work for, but just from the experience there, 40% of our staff is female, and 16% is female pilots. And when it comes to the executive, luckily, at least 40% of that is female. Now, you asked, how did I get there? And I think for me, this is where we start talking about looking at adversity and seeing opportunity as a result of adversity. So in 2010, we all held the World Cup. I worked there. I delivered Philip. Great, awesome. Now, the bulk of the people that delivered Philip ended up without work, simply because we were busy trying to deliver the World Cup. And we thought everyone was going to recognize us. I mean, hello, we did this thing for the country. But this then led to unemployment, and I knocked on all kinds of doors. And I ended up volunteering at a couple of NGOs, and one of them actually hired me at an executive level. So this is where, in a situation where you are, where there's a lot going on, you start seeing opportunity and you start saying, you know what, I'm going to do what I can. I then saved up enough money to end up registering for an MBA at Gibbs. And to my luck, in my cohort, in my group, and in my syndicate, the CFO of Airlink was there. Yes. And, they always talk about game recognizing game. You're not going to want to work with somebody or want to invite someone to apply for a position that you don't recognize in yourself. And I think within the second lecture, he said, we need someone like you at Airlink.
Wow.
When there may be a position, come through. So for me, it showed me that every day is an audition. Every day is an audition. You better be on your best game every opportunity you get. And that's how I ended up as an executive at Airlink. And at the time, there was only one female executive, a colored lady, and so I joined her as an African black female. And I mean, we talk about first blacks, but it's the 21st century. We talk about first females. It's the 21st century. Why are we still here?
That's true.
So that's really how I ended up at the position that I'm at. And I think within my role, outside of the aeropolitical element of it that I do, a lot of it has to do with the development of staff and also development of youth within my role. I'm sure we can get to that later. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think one of the things when we had a discussion earlier on, we spoke about there being an element where you would ordinarily ask yourself whether or not you belong there. And it is an issue or a challenge that we'd ordinarily find with deserving women in deserving positions where they would still wonder or ask themselves whether I do deserve being here. Do you experience anything like that?
Oh, certainly, especially as somebody who does not come from the industry, someone who's not a baby of an industry. When you first enter the industry, you find it very culty. And when you're in the airline industry, everyone has a story of their first day at SAA. And you're thinking, hey, I've only just flown SAA, but well, here I am.
Yeah.
So you ask yourself, do I belong here? Am I worthy? Can they see that I don't know what I don't know? What are they going to do about it? Are they going to call me out? What do I do about it? So it gets worse when obviously aviation is now a male-dominated industry. And I'm in a position where I'm not from the industry. I need a lot of information in order to do my work. People don't share all the time.
Yeah.
They don't share. And this is genuinely how I ended up being a doctor. It was like a case of, okay, I'm doing so much reading, trying to deliver, I may as well get a certificate out of this.
Yep.
And that's really it.
That's it.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that because ultimately, in order for us to try and change this industry, what we need to be mindful of, the hindrances are there. Hindrances are there, barriers are there. What do you do about it? You don't get information. What can you really do to uplift yourself? And that is exactly what you've done. And the peck on it is that now we can call you Dr. Nomhle. Okay, thank you very much. And what I like about your story, it's quite similar to you, Tandega, because you don't necessarily come from an aviation background. You then come in. You are then exposed to this aviation industry that has its own issues. What's the experience like?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to CAA for setting up this forum and the invitation. So, yeah, I think I'll echo the same sentiments about aviation being close-knit. So I come into aviation coming from a legal background. So I've been a lawyer for like 12 years, and I go into aviation. So obviously I come in with this sort of confidence. I know the law, I understand the law, I can practice the law, I can interpret the law. But I've never interpreted the law, practiced the law within an aviation space. So it's something new, and just on that, it's another conversation altogether around our curriculum on aviation and in other professional spaces, because South Africa doesn't have aviation law. You don't learn it anyway through our systems.
Yeah.
So I come into aviation as close-knit. You first looked at with sort of skepticism and suspicion. Who are you? What do you know? Why are you here? And that doesn't help because, you know, like I said, coming in with that confidence, and then you realize you still need to understand what's the difference between an aerodrome and a radome. and now you're exposed because it's clear that you can't tell them what. You have to draft the contract because ATNS is deploying radomes. You don't even know what a radome is. How do you start, you know, drafting that contract? So, and that is a knock on your confidence as a person, as a woman, because already you are battling those odds that you're a female and you are in this environment where you don't belong. We don't need lawyers. You don't fly an aeroplane, you don't navigate, and you are in this space. So that actually also just takes a knock, and it goes back to the hindrances, that you have your own hindrances. There's no program or education that can get you out of your imposter syndrome. It's within you. Now you also know, I don't belong. I'm not from aviation, I'm not from here. And like I said, close-knit. So this is people that know each other, have grown up together, they've worked together, and where do you go? So this is, for me, where I say I cannot talk about beating the odds as an I, because that would be very conceited of me. Because for me to even start about beating the odds, I need to acknowledge that. To even do that, somebody had to recognize me. Somebody had to open the door for me. I talk about opening the door. So I had a man in this instance that said, tell me, how do you call yourself an aviation lawyer? So that's number one there. I was referred to as an aviation lawyer. So that in itself says to me, I see you, I accept you, I recognize you. That does wonders to somebody's self-esteem that already is dealing with this imposter syndrome. When you've never even been to CARCOM, what is CARCOM? Do you know what is CARCOM? Do you even know what the CAA is? So all he did was like, stand there, make a call while standing there, and he says, the next CARCOM is tomorrow. Go to the CAA. So that's the opening of the door for me. And I say, just doing that was opening the door.
Yeah.
Then I go through the door. And I say, I walk into the foyer. In the foyer, there were wonderful women that welcomed me, that embraced me, that said, let's show you the ropes. That explained what aviation is, how aviation works. And I'm able to say I beat the odds because coming in with my commercial legal background, with zero experience, knowledge, understanding of aviation, I had ultimately sat on an international stage where I am now representing not only the aviation sector within air traffic navigation services, but South Africa as a country at the legal committee at ICAO. So those are the odds that we're talking about. And we don't get there. I didn't get there by myself.
Yeah.
I got there, somebody opened the door. I got to the foyer, people in the foyer held my hand, and they said, "We see you." And I was able to get to the stages. Even sitting on the stage is because the people that were in the foyer said, "We know who you are. You belong on these stages. You have a story to tell." So that's my journey into aviation, and also dealing with my imposter syndrome. And for me, I also believe I wouldn't have dealt with that if somebody had not said, "I see you, I recognize you, you are capable, I believe in you." So that in itself was easy for me to go back to the confident woman that walked into aviation not knowing the difference between a radome and an aerodrome.
I love that. I really love that. And I hope after this discussion, then you will help explain that difference for the rest of us.
I can draw a picture.
For the rest of us. You mentioned quite a number of things that are quite important. You are talking around having someone that held your hand when you came in. And I think even earlier on, what was mentioned is that you come in with the experience and the skill that you have, and you don't necessarily have the experience within aviation. But the fact that there are people that are there to hold your hand and to enable you to really practice what you're good at. And I think it also brings me to your story. I'll call you Hokotatso and leave Lieutenant Colonel for now. You are a chief pilot at the SAPS. Now, you have, others will call it a triple challenge or a quadruple challenge. You are young, you are black, you are female, you are a chief pilot in the Free State. So it's quite important for us to say, in the Free State. I mean, that is a lot. As if that's not enough. You are a pilot. And if we look at the statistics that we have, we now know that 4% of females fly commercially. So if we talk about breaking all barriers, I mean, you have absolutely done that. But I think in your story, you also mentioned that as you go along, you've also come across people that have been able to just lift you up, to make sure that you get to where you are.
That's true. Firstly, I'd like to express my gratitude for the invitation to be in the space of pioneers in the industry of aviation, in order to partake and to also contribute to the collective wisdom in this room. Mine is a story whereby I broke the odds, in a sense that a small community back in Rustenburg, where we have the Royal Bafokeng Administration, sponsored me when I was a technician. So basically, I did biotechnology. I'm a biotechnologist. I had to throw my lab coat away and take a scholarship to become a pilot. And I had a dream to find the cure for cancer, but then that dream fell short. I took it with both hands because it was a community that believed in the potential of a girl child. And I had to run with it and make the most of it. And there have been challenges along the way in the journey inside the South African Police Service Self, where I am. but they had never deterred me from why I was chosen to do this from the beginning. So the odds that I have beat, they have paved a way for me to be actually able to create a path for the next person that comes after me, or during my existence or my position in the police service. In the community where I come from, it was a belief by the community and those who have sponsored me that a girl child has the potential to be anything they want to be. But the bigger mandate was for me to serve a nation of South Africa. And that is why I stand here, or I sit here, proud to serve in the South African Police Service, not only as a pilot, but as a police member. You beat the odds that the community and the nation at large expects that a police member is a person that wears uniform, does not have education, does not, they don't have any form of academic education. But you'll be surprised that how many of our members have actually have accolades that are even above those who are even in management. And they are looked down upon. So I stand here as a proud policewoman saying that I stand on behalf of those that can never sit at these tables. And I cannot stand alone. It is our motto, it is a discipline that we are trained in, that you do not walk alone in SAPS, we are a collective. So I stand here representing every single member here who is from the SAPS or who works in a government entity. So, and I'm very grateful. I really am. I carry with me, I said that sometimes I was put in a position where I did not have a female that I could look up to. But I would take this opportunity also to thank Ms. Poppy Khoza, because when I took up the position, I said, she's leading the CAA. I must do this, and I can do this. And I still look up to you. I still honor you and many other women that even when we don't have a pillar to stand on or to lean on, there is something external that we can actually channel our focus on and say, look, we are put in these positions for a reason, and we will beat the odds, and we will take these challenges and we will hold them dear, and then we'll move. The work has to be done, the country has to be served, so the challenges cannot be deterring us. You fortify us in your positions. You give us strength. So I thank you.
I think we're done for the day. I think we're really done for the day. I absolutely love what you've shared. And look, when you talk the police, we think of all of this bureaucracy that will be there. And I am sure it's one of the things that could be frustrating or potentially limiting, because there's just so many things that are there that would hinder your progression.
Yes.
I just want to know, how then do you psych yourself up in such a way that you say, even if these things are there, I will get up and rise and do it? Okay.
You know, luckily, I would like to say that in aviation, when you're a pilot, you have crew resource management. This is what teaches you to be prepared to always be safe in all your operations when you're flying. So therefore, with that training that we get, that we're supposed to renew every single year, you learn that when you leave in the police and you go for a call out to save a life, it is frustrating. It takes everything out of you. You leave bureaucracy where somebody's questioning whether your decisions are right in terms of flying in this weather, whereas another male pilot who would fly and would go in the rain, there's no problem. You go and, is the weather okay? Are you sure the fuel is right? And you're like, okay, wait, there's a call out. People need to be saved, and I have to answer these questions. It is unfair, but let's do the work. So crew resource management allows you to put yourself in a situation where you maybe silence that bureaucracy. And for that moment, because there's a bigger operation that you have to serve outside to save lives, and sometimes it's from one call out to another. So you have to psych yourself, okay, I have to save this child who has drowned. I have to give closure to a family and speak to a mother about a child that died in a dam after saving him and lifting him into a chopper. I have to, after this, run back to the office, still be questioned, and you're called out for a cash and transit heist. You have to psych your mind. In a day, you can get up to 6 call-outs. Now, if you do not have CRM, which is something that it has been given to us, and it is helping because safety is central to aviation, it actually does sort of prepare you to silence bureaucracy, even though we have to come back and still honor our management and say, okay, this is what I did, we are trained. Luckily, and I would really love also to acknowledge the SAPS for giving us those opportunities to train operationally in the police. I mean, the training in the police, operational training, you don't get it anywhere else except in the military. So they have found ways in order to equip us with a skill that no one else can take away from us. And in terms of the mind, you have to set yourself right. You need to prepare yourself every single day, just like a flight for any pilot, if they can also attest to this, that every flight is different every day. Every takeoff, every landing is different every day. So you take that in the morning until in the evening when you knock off, luckily, after your 6 call-outs and you're tired. And you have to remember why you were there. And bureaucracy or no bureaucracy, the work needs to be done, and you remember that. What is more important, I guess.
I think for me, that is absolutely powerful, because it might be easy for someone sitting on the other side of the fence and they see you sitting here and they assume that your journey is smooth. They assume that you wake up looking this good all the time and all of that. But what is important, I think, for us just to take away from this is that bureaucracy does exist, and in most organizations it does. It is, at the end of the day, what you do around it to uplift yourself beyond that. It's not going to help you to sit back and complain about this bureaucracy non-stop. It's getting you nowhere. How do you maneuver yourself around that and still serve the nation like you are doing? So I think it was just important for us to get that perspective. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I was told today not to use a lot of the numbers, but when I use numbers, I get a lot of context out of it. I'm sitting with 2 engineers, and the reason why I'm saying I will use the numbers globally, we're looking at about 4% of females being engineers. And then we go deeper. When we go and speak of an aeronautical engineers, the percentage goes even further, and it becomes so minimal. And for me, the reason why I use the statistics is to just showcase the progress that you have made for Melanie to actually get here. And I think it's quite important for our audience today just to understand what it takes to be amongst, I'll call it the top 1% in the world in terms of engineering.
It really is, is my mic on?
You are on.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, thanks, Ayanda. As per the rest of my protocol speakers, I would like to thank this opportunity for being on the stage. I do not take it for granted. I have been in the aviation business or aviation industry. I would say that I'm an aviation baby. Correct, Namhla. Namhla said she didn't come in as an aviation baby, but I am, and a lot of you have witnessed my growth, have witnessed my journey, and so there is not so much to speak on that, except that when you're talking about the 1% in the world, engineering in itself is quite niche, as you know, as in design engineering, but aeronautical engineering is another point. And I think what, looking back and reflecting, and especially where I am right now in my life, in my 40s, a mother of very boisterous, ADHD-fueled kids, understanding that what the role that I play in their lives now shapes their future in so much more than I can imagine. I think it was Marshall who spoke about the households that we find ourselves in. So for my own self, it has always been a very positive, a very fueled household that I come from. And I think I was speaking to you, Ayanda, and I said, you know, my dad, he's 78, but if I was to call him today and say that I'm speaking at a panel for 20 minutes, would you come around? He would come and he would support. My mom would do that as well. So it's one of those things where I feel a lot of the environment that we might not have experienced it for ourselves, but that we would now going forward create for our children, for those that are around us to say, again, I see you. You're saying you're going to do what? I remember telling my parents that I'm going to do aeronautical engineering. Obviously, nobody in the household, nobody even in the neighborhood, I don't think nobody in Atteridgeville knew what aeronautical engineering was. So, then we had to start all over from scratch. The way I was a bursary student of the Department of Transport, at the time just transitioning to the Civil Aviation Authority, and I had to knock on doors from the Department of Transport. They went along with me. We signed the bursary documents together. We submitted everything together. We went and see. He asked sometimes, where's Casey Marobel? Remember Casey? So he's been, there have been that kind of support, and not just from family. I think we have reiterated it here, the door openers into our careers. When I started in aviation, the door openers were white and male, and I did have some wonderful mentors. I had two very different mentors. An Englishman who was quiet, very subtle, but mentored you. And then I had a black man who was an ex-Mkondo Wesizwe, brush, but still mentored you. So I want to say that the importance of mentorship is very important, holding your hand as you go along, as you start along. And when you look at us now, the mentors are us. They're us in this room. So if we don't take whoever it is by the hand that is in this room, if we don't give ourselves an opportunity to personally mentor somebody, then we are speaking for nothing. Because they are no longer, those mentors are no longer there. We are the ones that are in leadership. We are the ones that have transitioned. And so it's very important that we understand that we have to pull and not apply the push strategy, not sit here on our thrones and expect people to come through and knock on our doors, but we have to pull and look for them. Where are the aeronautical engineers? Who are they? Can they give me a call? I see them every once in a while. So, that's pretty much the journey as far as it has come through. But I want to say that for the self-limiting beliefs, or for us to overcome the environment that we find ourselves in, is also very, very important. And if we really want to nurture it, we have to take care of the environment. Thank you.
Okay. I think the one aspect that I'd like for you to also just touch on, you are a female business woman in aviation. And that is also another story on its own, because it's not easy. Either than the fact that you have to be technically trained to do what you do. Now you're saying you want to venture into business in aviation.
Thank you.
I'm sure
Thank
you've
you,
got
Ayanda,
stories for days here.
That you mentioned that I'm a female business owner and not said a successful business owner. Because when people say that you're in business, they think you are going around driving in an AMG, somewhere. And for some parts of it, I found myself in aviation. And I would like to, not even taking out from others, but there's no other place that I can be. I'm an aeronautical engineer, I'm an aviator. So if I step out of aviation, I would have stepped out of who I am. So my passion is still within here. So when you find yourself, for instance, at a transition or at a crossroad as a professional, and sometimes, you know, you sort of hit this glass ceiling, it breaks, and you hit another glass ceiling and it breaks, and then you find that, you know, I would like to take a little bit more time and do my own thing. I want to say that is an encouraging thing to, you know, to venture into. But also, I think another businesswoman spoke earlier about artificial web security, cybersecurity, and there are doors that we knock on, and we would like the doors to open. For instance, when you are within companies and you need consulting services, when I have been fortunate in that some of the people that even work, that I have worked with at the CAA would say, hey, there's somebody who needs assistance, can you assist them? And so those kind of calls, because you know us, it's a very small industry, we know each other. Call each other up. If I cannot assist, I will not say yes, but if I can, it'll be great, because in such a small, close-knit industry, a lot of what you need is phone calls. A lot of what you need is personal. It's to say, I am in this kind of bind, can you help? Wait, let me speak to 5 people and see if I can help. So it's very important that even as you contemplate going into just working for yourself, for me, it was a very personal decision also at where I am in my life. It affords me a little bit more time to, you know, concentrate on other things in my life. It might, you know, I might have taken a knock on my financials, but I will deal with that. But for you, it's just to say what it is that you want now for the next step in your life. And not sit and say, oh, they're not training us, they're not promoting us, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. But within yourself, what it is that you can do. And you will realize that you will get to live a very quality kind of life when your decisions are very internal based and not external based.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'll introduce you as a successful
Yes,
businesswoman coming very soon. And just before I give over to my colleague, Nomsa here, I think what you spoke of earlier on, I think reminded me of what, Namhla, you spoke on, I think in our discussions prior, that where we are or where you are right now, you became an accidental role model. You did not wake up saying you want to be a role model, but now you are.
I just wanted to know about the industry, work in the industry, deliver to my best capability. But now, you know, this is when representation matters. You get into an organization where a lot of the junior staff are female and, you know, are at very junior levels, and they don't feel like they've got someone they can access at the top. And now you come in, you look as young as I do. I'm not young, but, you know, and they're like, yes, there's someone I can talk to. There's someone I can talk to about my issues at work and outside. There's someone who can help me get to that level. And then you find yourself a role model, like as a role model, and you're thinking, how do I navigate this now? Okay, and then you start recognizing where you can assist based on the journey you've been on and based on the people that have also actually assisted you. You know, and I think that what's since happened within my organization is that you see a lot of the cabin crew members actually going out there and registering for MBAs. They don't necessarily know what it's going to lead to right now at this point, but they know that no condition is permanent, right? And their circumstances right now are not necessarily going to determine or define their future if they don't do anything about it. So yeah, that's where we are.
I think that's powerful. That's quite powerful, Namhla, because ultimately, at the end of the day, I think as much as there was someone that pulled you up, becoming that accidental role model puts on a responsibility also on you to say that you have maneuvered so much and you are here now, but you can't now go on your own. You do need to also just try and pull someone up. And it's really one of the ways that as an industry we will get to a point where we start seeing real change and real transformation even around those statistics that we are talking about. Okay, last but not least. I think the one thing, Nomsa, that I'd want you to touch on, as a female leader, leading highly technical males, that can be easy. Because also you are breaking the barriers around there. First and foremost, the question became, do you belong here? And now, a couple of years later, you are leading the very same that could have questioned whether or not you belong there. How do you maneuver that and still make sure that you've got a formidable team that can take the CAA forward?
Thank you, Ayanda. Afternoon, everyone. Nomsa Mujela here. Definitely, and for me, the topic, I even said to the moderator when we were preparing during the week that I don't think that I have beaten any odds as yet, because I believe that there's still more odds to be beaten by myself. But however, I did manage to push some boundaries to be where I am. I mean, from my studies, I mean, the panel before this one, they went deeper into skills in aviation. I mean, I'm someone who studied electrical engineering, and knowing our formal education, we don't have aviation electrical engineering studies. So you get to be trained under normal construction engineering, where you are trained about the normal supply of how to build a house and put electricity, or to put a pylon and power the country. But aviation is quite different. Now, coming from that kind of background, where you've studied formal training, that doesn't even say anything about aviation, and be welcome in the aviation, and having to now indoctrinate yourself from the principles of what you've learned in formal education to adjust it to aviation electrical principles. It was very daunting for me. So, because if I can tell you, colleagues, I don't want to be too technical, but what we study in a formal education in South Africa, you study that you get constant voltage, which is either you have your 340 volts and your alternating current, where you can just put on a switch and you get more power. But aviation works different, it's the other way around. We are constant voltage, constant current, but moving voltage. So now getting all those principles and grasping them, it was very difficult. But being in CAA, where I came in as a non-aviator from being trained by Transnet, the system accepted me, and opportunities that were open to train me so that I become conversant. I learn these principles in aviation. I really appreciate the organization that I'm in now. And not only did I stay as an inspector who was just inspecting electrical infrastructure at airports, I was also promoted 6 years later to become a manager. So what the DCA said, what Ms. Memasua said, that they do nurture the talent within the organization. They do create these opportunities for women to grow from where they are and to reach higher levels of management. It is true. I'm a testimony of that. But again, colleagues, we have challenges that we find ourselves in. I mean, shortly, I shared it with my fellow panelists during the week, that immediately after being appointed to be a manager, there was, I don't want to be very controversial, but there was like an investigation that I somehow didn't belong here. There was some cheating that happened for me to get the position. And it was so sad because it gives what everybody else has said. Do I even belong here? Are these people right? Did I really get favors to be where I am? But respecting the process, everything was unfolded, and it was found not to be, actually, there was not even substance to those allegations. But what that has taught me is that, you know what, since there are so many doubts about me being here, since there are so many cynicism, let me just do what I do, learn the position, be good at it, and excel in it. And colleagues, I can say this without any doubt. I can say this without any doubt. I am good at what I'm doing. I've learned a lot. And there's still opportunities for me to grow. Hence, I said when I started that I don't think I've broken barriers yet. I still have lot to learn. Just to share, maybe just a little glimpse without taking too much time. I mean, I was appointed to be the first lady in SADC region by ICAO ISAF office to be one of the aspects to be under aerodrome certification, no state left behind. And those achievements is really, it really shows that you are really being recognized out there. And leading my team as well, colleagues, I try to impart all these things, but again, I don't want to be fixated with the thing that I'm the first this, first that. But for me, it's not about being caught into being the first trap, but how many people am I bringing to this position to also experience what I've experienced, to also be out there to guide the industry, to take what I've taught them and take it forth to other states, to other organizations. But it has not been easy. But the struggle continues, and we will definitely get there. Thank you.
A luta continua. A luta continua. And you know what I found interesting, Nomsa, when you shared your story, I think earlier on this week, it didn't happen only to you, where you find people seriously questioning whether or not you belong. I think some of the ladies also shared that. But what they shared in common was that you need to make sure that you prove that you really belong being there, and that you can only do by being exceptional at what you do and just showcasing excellence in all you do. And I really commend you. I really commend you, ladies, all on that. We are pressed for time. We are really pressed for time. So what we're going to try and do, we are going to try to wrap up the discussion, which I found was quite informative, because it does help that we hear stories from other people. Because in this room, we do have youngsters that are aspiring to be aviators. We do have professionals that are there. They want to move to get to where you are, ladies. There are ladies at your level that are also equally going through their own challenges, and it does help to just reflect with people that are really similar to you. Now, in concluding, and I'll just give each speaker just a minute or so just to help us just conclude. We've spoken about beating the odds, and undoubtedly, all of you beautiful ladies that are seated here, you have beaten the odds, and you need to own that. And you need to walk proud with that. Let's stop questioning ourselves in terms of where we are. And then secondly, we've spoken about external hindrances, and we now know that the external hindrances are there. And luckily for us, and luckily for the country that we're at, there are policies that are there. We've spoken of policies around that are trying to push for gender equality. And even with the dire stats that were shared, if you start looking within South Africa, the picture shifts, because there are policies that are being put in place just to make sure that there is real transformation within the South African context. But where I'm going with this is that those are external hindrances that are sorted out by policies. The issue also that some of us have, and I'm going to put it as some of us and not everyone, is the self-limiting behaviors. You are technically trained, you are experienced, but you sit there and still doubt whether or not this is your space. So I just want us to wrap up around that, just to tell me, what is it that gets you going? What is it that keeps you pushing on a daily to say, you are maneuvering past that? And then also, I know that it's not everyone that suffers from the self-limiting behaviors. So as we conclude, I just want those that have beaten that, just to also share, what is it that you're doing differently to us that makes you wake up and jump without having that fear of not being adequate? I'll start off with you, Ms. Knox.
For me, colleagues, it will be, I would really like to give credit to our male counterparts, because I think all of us, we've already shared that, because aviation is such a gentle, what did we say during the week? A gentleman's club.
It's a gentleman's club.
But having a male counterpart that believes in you and is willing to guide you, is willing to share that knowledge and demystify things that you are unsure of, it really needs to be commended to our male counterparts. And I would really like to see most of them here. I think, Ayanda, we need, next year when we do the summit, it shouldn't be to all ladies when we send that email. It should be to all staff. And men should also register, because once we say, you must come through, they say, no, but that is your platform. But this is not a women's gender, it's a gender summit, aviation gender summit. So I think their insight, their comments, their contributions will really assist in this dialogue. But for me, I think this self-limiting behavior was really addressed by the support that I got from the male counterparts, and it's still there, and we really need to commend them for that.
Thank you. Ms. Kotata. Lieutenant. Colonel Kotata.
I'd like to share just a little experience that I've had where when I just joined the Free State Air-Wing as a chief pilot there, I had to fly with some farmers on an operation of stock theft. So they have never seen a black female in Free State flying. You go to the Eastern Free State and they see this woman who's 1.6 meters tall. She jumps out of a helicopter and they ask, who is flying that thing? Yeah. Are we going to go in that thing when she's flying it? And where you have to, you know, even in the Free State, something that I shared during the week is that you still have, unfortunately, individuals that still use the K word to refer to people of color. You go there enthusiastic, afraid to serve a people that you do not know. I've served nationwide, but there is very different. To help them, even in the call that they've asked you to come and assist them with. And you still have to hear that. And then you still have to continue with the operation, and you have to put yourself in a place where you are preparing yourself mentally to address the issue, but not lose focus. And you in the industry in itself, you have to accept apologies that you'll never get, and you still serve a people that not necessarily want you there, and you still have to deliver. And in that moment, if you do get it, where you are able to correct, you do that politely with humility, and you know, you have to correct an elderly man and say, but you do not refer to the people like that. And because you can see sometimes as a people, we know that sometimes you don't get apologies from our elders, but you will get that old man who comes and says, come have coffee at my house one day. And I accept that as an apology. So I would like to say, the hindrances will always be there. The challenges will always be there. We must not be deterred. We are here for a reason. We need to serve. And the leadership of this country is women, is female. We need to embrace that and run with it. And remember, like the topic for today, to lift as we do that, because there will still be challenges. People will still be punished because of the things you say. So we need to remember the ones that come behind us and pull them with us, because these chairs are very big and they can accommodate, and these tables are long enough, they can accommodate. So let us not have the fear to lift each other. We must not have the fear to lift.
Thank you for that lesson in humility 101. That is quite important as we move along. Doctor.
I thought we had agreed that I will not speak after her. But you know, I'd just like briefly to tell, before I answer your question, just to tell two short stories. One of them is that when I joined the organization that I work for, I got a lot of questions of, how did you get here? Do you have a degree or something? I decided right there and then that I'm not going to wear uniform. Simply because the minute I start wearing uniform, so it starts with the decisions you make and how you respond to something without necessarily vocalizing it, but maybe changing a narrative. And then the second story I want to tell is actually about you, Fumelani. I was telling it earlier on. You know, earlier in the week, a colleague of mine, we were talking about the International Air Services Licensing Council, and Fumelani happens to be a member of that. and we were talking about who's got aviation experience there, and I mentioned that Pumilani does. And they're like, oh yes, she used to be a cabin crew for SA Express. And I said, no, she's an aeronautical engineer. They're like, are you sure? Not a maintenance engineer? I'm like, no, an aeronautical engineer. Are you sure not avionics? I'm like, I'm sure, an aeronautical engineer. So I think this speaks to an element of humility that we give without recognizing necessarily the damage it does. Not necessarily for ourselves, but for everybody else. Because if I had stopped at the moment where they had said cabin crew, that would have then been who you are, and that would have then be the class of people that are hired for International Air Services Licensing Council. That would have been the level of excellence for aviators in South Africa, because you know the role that the council has is very big for commercial, well, not just commercial airlines, but for the aviation industry. So if somebody, and this is no disrespect to cabin crew, but if somebody says the best aviator we've got in that licensing council is only at a junior level of cabin crew, that actually says a lot about what they believe women are capable of when it comes to aviation. So, to answer your question, I think for me there's three things. You know, once I got over the culty-ness that I saw, I realized that there's no enemies in aviation. So you can reach out to anybody. And the question I would always ask myself is, what's the worst that could happen? Are they going to beat me up? No. The worst is they're not going to respond, or they're not going to deliver what they're saying that they're going to deliver. The second thing is that own your potential. Own what you're capable of, because the noise is always internal. You know, it does not always come from someone else, and you project that, and what you get back is what you give. And then, you know, this is lastly linked to that. Ignore the noise, not only your noise, but everyone else's noise, because you know what it is that you want and what you are capable of. Yeah.
I love that. We are ignoring the noise so that we can get rid of some of the symptoms.
Because I didn't mention somebody's name. So, but I know they know who they are, and they know I appreciate the time and the effort they've put into me. And what I am doing as well, because I am within the aviation, because they are, I am giving back. I am a member of the VANS International Center for Justice, where we deal with advancement of legal women in the workplace. So, and for me, that's where I'm also, like I said, aviation, it's a non-subject within the legal space. So, and it's just fascinating for me, and now I can be conceited because it's the aviation experts, and there's no one else. So I'm always, you know, asked to come and encourage the up-and-coming women lawyers about the fact that there is more than conveyancing and litigation and property law. Now there is aviation, and we've got the aviation lawyer here, and I wear that crown with pride. I am an aviation lawyer. So, and I take on mentees, and it's for like a 12-month period. So I'm on my second mentee. I joined last year, and for me, this is where it's just the confirmation of the fact that I have overcome, and I acknowledge the hands that held me, and I give back, and I want that when they walk into the aviation space, they are not also looked at with the skepticism, with questioning their ability as legal women in an aviation space. They must be welcome because they know what aviation law is, and they understand it, and they're capable, and they belong in that space.
I love that. Coming from an aviation expert. Okay, so as I'm wrapping up with you, because you said something to me earlier on where you said, look, I don't suffer from self-limiting behaviors. I actually suffer from the opposite. And the reason why I'm concluding with you, I don't want us to paint it, to paint a brush and say that all women are suffering from that. No, they don't. We have someone like you who says she suffers from
I
the
suffer from
opposite.
the opposite. I want to premise it on every child is born confident. There's no child that is born knowing that they cannot do something. Every child is born climbing up trees and then they fall and then they realize there is a boundary. So it is up to that nurturing environment, and I said it in the context of the environment that I spoke about. My parents raised 4 girls, so if there is a light bulb to be changed, it was one of the girls. If there is a tire to be changed, it's one of the girls. So for me, I had come into the space just not knowing that girls cannot. You get what I mean? Like for us, girls can do anything that they want to do. And so I suffered from that because then I got into the industry and then, I come in, my energy. I have a very confident energy. And so I come in loud and then you get shut down very quickly. Yeah. So you come in high confidence and you get shut down very quickly. So for me, I did not have self-limiting beliefs. I think I probably learned them, but totally, internalized and worked through them, knowing that I come in confidence, and that speaks to also my resilience and what I have been able to do and achieve in the industry for myself and others as well. And so I think one of the ways to do that, I mentioned it earlier as well, for those that are raising children, don't turn that dial down of confidence, of creativity, of going for exactly what you want, what you feel like doing. I think it was Nozibo who came earlier and said, encourage your children, your girl kids, to do maths and science. It's quite unfortunate. I have a boy and a girl, and they are both competent in maths, but my younger girl has already been told that she is not as good as she is, outside, obviously, of my household. And so you have to just bring that up, because my boy would not have even had a chance to even be told that he's not good enough at maths and science. It's his thing, it's a boy's thing. That's what they know. So that's the key of now grassroots of wherever we are within our communities. Let's build it up from the grassroots. Secondly, I think Namhla mentioned it. Ladies, let us mention each other in rooms that we are not at. I have a lot of people. There are ladies, as I said, at the CAA who would say, hey, here's a job, wherever. A lady who is capable of doing that job as
They should be barefoot in the kitchen. You all know that story. And my then boss called me in, bless his soul, and he said to me, you've got the ability, but you need to grow a bit of big pants. And I decided that I will do that. And I persevered, and I became the very first Aeronautical Rescue Coordination Center chief on the continent. And I'm also the very first author of the AFI Search and Rescue Plan that was done last year at APERG. So, girls, but what I would like to say to you is that if we had to do this meeting or this summit 40 years ago, if there were 10 women, it would be a lot. So we have grown, we have really grown, but we have not grown enough. Girls, please stop limiting yourself. In the 40 years in my aviation background, I've never seen, Colonel, you need to help me here. I've never seen an aeroplane that says, when you as a woman get into that aeroplane, it's got a switch that says, press the switch if you're a woman, and then the aeroplane is going to operate differently. Neither cars, boats, trains, whatever you want to call it. Why are we limiting ourselves? And my message today is that if we all fill this world with love, and in our aviation industry, take our peoples, let's mentor each other, let's take each other's hands. And next year when we have the summit again, and I am privileged to be here again, I would love to see a room 20 times bigger than this one, with women and girls, like I said again, with your energy. 100 years, 10 years, it's going to be 5 years. Girls, go for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those words of encouragement. Do we have another hand?
Yes, it's
All
me
right,
on my
yes.
side. Igama lama Khosikazi Malibongwe. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. My name is Leanda Mjali. I'm from MC Attorneys. I'm an aviation lawyer. My first question is to Ms. Thandeka Mtebuga. I wanted to ask you, ma'am, what role can we play as aviation lawyers in the space to create a body of aviation law, to make sure that as practitioners, whether we in the private sector or we are working within organizations like your ATNS or your CAA, that we're able to bring light to this very interesting sector and make sure that we've got a body of jurisprudence in our industry. And then my second question is to my colleague, Ms. Fumelane. Fumelane, you know the challenges that we've come across as licensing councils around some of our law, which is very outdated. We see two dichotomies in the aviation sector. You know, you've got organizations like the CAA, which are very advanced in their law, very progressive. And you'd find other bodies like us as the licensing councils being very behind, you know, having law from 1990, 1993. What role can we play as aviation practitioners to make sure that our law caters for women, is progressive, and speaks to the South African agenda as it is at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Panelists, perhaps let me just take the last round of questions, then you can just answer at a go. One last one, yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Molo. I'm wearing two hats, actually, as I'm standing here. One, I'm from the Speakers Forum, and secondly, I am from an organization called Empower Women. And I need to assure you, ladies, you are breaking barriers and shattering those glass ceilings, and you are inspiring change. Kudos to you. And I am from the Free State, by the way. First of all, I would like to say thank you to CEO Poppy Koza for inviting us here today. One of the common threads as I was listening to you ladies, and it breaks my heart, is the fact that each and every one of you, except you, ma'am, you said that before you got into this space, you didn't know anything about aviation. And let me tell you something, I didn't know anything about aviation until 2 months ago when I met Ms. Koza. So that simply means that you are in this space, and that hasn't changed a bit. So my question is, where are you? What are you doing with this platform? Are you being seen in spaces that are outside aviation? For people like myself who are outsiders, who have the platforms that can allow you to be able to have the very same conversations that you've been having today. I mean, it was such a sad affairs, because I remember a month ago we invited Ms. Koza to come and speak at the event because she couldn't make it. And we had to nag and nag and nag because she was the representation of aviation. And I'm sitting and I'm thinking, there's a room full of people who represent aviation, and yet there's only one person who is the face of aviation. And I can say this because I'm an outsider, and that simply means we do not see you. We are not in spaces that are outside aviation where we are able to say, I know they exist, and I know this is what they're doing. Even the work that you're doing as CAA, nobody knows about it outside of yourselves. So you're going to work this hard, and what are you going to be remembered for when you leave this space? What does your brand look like? What do you stand for? So for people like myself that are mothers that are outside, when you walk away from this summit, I need you to walk away thinking, what can we do differently so that the stories of those that are outside who want to get in are not like our stories. They can say, we saw them, we heard them, we experienced them, and they were part of us. So tomorrow, those who would like to be part of something bigger as well, outside of aviation, I am availing 10 tickets to empower women. It is a summit that allows women from different sectors, 12 different sectors that are male-dominated. Those who would like to participate and be part of the program, and maybe even just to come and see what other women are doing outside of transport, do come and contact me. Miss Tabile uzobe khona lapho, and tomorrow Miss Masua, she spoke there earlier on. I came to Scout to listen if she's going to represent you well on my platform tomorrow. And I can safely say yes, she will be able to do that. Sis Khatile Nkala, who was here also earlier on, she'll also be part of that. But those are the few women that are matured, even if I have to say that because they are my age mates, I can say that. Where are the young women? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the questions. All right. Very brief responses, if we may, please. Panelists?
Well, if I may, around the aviation lawyers and where are we and how do we group ourselves and make sure that we are visible. I think it's a sentiment of a lot of women that I meet in the forum that I had mentioned, that I'm seen as the only aviation lawyer they've ever met. But they group themselves. Just on Tuesday, I went to a conveyancing meeting, and it's women lawyers in conveyancing. So they communicate, they group themselves. In a week's time, there is legal women in tech. So they are taking the initiative. So it seems like we are not. And I think it's because we are each probably sitting in our corners, patting ourselves on the back, that I am the only one in this space, or I have made it in this space. And that is really sad, because it speaks to the emancipation and the empowerment that we constantly are preaching, to say, why are women not visible? And who are we waiting for? Which Messiah are we waiting for to come and uplift us, to come and make sure that we are visible and make sure that we are in those spaces? So it's upon us to make sure that we make ourselves visible, we reach out and set up platforms so that we are seen, so that we meet each other, and then whatever issues that we deal with within our respective spaces, then there is a voice coming from the collective. So it's upon us.
Myself on Leandra, you are asking a question that is so broad, and maybe we should ask that because I think you were there when that regulation was written. That's when you were part of it. I was still in high school at that time. So, but I do understand where you're coming from. It's an archaic law, and regulation with the CAA has evolved so much throughout the time. But it is with understanding that regulation does not change, especially legislation in itself does not change. And as enacted bodies by legislation, the 3-year term of a licensing council, be it international or domestic, is not enough to get things done within those 3 years. So I did make a suggestion, and I would say to the Department of Transport that is here, I would want to see a more a semi-permanent body working on just the legislations for international licensing and domestic licensing. Because I think within the terms of what we are serving, it's not enough. I think probably the councils that came before us started it, and along the way, it's 3 years down the line, you're not taking it through the whole aviation or the legislation cycle, enactment with parliament and things like that. So I would think just off the bat is to say, can we have a more semi-permanent body that will outlive the councils as their term comes and goes, that are looking constantly at making sure that the legislation is relevant, the legislation is, current within the status of the country. I mean, in terms of BE, competition law, so many other things that are missing out of that legislation. And I think it's a starting point for so many operators. We should not leave it lying down. Thank you.
Okay. And then just lastly, I will answer the question around aviation visibility out there to people that are non-aviators. I'm going to answer on behalf of the Civil Aviation Authority under the leadership of the DCA. We do have a section that is entirely focused on ensuring that there is aviation development that takes place. And there's quite a lot of aggressive career development campaigns that we run as the Civil Aviation Authority. And on an annual basis, we meet in a minimum of about 60,000 youngsters that we actually reach at. I know we could possibly reach out to a lot more people, but that 60,000 young people from disadvantaged community, they are now starting to hear for the first time on issues around aviation. And luckily, for some of them, they won't have to wait until much later for them to be exposed to aviation. There's quite a lot of other initiatives that are really geared to make sure that we create the awareness around aviation. The fact that we are sitting here on a gender summit today tells me that we are trying to get out there. We are streaming live. There's a lot more other people that are joining in. In June, we did a young aviation assembly where we called in quite a lot of youngsters, again, trying to really push on making sure that we create the awareness. We are at universities, we are in all of these places just to make sure that we drive that aviation awareness. And I know also with some of the entities like the ATNS as well, they also do run similar campaigns. But I do agree with you in terms of visibility, absolutely, there is a lot more that can be done, but we have really commenced. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give our panelists another warm round of applause. Thank you so much, panelists. You may take to your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that an amazing, energetic, electrifying panel? Thank you so much. To also our panel moderator, Ms. Ayanda Manunga, the Senior Manager in Communications and Stakeholder Relations at CAA. Thank you so much for an excellent moderation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on now to our very next session. It's a motivational masterclass that I'm excited about, and it's tackling some of those pointers that we saw on our screen on Menti that you voted on regarding self. And I particularly like this next session because it's about agency. Oftentimes we were talking about what the next person is doing, what the next organization is doing. So this time around, it's mastering self, right? So we'll be tackling and learning self-limiting behaviors, taking ownership of one's success, and how to turn circumstances around towards meeting one's goals. Now, I won't be doing this, of course, myself. We'll be joined by an expert, and I'd like to introduce, of course, our next speaker. Well, he's currently the Managing Director of G.A. Luchuti Transformational Talks, and he's also heading up G.A. Luchuti Publishing House. Dr. Aaron Luchuti worked for ICANN Group, headed by Dr. David Mulapo and Dr. Mamike Mulapo. He excelled in his position as a master trainer for Dr. John C. Maxwell's Leadership Development Program right here in the continent of Africa. So with that being said, please give a warm round of applause to Dr. Aaron Lichut.
Well, look at the person sitting next to you and tell them, you are so blessed that I'm sitting next to you. It starts right there, where you don't struggle to be at ease with self-affirmation. I'm going to say that again. It starts right there, where you don't find it difficult to affirm yourself. You cannot bring change into an environment which is absent in your personal space. Say to the person again, you are highly favored that you are sitting next to me. I don't want to move. Thank you. Thank you. Let me take this time to acknowledge Marona. Ke mosimane wa Motswana nna ke tholo ke o taba ke mina tshipi ke tlhololo. Ga ke a tlhakatlhakana. Let me acknowledge Marona Mepopi Khoza. She has just reminded me that we met some years back. I think it was 2012. If you think I'm young then, imagine how young I was then. And it tells you that when destiny has aligned your paths to cross, it matters not how many turbulences you come across from then to the now. Thank you, Marona, for the opportunity again. I will not take much of time doing greetings. Ka gonne ka Setswana ke gotetse ke a chesa. Bomme ba ntseng ba feta fa ba besitse molelo. Go mogote. So let me get to the task I am here for. When we want to unlearn a behavior pattern, we must acknowledge that it did not impose itself over us. Every behavior that dominates your life order was permitted by you. So that tells us from the word God that it's not problematic to deal with a behavior pattern that makes us not to be productive or effective in our space of expertise and role execution. Every behavior that dominates you currently and that serves as a wall against your set goals and against your desire to be best where you are placed, such a behavior did not impose itself. You permitted it. I want you to say to the person sitting next to you, since you opened the door for it to enter, tell them, since you opened the door for it to enter, and you offered it a seat to relax, you afforded it comfort. That is why it stayed longer. You are responsible for its exit. Are we together? Self-imposition does not require a meeting with the next person to reverse its effects. I'm going to say that again. Self-imposition does not require a meeting with the next person to empower you to deal with its negative effects. It needs you to reach a level where you are resolute about your desire and decision to change your status. It must be a desire. Desire has a propelling effect. Desire has a pushing effect. But desire requires a resolution for the effect of the desire to be maintained. So if you only desire but you are not resolute to implement the desire will remain a mere wish. Wishers remain beggars. So if you want to turn your state of affairs around, you must move beyond wishing to strategy establishment. Now, strategy speaks to itemization. Having items in the order of their importance. I have to start here so as to be ready for the next level, so as to tackle the next problem. In the absence of a structured change approach, change will remain a mere dream. I want to say to you, my dear sisters, you have permitted yourselves to limit yourselves by allowing the material conditions to say to you, you are not capable. You can only settle for the level you are on. I have come to provoke you. 9 months is not a child's play. You don't hear. 9 months is not a child's play. The first trimester has its own challenges. But you are able to maneuver through it without having gone to a course that prepared you to manage it effectively. The second trimester has its own challenges. You join the many women who have dealt with the first and the second as though it was not their first encounter. You handled the first and the second trimester and got ready for the third trimester where nobody never taught you how to endure between instruction. When the midwife tells you, don't push as yet, you'll endanger yourself and you'll also endanger what you're trying to deliver. Here, deliverables require self-management. You went through the first trimester. You woke up one morning and you had some dizzy spells. You woke up one morning and you were nausea. You woke up one morning and your mood swings were not common or normal. You woke up one morning and your appetite for certain things was no longer in place. And you are now all of a sudden desiring things that you are not used to desiring. And you tried to interpret what you were feeling. You reached out to others and they gave you a clue. This could mean you are carrying something. You never allow the feeling that is foreign in your system to shut you in your own corner. You reached out to those who are in your circle and shared what you are feeling. The same natural instinct that set in when you felt like that, you can bring it into the professional space. When the environment makes you nausea, when the environment tempers with your appetite for excellence, look for a woman in another corner and say, I'm not feeling like my best self. How do I handle this? Never allow career pressure to shut you off from your world. Are we together? Am I making sense? Your problem is you think when you are cornered, you are not permitted to reach out. The characteristic of competition in the space of work makes you to shy away and shut yourself in a corner and not reach out to a sister who could be the master of the very pain you're going through. The element of competition has become so rough that it makes you to self-choke. When there's people within your space who have the know-how by virtue of encounter and experience, who've been where you are, who've handled what you are handling, who've dealt with what you are dealing with, but professional pride makes you to shut them off and suffocate in the presence of help. Say to the woman sitting next to you, I'm doing away with this pride. I'm doing away. I want to reach out to my sister. There is a help in the room. Am I talking to you, my dear sisters? I don't know where is that coming from. Now, I want to give context and justification for my conviction-driven statements. It is an unprofessional behavior for a speaker to excite people without giving them insight. So I want to move from the introduction that won me your attention. The purpose was to enjoy heart and mind access. Now that I suspect I have it, let's go to the core matter, unpack it with satisfying explanation, give you some notes to go home with, to refer back to when you remember this day. Now, whatever you learned which works against you, it's your responsibility to admit that it must take you to unlearn it. Are we together? So to unlearn self-limiting behaviors that works against your rising, I want you to hear this, capture this. To unlearn self-limiting behaviors that works against your rising in the workspace, you must choose a route of self-empowerment. Now, CEO, I want to show you what is happening here. I got this book on your table. I wrote these notes as I was listening to the panelists. So this room is pregnant with content. This that I'm sharing here, I wrote it whilst sitting there. It shows you should not walk into a room with a big head and not pay attention to other speakers. You could be missing what would make you a good speaker. So I put aside my notes and I wrote a new set of notes sitting down, listening to the two panels that I had the opportunity to pay attention to. So say to the person sitting next to you, arrogance will keep you empty. Tell them learning is an attitude. Becoming is an outcome of that attitude. So learning is an attitude, and becoming is an outcome of that learning attitude. That which you are not becoming is not because it is impossible, but it is because you lack a learning attitude. Can I say that again? That which you are not becoming is not because it is impossible. It is because between you and it, there is a barrier built by your attitude. Pride breaks bridges and denies you the ride to the next level. Swallow your pride and be teachable. You'll walk out of every environment a best student of the lessons of life. So, to unlearn self-limiting behaviors that works against our rising in the workspace, we must choose a route of self-empowerment. Number one, to be empowered, it means you become better at dealing with toxic environments. When you are empowered, when you have worked on yourself, you become better when it comes to dealing with toxic environments. When an environment which is toxic chokes you, that is an indication of poor personal development. I'm going to say that again. That which you cannot carry, it's a sign you have not built a muscle to carry it. That which is heavier and weighs you down is an indication that your muscle development has been neglected. So every time you encounter a minus situation in your work environment, a situation that takes away from you, it is because you have not built a wall of resilience around you through personal development. An employee, a team member who neglects growth, becomes a victim of circumstances in the workplace. But your growth level ups your resilience level. And resilience is best expressed in how you solve problems that seek to deplete your career passion. So you're not growing, that is why you're complaining too much. Complaining is an expression of weakness. Creativity is an expression of development. So when there's a condition or a situation that seeks to choke you, you become creative, and your creativity is informed by your development level. The lesser the level of development, the lesser the volume of the content of the reservoir of what you have extracted and generated from the content that develops you. So when you up the reservoir level, when pressure goes up, you match it shoulder to shoulder, head to head, toe to toe with information you have amassed through learning. Say to the person sitting next to you, being appointed for the post does not mean ready for the task. The two are not the same. Placement does not guarantee function. Remember, you prepared for the interview. You had to somehow formulate a script approach. You called friends even before you left home to remind you of certain questions. So you were merely an actor. Whatever you said there was not a guarantee of your makeup. But the challenges in the space will expose to you the level of development or the lack thereof. And if you are fair to self, you will take that as a feedback. Pressure is a form of feedback. Frustration is a form of feedback. Pain is a form of feedback. The question is, are you paying attention? All right. So you'll be better in handling toxic environments. You will be better to confront unpermitting culture that opposes your rise as a woman. You are developed. You can match the opponent, which is the attitude of decision makers or of your fellow team members who have settled for a tone that makes a woman to feel like a lesser being. Now that you have developed yourself, you can confront what others are afraid to confront. You do so with wisdom, skillfulness of expressing dissatisfaction without tampering with your passion level. Telling it as it is and not losing the edge to continue functioning. Because you have developed yourself. Say to the woman sitting next to you, your problem is after qualifying, you stop developing. Okay. Let's quickly move to understanding that there are personal factors, there are factors tied to you, things you must do as a person to become the best candidate to reverse the negative effects of an attitude in the workplace that renders women useless. I said attitude. Attitude informs how people translate legislation. Attitude informs how people contribute towards the formulation of policies. Now, if you want to dismantle and undo the toxicity that is hidden behind legislation, behind policy and its interpretation, you must be excellent in your personal space. You don't hear me? You must be so excellent in what you do that when they dream of touching you, they experience a nightmare. You did not hear me. You must be so good on your deliverables and quantifiables that when they want to conspire in a corner to plan against you, what you deliver and how you deliver, must make them experience a nightmare. You must not be a walkover because of the quality of your deliverables. What makes you a cheap target is because of your poor performance. Even if aviation does not appreciate you and harass you, other entities will headhunt you. Use aviation's challenges to become a master of that skill that you might be needed even in other entities. Who said workplace is your mama's dining room? Who said you'll find friendly people? Even your siblings are not always friendly. Even your relatives are not always friendly. Are we together? Now, you must have a personal culture, hear me, that strengthens your inner core to a point that you will not be consumed by workplace culture. And one of the things you must do to develop such a personal culture is, I will see them but behave as if they are absent. I'll mark them absent in their very presence. In other words, their input will make them present if it adds value to my pursuit. But if their input does not add value to my pursuit, I'll behave as if I just woke up from a dream. I didn't see them. It must be a culture of resistance to negativity. I'll mark the negative person absent, and their negativity will lose fuel. Am I helping you? You must learn to affirm yourself. I started with that. I'm best for the job. I'm best for the challenge. It's not just a motivation, it's an expression of the value that you have placed on yourself because it's expressed from a point of development. You don't just talk good, you also perform good. You are not a busy bee all over the show without mastering any corner of the show. No, there are people who are so busy at work, you only see them when it's time to account that they've been doing nothing. You must be aware of yourself. Self-knowledge means I'm exposed to my strengths and limitations. I know what I have to maintain and I know what I have to correct. I know my flaws and I know my strengths. I know which relationships to invest in so as to contribute towards the elimination of my flaws and the maintenance of my excellence. You can't be relating with people who are equally bad like you in execution. Let me move. You must master policies and legislation that governs the space you work in. Whether that legislation is flawed or not, it's secondary. Primarily, you must master it so as to engage in processes of improving it. You can't improve what you don't know. You can't improve what you are shallow on. Am I talking to somebody here? You can't be shallow on a subject matter and wants to contribute towards its correction. So master the policy so that you can use it as a tool to arm yourself and protect yourself when legislation and policy is sought to be used against you for your demise. You can know nothing and do something about what you know nothing about. Master legislation, master policy, master the values that are said to be governing interaction and relationships and function in your workspace. You can't be ignorant about the very things that are hanging on your wall and want to change the material condition within the space. Let me rush. Time is not on my side. To unlearn negative self-limiting behavior, you need the following points. 1, acknowledge that you deserve better. Am I talking to somebody? Acknowledge that you deserve better. Okay. Number 2, acknowledge that you don't just deserve better, you have to be better. La. There are people who say, thank you, this is my boss, she manages me, you can see she's managing me. It's because of her that I get business. You see, CEO, I'm managed by a woman. She's my boss, she tells me when to come, how long to speak, and I take instructions. Okay, I'm left with 5 minutes. Thank you, boss. I'll do justice to the 5 minutes. So don't just acknowledge that you deserve better. Become better. So that what you demand is justified by your quality development. So don't place a demand that cannot be traced to your personal makeup. Be better so as to qualify to echo the need and the demand to be given better environment, better incentives, and better recognition. Don't deceive yourself and say you deserve better when your effort does not match what you deserve. Number 3. Number 1, you deserve better. Number 2, acknowledge that you must be better. Number 3, acknowledge that you can be better if you do something about it. You can. It takes effort. Better outcome must be activated by a plan that turns you into a better person and into a better worker. All right, questions you must ask yourself so as to overcome negative self-limiting behaviors. 1, question number 1, what informed this type of mindset that designed your behavior order? Where does this come from? It didn't fall from the sky. Locate, investigate, interrogate its root. If you can locate the root, you'll stop the fruit. What informed this type of mindset? Number 2. Okay, find it on number 1, disengage from it, and it will never continue to influence your performance. Number 2, what fed this behavior? What is it that which I'm paying attention to that feeds this behavior? I've got to stuff it for it to lose its hold over me. What feeds this behavior? Number 3. So once you know what feeds it, you can stop consuming what feeds it, isn't it? You are stuffing it so it cannot develop further. Number 3. Who encouraged this behavior? If there's a what, there must be a who. So within your workspace or at home or within your relationship circles, there must be a person who has settled for mediocrity and they don't want to remain mediocre alone. They need a choir that joins their mediocrity so as to normalize mediocrity. My dear sisters, you have what it takes. You conquered 9 months. You can conquer all self-limiting behaviors. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Dr. Lichuti. I mean, I have emceed many events, many summits and conferences. I have never seen a speaker right towards the end when we're thinking of our Saturday, making us feel like we just started. So you really did a great job, Dr. Lichuti, but not only of inspiring us, but reminding us of our agency. I think oftentimes we, allow that responsibility to come into the hands of systems, organizations, and other individuals. But your speech today was saying that it's in our hands. We have the agency, and that permission needs to lie with us. Thank you so much. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost towards the end of our program, but quite important that we get some outcomes from today's summit. I will be giving you an opportunity to give a feedback. There will be a survey that we'll be conducting on menti.com. We'll be seeing live feedback from you in terms of how you rate today's event and how your experience has been. But in the meantime, if you may allow me, we need to hear some outcomes from the Director of Civil Aviation herself. Please allow me to welcome to the stage for Summit Outcomes, Ms. Popikoza, back on stage.
I'm seriously protesting. I see the manager has left the room. I don't understand why she insisted that you were left with 5 minutes, because I don't think you were really left with 5 minutes, Dr. Lichuti. We still had 10, 15 more minutes. That was too short. It was just too short. I don't know if it's only me, but it really was too short for me, and I see the nods around the room. But thank you so much, Dr. Lichuti, for such an inspiration. Whatever that you said really, really resonated and spoke to me. But you know, there's one thing that really stood out for me. When you said, we must never deceive ourselves into thinking that we deserve better when we give less. I think to me that was really a showstopper, because many a times we like to think we are the best crayons in the box when we are really still requiring some sharpening. And until you go through that process of being sharpened so that you can crayon better, and as you crayon, people can see that this is a bright red color. It stands out beautifully. This is a bright green color. It stands out beautifully. For some reasons, we just create illusions in our own heads, and we start thinking that we have arrived when we are still in the journey. So I think, to me, the message really is learn to know yourself better first, so that when you stand up and you think you know better and you have arrived, you are able to say, Poppy, hold on. You still have to learn more before you can be seen to be this bright crayon in the box. Allow that process of sharpening, which many of us, by the way, we don't want, because the process of being sharpened, I'm sure it is not nice. It must not be nice. But thank you so much, and we really appreciate your presence and the presence of the women in the house, of our board of directors, even now, at this late hour. I think some of the key issues that we touched on, the first one was that gender equality still has a long way to go. So we still need to work around this. The statistics were shared with us. We still have to contend with the issues of patriarchy, of gender-based violence. I can't see how I can be happy at work when I'm abused at home. So there is a nexus, a connection between how a state of mind from a house where your husband was telling you this morning that you are not good enough, or maybe clapped you so bad, and you have a board meeting that you are preparing to go to, and you are expected to show up as a normal person when you are not. And I think this speaks to the experiences of many of us as women, where when we show up so beautifully, not wearing our problems, on our shoulders, or carrying our problems on our shoulders, and we still show up. And people then start wondering why we act in some ways. So that development that we're talking about, it resonates even when we deal with gender equality issues, because for as long as you know yourself and the things that you are dealing with, your environment, you are better prepared to show up as your better self, authentically. So, the second one was that gender equality will not happen by itself. It has to be prioritized and pursued. Gender culture takes much to change, and the minister, I think, spoke about a host of things that still needs to be done around this area in terms of skills development, for instance, enterprise development, and many other programs that would ensure that we move the needle. The issue of policies, which was of course shared by the leaders panel, issues of collaboration and partnerships, but the importance of leadership driving the change, driving the gender equity, diversity, inclusivity that we all want to see in our spaces. So if the leader is not leading, I am of the view that honestly, it is okay to step aside when you can't do it and allow those who can do it to arise and make the change. But I think that self-awareness that you spoke about, Dr. Lichudi, makes us as leaders not, you talked about that pride does what? We become too prideful and we can't even recognize when we are not getting things right. But we also become prideful equally of not wanting to be given the feedback that we are uncomfortable with. So leadership to me is not just about delivering when you come to work, but it's a package. I am also in my own journey of development because I have not arrived. Leadership is a journey, and it's something that you practice on a daily basis. And I must say, it is not easy. It is hard because there are a lot of things that we have to deal with. By the way, leadership, I'm not talking about a position. I'm talking about leading self, even, not just being in a position of leadership. And I like what Tobile Masowa, our executive HR, also said, the famous quote of Peter Drucker, that everything starts and ends. Am I correct? It starts and ends with leadership. So I think the importance of leadership, particularly in changing and creating the diversity that we want to see, is important. The future of AI was spoken about to the extent that it will dominate, and it has in fact started to dominate, and we need to nurture that culture while it is still young, and we need to implement more and talk less, because there is a lot that has been said around gender equity issues, but it's the action that, or the implementation that lacks. Some of the action plans was to the effect that we need to create a conducive environment that is not discriminating, that empowers, that allows each one of us to take accountability. There must also be or rather proper policies implemented. I think we agreed that we do have policies, but in other organizations, as we saw in the statistics in Menti, maybe those policies, they are there gathering dust, they are not known. And maybe if we talk about those policies more in our organizations, we create that awareness and we allow all of us to know about them and hold the leaders accountable. I think the CEO of ATNS was talking about allowing leaders to be held accountable. Leaders are not people. I think one of our board members will say, I only fear God and nobody else. If I have to give you feedback, I will give you feedback freely. But I will know how to give that feedback. And I think we need to master what Dr. Lichudi was saying, that sometimes even if you have that pressure or you are challenged, you are able to disagree or to give that feedback without feeling less of a human being. I'm just paraphrasing according to how I was understanding. There was also a discussion about that we need broader exchanges between stakeholders, collaborate more. It would appear as if we're doing a lot, but we're doing a lot in silos. And maybe if we collaborate more, particularly around the issues of exchanges, and I think also others would train. Tita was saying we give training and so on, but who then absorbs those skills? Are we able to create, those pathways or channels where after training we know that the next channel will be, through some of our partners in the industry who can absorb those skills and, just understand each other's programs so that we can make gender parity a reality. We equally talked about that the industry and the stakeholders should assist women, open up spaces for the women to get more opportunities. I think one of the discussions was that the opportunities sometimes are there, but women are not necessarily prioritized. There was an issue around the advocacy at school level. I think Sis Zazini was also saying, we don't really know about you. And I can promise you there's a lot that we are doing. But the visibility through proper media platforms. Because if you are not going to be in the Free State when we visit the Free State, it's only a small community who will know that the Civil Aviation Authority, what the Civil Aviation Authority or ATNS or any other organization is doing, but the broader community will not necessarily know and or learn more about what we do. Somebody said to me, we only know you when you are grounding aeroplanes. If you are not grounding anyone, we hardly hear of the Civil Aviation Authority. So it speaks to the issues of brand awareness. I'm not only for the Civil Aviation Authority, but for the industry. Airlines perhaps are better positioned because a lot of people would use airlines to travel from one place to another, but it's only a small fraction of those who are using air travel as a mode of transportation. The bigger part of the population, I think it's about 4% of the population. Maybe I'm speaking from the African continent perspective, but I think it's tied to the South African one, where it's only a very marginal population who's using travel as a mode of transportation, because a lot of people don't really know about it that much. So there is an opportunity for us, to go out there, particularly to, advocate about careers in awareness, awareness in careers, in aviation careers, and so on. But there was also another issue around socializing or sensitizing our young girls to take up the STEM subjects at school and to make it fashionable. My daughter and my son, who's 6, I can tell you now already, he frowns when you talk mathematics. It's like to him, it's too difficult. But maybe it's because that's been a conversation with her older sister at home and the kids at school. We try at home, to make it fun. But generally in the society, I think all of us, we always think maths and science are difficult subjects. When in fact, they are not really difficult. They just need more effort. So I think that came out very strongly to say, let's socialize even our kids as they grow up to some of these subjects, so that they can, in fact, get themselves into civil aviation, because it is a highly technical environment which requires such skills. I think this is just really a broader summary, but there will be a statement that we will issue. It's going to be posted on our website, and I will encourage each one of you to log on to our website, not tomorrow, I think next week early, by Tuesday, Wednesday, thereabout, where a summary of the discussion will then be put up on our website. Thank you very much. I appreciate each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Khoza. And the importance of, summit outcomes, at least for me, is that we're able to hold ourselves, each other accountable. The National Aviation Gender Summit as well, to say this is what was discussed. These were the desired outcomes. Did we achieve them? And in the next summit, will we be another talk shop, or will we be able to point out exactly what has been the progress 12 months later? So I find this exercise very significant, very proactive and practical. And I think these are the exemplary steps that will move us forward in achieving gender equality. So thank you so much, Ms. Khoza, for sharing with us what came out. And I'm sure each and every one of you definitely relates that those were some of the highlights of the conversation, at least that we've had since this morning. Now, to give us a vote of thanks and to officially close our proceedings this afternoon, please help me welcome on to the stage the board member at the South African Civil Aviation Authority, Advocate Mpati Lebakeng. Please come to the fore. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite difficult to close an occasion when it's just becoming as wonderful. Mine is to deliver a vote of thanks. But I thought, having had the thought-provoking discussions, the pastor in me came out. So, as women, I have always been intrigued by the strength of women. And if you read further, if you read much further behind into the 1800s, you will note that women, when Christianity was being peddled much more into the world, women were very strong. Women were questioning things. Women were not taking the idea of God as God in the sky. They said, show us this man. And if you go and you read, I'll tell you the name of the book, and forgive me about this because my brother is responsible for this thought. At one point, the Bible, you will know that the priests had to go and hunt and kill and burn alive free-thinking women. And this was because men saw that because women were able to be givers of life, that they could direct the direction of life itself. And so men feared. And then they decided that if you start talking too much as a woman, the best way to suppress you and to put you in your place will burn you alive, to demonstrate to other women that they should not do so. They must stay in the kitchen, to which we believe they must be kept. Now, I'm saying this because I think we are giving ourselves very little credit, ladies and gentlemen, really. I mean, we are led by Poppy here, for my DCA. we give ourselves as women very little. We beat ourselves down much more than we should. If you look in this room and you look at the brains behind the women, you will be surprised to know, statistics will tell you, I think Soli has left, statistics will tell you that women are 9 out of 10 times twice more educated than men who earn twice more than they do. So let's give ourselves a pat on our shoulders. Having said so, thank you very much, Program Director. Indeed, it is an honor to be directed by you. You are a wonderful woman. We watch you on TV, we listen to you. You are beautiful. Come see here. My greatest respects and acknowledgements will go to the Honorable Minister, Cindy Swachikunga, who has since had to leave for other engagements. The chairperson of SACA, Mr. Ernest Kosa, who has also left us because of other engagements. Members of the board of SACA, present here and those who could not be with us today. The SACA Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Kosa, chief executives from the sectors here present, distinguished moderators, speakers, and panelists, executives and aviation professionals, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored and filled with immense gratitude to be here today and to deliver this vote of thanks. For this outstanding summit that represents gender and that pays special focus on women in aviation here in South Africa. As we bring this remarkable event to a close, it is fitting to reflect upon the extraordinary accomplishments achieved during our time together here. Firstly, I would like to thank, as I've already stated, the Honorable Minister of Transport, Ms. Cindy Chikunga, in her absentia, for making time out of her extremely busy schedule to attend to this year's National Gender Summit. The support of the Minister has made a huge difference to the summit, as illustrated by the gains we have already made in furthering the cause of gender equality in the aviation sector. Allow me to thank my fellow board members for supporting this initiative and throwing their full weight behind it. In the spirit of gratitude, I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to all our distinguished speakers for thought-provoking discussions, for knowledge, for sharing those valuable insights and knowledge throughout the day. Your passion, your expertise, and your unparalleled dedication to transforming the aviation industry has left an inedible mark on each and every one of us. Your contributions have laid the foundation for a more inclusive and equitable sector, opening up possibilities for countless aspiring aviators around Africa and South Africa and the world. To our delegates and participants, words cannot adequately express our gratitude for your time, your active engagement, and your enthusiastic participation. Your collective energy, your diverse perspectives, and thought-provoking discussions, which have enriched the summit beyond measure. Together, we have fostered new connections, forged meaningful partnerships, and paved the way for a future where gender equality is not just a goal, but a reality in aviation. To all women representing aviation entities and stakeholders in the aviation industry, thank you for making time to show your support and participating in the meaningful discussions of today. Ms. Poppy Kosa, our Director for Civil Aviation, for your unwavering and unhindered persistence and favor for women, for pulling the flag and holding it high for women, for giving support, for lending a hand, and for bringing up another woman. Gender and equality in aviation can only progress by means of the efforts of those in the industry. It is very encouraging to see the passion behind this initiative, even among the male aviators and experts in aviation. The vision of an aviation industry that boasts women making a significant contribution to the industry, as so well articulated by the Minister in her keynote address, is becoming clearer to us all as we work together, that collaborating will help us achieve our goals. Please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to express my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed organizers, the employees of SACA, and particularly corporate services, without whom the summit would not have been possible. Their dedication, meticulous planning, and unwavering commitment to promote gender equality in aviation have brought us all together under this roof. We are grateful for their tireless efforts in creating this exceptional platform, especially for meaningful dialogue and collaboration. Last but not least, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the SACA for hosting this gathering. Your warm hospitality has provided an unforgettable backdrop to our discussions and networking. We leave with cherished memories, motivated to effect real change in our respective corners of this country. To everybody else, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your unwavering dedication and for being agents of proper change for women. Together, we will shatter barriers. We will promote gender equality and create an aviation industry that reflects the power of diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you on behalf of SACA for your participation, and we close another beautiful and hard-hitting and inspiring National Gender Summit. Thank you very much.
Advocate Libaken, thank you so much. Thank you for welcoming us into your home as SACA, because this is SACA's home and we are your guests. Thank you for making us feel welcomed. Thank you for not only opening the door, but extending the chair for us to sit and feel at home as women and also as men alike who are allies in our quest for gender equality. Thank you so much for that beautiful vote of thanks. Before I say goodbye, personally, ladies and gentlemen, let's see how you have given us your feedback. Let's hear how your goodbye looks like or sounds like through this feedback survey on Menti, because that will tell us actually if you've had quite an uplifting and impactful and insightful session or not. So once again, please go to menti.com, and my team and colleagues will be, of course, extending it on the screens. I'm not sure if we'll be able to have Menti on the screens, but it's quite important that we conduct our feedback survey just to give you an opportunity to let us know how exactly you gauge and rate today's event. Now, I remember when I did the briefing, when I had the briefing with the team, I did ask SACA team, are you sure you want this to be public information? How people really feel about today's session. And they said, you know what? We're an organization of accountability and transparency, and we're importantly a confident organization. So this is a feedback survey that will be on menti.com. This is where you get to tell us in real time, and we get to show it on the screen, just how well you think today's program ran, but also if you did extrapolate some of the key desired outcomes for today's agenda. So that the code again for you to enter, it's 1333-8186. 1333-8186. That's the code that you can use on menti.com to give us your feedback. And as we give you a couple of seconds, of course, to log in and enter the code, I'm sure my colleagues will be giving us some feedback. And we can actually, in real time, hear from you as you give us, of course, your thoughts and opinions on exactly how today went. Just to give you a brief background on some of the themes that we tackled just on Menti alone: company policies, whether they were satisfactory, whether they were present in your organizations, but also some ideal workplace opinions that you have in terms of what would be an ideal workplace environment for you. So for the overall impression, 50%, 51%, 52% saying met my expectation, 0% below my expectation, no one voted there, and 46% saying exceeded my expectation. I'll give you more time to go to exceeded my expectation. We have time today. We have time today, but thank you so much for voting. Overall, the feedback has been amazing. And which topic was most beneficial to you? This is an interesting one, just in terms of which topic really touched home. So aviation leaders in conversation getting 2%, motivational talk on self-limiting behaviors getting 19% of those so far who have participated, 20% voting for beating the odds, 8% really thinking that unpacking gender equality in numbers hit home for them. So far, 16% saying creating an enabling environment and workplace culture is one of the topics that really touch home for them. But I can see that the motivational talk on self-limiting behaviors picking up really nicely, and I think it's 24% on beating the odds, coming in second. So we can definitely see which sessions hit home for you and which ones you'll be not only listening to today, but applying in your own lives and hopefully sharing with your circles. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming, for making that first step to come and be a part of this conversation. But also, I want to thank everyone in their small corners for, championing gender equality. Equally important for me to note that back in 2018, Tate Tshepo Piage came to me to share with me this very beautiful, significant fact that back in 2018, the very first ICAO Global Gender Summit was held on South African soil. This is the first one in the entire world, was held back in 2018, and some of the women that carry many firsts, really came through and blessed the event with their presence. Amongst them, of course, the Transport Minister, Honorable Sindisiwe Chikunga, Mamphumzile Mlamongoka, Fang Liu, as well as Mamphopi Khoza, and these are women who carry many firsts. But you can definitely see that from 2018 to date, their commitment is unwavering. They're still here today. They still showed up. Going back to what you have said, my fellow guest member, that where are you? You need to be seen. Now, these women show consistently that they will be present and they will show up. So thank you so much to them. And thanks to each and every one of you for making sure that you continue to champion gender equality in your corners. But with that being said, thank you so much. It's been lovely sharing my entire Friday with you. It's been lovely. Thank you for inviting me and giving this Black Betty woman a chance to be your MC for today. Have a beautiful weekend. Goodbye.
SACA. Gender equality is not just one of our strategies, it is part of who we are. From our humble beginnings of participating in initiatives such as Take a Girl Child to Work Day, to our proudest moment of appointing the first female director of civil aviation, who has since led the transformation of our executive leadership team from 1 to 4 female executives and a balanced staff composition of 50% women. To take our industry along the journey of gender transformation, we joined hands with ICAO to establish the Global Aviation Gender Summit, a platform that advocates for gender equality by identifying actions that can be taken to accelerate gender equality and highlighting existing barriers and initiatives aimed at overcoming them. We host the National Aviation Gender Summit annually to localize this mission. Our mission does not stop there. We encourage the growth in female numbers in this once male-dominated industry through our women mentorship programs and ensuring a balanced intake of women in our internship and leadership programs. Our socio-economic development programs prioritizes projects led by women, for women and children. Our workforce includes female inspectors, female pilots, and female experts in fields such as aviation security, including dangerous goods. Our women employees are doing accident investigations, working on obstacle inspections in the aviation infrastructure field, and heading committees at global level such as safety management systems and aerospace medicine. Our director made history as the first female to head the 41st International Civil Aviation Organization's General Assembly. We are inspired, and we do not stand back as women of SACA. We drive technology and innovation in the organization.